Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you noted, this is a public meeting for the State Loan and Investment Board as well as the State Board of Land Commissioners. We've provided the appropriate notice to so that folks can participate either in person or virtually. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you noted, this is a public. What's going on with that? Okay, we're good. All right. We've had a few hitches this morning, if you will, with the video, but I think we're good now. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, the first item on the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board are the Wyoming Business Council matters. And with that, I would yield the floor to Director Durrell.
Good morning, Director. Good to see you, and thanks for being here.
Mr. Chairman, my pleasure. Thank you, Director Scoggin, for that, and board. Thank you all as well for being here and entertaining these matters. The first item is if you could please consider the minutes from June of 2022.
Members of the board, are there any corrections, any notifications on the minutes for June 2022? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the minutes from June 2nd of 2022.
Is there support for the auditor's motion? It's been seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That passes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I have Ms. Noel Reed speak, I would like to say a few things about these projects that we have before us today. Again, thank you for considering them and thank you for your part in this process. And as we look, there are a great number of projects this time. And I think it's really exciting to have the full board here and to be embarking upon these projects because there's quite a variety of projects today. And I'm really quite excited about really all of them because there are really no such thing as a bad project. In fact, all of these projects you'll find are things that the communities really feel strongly about. I think you'll find that our communities are working hard to build resilience within them. But I think what you'll also find is that a number of them don't necessarily fit the focus of the Business Council as it is, and as we've been asked to focus in on some of those things. So that's why you'll see in some of these cases some recommendations from our board and our team that maybe don't match up with what the folks want in those projects. And again, not to say that they're bad projects because they're not. They're fine projects, but they just may not fit the focus of the Business Council, and that's something we take really, really seriously and have done that work over the last few years to again take direction from the elected officials of the state and the legislature to say, find those great jobs, help understand what the barriers are to economic growth and resilience, and get those taken care of, and really work hard to build that local capacity. And so with that focus comes some times where some projects don't always fit. And I think that's something that we're happy to discuss. We're happy to work through today. And I think overall we're continuing to find those projects that do make a big difference in our state. And we thank you for entertaining those today and making some decisions. So thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Noel Reed, who is in our investments group, and she will be working through all of the projects for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for your time today. My name is Noel Reed. I'm the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Wyoming Business Council, and I will be walking you through the BRC projects for today. Let me get this started. So as you can see, we have 6 applications before you today totaling $28.5 million in requests, and the Business Council Board is recommending $25.3 million. Currently, the BRC account has approximately $59 million remaining. The first project we'll go through today is the Town of Bar None. The Town of Bar None requests a $500,000 community project grant to construct a new community center and town hall. While this facility will be one building, BRC funds will only invest in a portion of the community center. The community is matching the project with multiple sources. The town is contributing over $7 million in cash and in-kind match. They have also raised almost $1.2 million in local fundraising efforts and recently received almost $1 million in Slib funding for some water projects that they have. Thus, this project is being leveraged as a 19-to-1 ratio. The community center will provide a flexible gathering space with a kitchen for community events, various youth programs, and a space for recreation. The recreation portion of the building will include a large gymnasium, walking track and viewing area, and a weight and cardio room. Currently, there are no indoor recreation spaces in the community. The project does fit well with their community plan. A community and recreation center was identified in both the 2008 and 2018 community plan. And since that 2008 plan, the town has saved funds and prepared the proposed site for the project and has ended up investing over $7 million in total match. There is a potential to develop a downtown and Main Street area. The town envisions this project as the next phase of their community and economic development initiatives. This project is in the same area of town as their upgraded park and their new splash pad, and all of these initiatives hold the potential to develop a Main Street for the Bar None area. Bar None wants to create that vibrant public space that a Main Street can bring to communities. And it is a young and growing community. Bar None, the median age is 29.4 years old, and it is currently growing at a rate of 2.4% annually. Since 2010, its population has increased 34.7%. They are currently in the process of approving a new subdivision to the west of Bar None Elementary School for 175 new homes, with the potential for more developments in the future. The town believes that they have proven that they are able to attract that young workforce, and they envision that as the community continues to grow in population, the need for new business development will also grow. Some of the state considerations were the local to BRC leverage ratio. Not only has the town saved for this project for many years, but they've also raised over $2 million in additional fundraising efforts. So that means that BRC funds are only 5% of total project costs. And this project does align with the state's economic development strategy by allowing and empowering Bar None to sustainably develop their own unique economy by investing in their downtown and Main Street potential. And there is also potential to activate new economic sectors by investing in amenities like downtowns. Some of the compelling items that the staff and board found with this project was the high leverage ratio, the potential for this being their next tier of economic and community development. This project was identified in multiple community plans, and there is that potential to develop a downtown Main Street area for the community. The concerning items that we found for this project is that this project does not create primary jobs, and there is low vision for future job and business development. The building will be a mixed-use building, even though the Business Council will only pay for a portion of the community center. As most everybody knows, Bar None is very close to Casper, and so there are maybe some benefits, but also some concerns around there that there are these amenities located in Casper. And there is no county economic development tax that the community has put forth to help pay for these types of projects. So the Business Council Board's recommendation is to do not fund. I'm happy to answer any questions, and if the community is here, I'm sure they would be happy to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there questions? Director, since this is the first meeting for a couple of our new board members, I don't know if you want to take a little walk down memory lane just to sort of talk about the sort of redirection of the Business Council that we took underway, 4 years ago.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that opportunity. And yes, I think it would be a good idea to do that. In some of our discussions in the briefings, we've done a little bit of that, but I think it is important to understand maybe the arc of funding that the Business Council has had over the years. There was a time when the Business Council funded most or all of the projects that came before it. And I don't have the exact stats on that portion of history before 2020, but after 2020, we started to take a hard look, and really it started actually a year before that with the development of our state's economic development strategy. And we realized that the work that we had to do and the challenge that was in front of us and the funding and services that we could provide didn't always match up with our investments that we had made in the past. And so I think that's a nice way of saying we became really, really focused and really, really focused on return on investment of state dollars. We became really, really focused on ensuring that the money that we put into communities built capacity and really helped develop that future growth, but also was focused on jobs. Because as our budgets go up and down, or mostly down, we wanted to make sure that we were getting the most for those dollars. And that's meant that we've had to recommend not funding a number of projects that maybe 5 years ago would have been funded. In the last 3 years now, we have not funded $21 million worth of projects that have come before us. And that's something that is a challenge to do, because again, as I said, they're not necessarily bad projects. They just don't fit the funding focus that we have. And that's a challenge for us, but it's something that we take very seriously and have a lot of discipline toward. And it's something that in many cases, great things come from the word no. And that can be a challenge, but it's something that's important to us. And we're going to continue to have that discipline as we look at these projects.
Thank you.
Chairman,
I'm going to recognize the treasurer first, and then you, the secretary.
question, would you say that affordable housing is probably one of the key problems that we have with economic development in a lot of different areas?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, in some areas it can be. That's actually an area that we are focusing in and working through with a project called Pathways to Prosperity, is to understand the housing problem. In some places, it may be a problem, but it may also not be a problem that government should be fixing. And so we're looking really, really carefully at whether housing is a problem. And sometimes it can be a little bit of a chicken and the egg type of a situation. Is it housing, or is it the jobs that are needed so that housing is something a developer can take on? And we're looking very, very closely at that. And one of the things that I will say is we don't make blanket statements. I think there are 99 communities in the state, and all of them have slightly different challenges. And sometimes a challenge in one community is not the main challenge in another. And so we look really, really carefully at all of those. So it's hard for me to say that it is, as a blanket statement, is the biggest challenge we have, but it is one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Durrell, one of the things that came out in the communication with Bar None and Matitsi is that I'm not sure, it's hard to go back in time, but they seem to suggest that there wasn't the best communication, that the WBC is leaning towards not approving these anymore. So one of my recommendations, no matter what we do, is that I don't know if we need a rule or some sort of guidance document or some sort of verbal communication that and I don't know what our rules say about even accepting the application, but if it's the decision that we're not going to go this direction anymore, then maybe there needs to be more of a communication on the front end. Thank you.
And Mr. Secretary, just to be clear, from 2019 on, I have been insisting that the Business Council is really meant to develop projects along the lines of what Director Durrell talked about. It is a change. And I did make changes to the board to reflect business acumen and drive. So that has been communicated. I have also communicated to the legislature the value of things like MRG, because that typically was the sort of thing that communities could come with augmentations to their community that we looked at. But the rules do have provisions for this. We've just really tried to, if you remember, and I think you were in the legislature at the time, there was a feeling that the Business Council was funding fluff and that they were funding projects that, often there was the talk about Thermopolis and how they built a business park that nobody was using, built buildings that nobody was using, sort of this build it and they will come. And so we really tried to bring a different, more robust business focus to what the Business Council did. And that's come with some, as the Director Durrell said, some, I think some difficult choices that have had to be made. Yeah, please go ahead.
I mean, appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And I remember when I entered the legislature 2017, 2018, some of the discussion points that I can remember another community other than Thermopolis that was talked about a lot, the same concept, these business parks that weren't being used. But, you know, I've been in the legislature. I was not really aware of this change in policy. Maybe I'm out of the loop, but and I got it out of both discussions with Matizzi and Bar None, that this concept that if we're going to be rejected, we had no idea that I was trying to explain to them that they've decided to go in a different direction. And I'm not sure that messaging really got through. Maybe it wasn't, you know, it didn't totally permeate and it was communicated, but I heard it in both, and leads me to think that maybe there's some work that we could do in the future on that. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Well, back to the matter at hand. Are there, yes, Madam Superintendent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This being my first meeting, so does the community present at all, or just they can approach if we have questions?
The community, oh, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, the community can come and speak to their project, absolutely.
Okay,
So they'll have an opportunity to do so.
great. I'll wait with my questions until then.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, and usually what I like to do is just go through if there are questions of the staff, and then we'll invite the community to come up. Are there any more questions for the staff? If there are none, is there anyone from the community of Bar None that wishes to address the board? And Mr. Bump, I think I am on now, but I don't know if we have somebody on yet. I think we have somebody approaching from, please go ahead. And I have a hand raised from the town of Bar None. So please just identify yourself for the record. And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Alamand, House District 58, which does encompass Bar None. I urge, am I on?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you are.
I urge you folks to please vote yes on this. You look at Bar None has fundraised over $2 million. Bar None consists of about 2,300 people. That's shortly under $900 per person. And that's huge. Very few communities have ever been able to get $900 per person in fundraising for a project they desperately want. Bar None's a young community. There's old and new, but Bar None is kind of like Mayberry was. There's kids that roam the streets. You know, in a lot of our communities, you never see a kid outside. That's not so in Bar None. The children run the streets. It's a safe community. They desperately need this project, and I urge you to please vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Any
Representatives.
questions?
Are there any questions for Representative Alaman?
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer.
So, you know, there's a lot of talk that, you know, all these amenities exist in Casper. And I was wondering how far is Casper from Bar None, and how would a child actually, would they ride their bike to Casper to go to the YMCA or what?
No, sir. I wouldn't recommend they ride their bike to Casper. They're about 3 miles, 4, maybe 5 miles from Casper. Yeah, and down I-25 wouldn't be too great. And then it was just approved this last week. Just outside of Bar None will be a new place where they work on semi-trucks. Can I say the name? Inland Truck Parts is building a new building right outside of Bar None. They're in Bar None now in an old facility. But Bar None is a growing community, and they just need a little bit of help. Did that answer your Question?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. And so do some of the folks that live in Bar None actually commute to Casper for some of their jobs now?
Yes.
Okay.
Bar None will be growing a lot with businesses coming in, but right now they're pretty much a bedroom community for Casper and the oil fields around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further questions? Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative. Online, I think, Mr. Bump, we have somebody from the town of Bar None. Okay, so if they unmuted. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr.
Could you
Chairman,
identify yourself for the record, please?
you bet. You guys get a 2-for-1 today since this project spans 2 different mayors for the town. My name is Patrick Ford, and I just recently, in the last couple of weeks, passed the baton to our new mayor, Peter Boyer, who is here with me as well. And so we figured on the outside chance you had questions from past knowledge or current administration, you'd have us both here.
Thank you. And my presumption is you're in support. Are there questions for either Mr. Ford or Mayor Boyer? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you speak to Mayor Ford? One of the things I find compelling about this is the quote unquote leverage ratio, how much you've already raised. So could you go through the different funding sources? How much of it was just private donations versus foundations versus other public funds? Could you run through that?
You bet. And I'm going to just use general rough numbers for the sake of brevity and not getting too far down in the weeds. There's about $3.4 million that the town set aside annually over the course of time towards earmarks on this project that came out of general funds. There is, I want to say, about $450,000 that we've already used from county consensus funding when that was still in existence to run infrastructure to the site that was otherwise undevelopable prior to that. And so that included utilities of electricity, water, sewer service, storm sewer, curb and gutter, and some modest dirt work to the site. We've received a grant from the Natrona County Recreation Board to the tune of $250,000, and that will be received over 2 installments and 2 fiscal years. We have from the Slib meeting back in July, we originally awarded a $500,000 grant and a $500,000 loan, which the town anticipates paying back over the course of 10 years. At that meeting, there was another project that needed funded, and we felt pretty comfortable from our conversations with business council staff after having had our site visit that there were more things working to our advantage on this grant request with the business council than against us. And so we felt comfortable yielding back some of our grant funding from the Slib board to assist in funding that hospital district's grant request back in July. So our grant got reduced down from $500,000 to $450,000 as a result.
Follow up? Okay, thank you. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayors, could you please speak to whether or not there will be with this project a draw from outside of the jurisdiction?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, as far as a draw, I guess, are you, can you clarify on that?
Mr. Chairman, per the rules, it does specify that for these kind of projects. And so I believe the meaning of that is whether or not you'll have individuals that will travel into Bar None from other municipalities or towns to use this facility.
You bet. So we've already been in communication. We have a lot of different athletic groups that already have reached out to the town for the, a good example is our baseball field is a highly sought after facility for some of the traveling baseball teams that don't currently have a home for practicing. We've got a lot of different athletic, as you well know, with our age demographic, we've got a lot of families that have children in athletics that have already reached out with an interest of being able to use the gym, for example, for either indoor soccer, a variety of practices, traveling teams, basketball, volleyball are at the top of those lists. So we do anticipate that being a highly utilized facility, probably not so much the fitness center portion of it, drawing from outside the community. Like, again, I don't know that anybody from Casper, from Evansville is going to drive to Bar None to use our fitness center, but I do anticipate the rest of the facility being a draw for a variety of events.
Thank you. Further questions, Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, Mayors, just, I know you all have been working on this for a number of years, and you know, one cannot understate what has happened with the, you know, the inflationary environment in the last couple of years. And I'm sure that this project has been affected like any other has. I mean, do you anticipate that this amount will, you know, would that get you over the finish line? Because I know this has been a multi-year effort, and of course the cost goes up as those years tick by.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, thank you. Good question. We are far enough along in this process that we have a contract manager at risk that has provided us with a guaranteed maximum price of no greater than 4.9 million for the facility to be turnkey. Now, that will certainly include sidewalks and access to the building, but there's plenty of other items that still need to be done site work wise on the outside of the building. The building itself will be absolutely turnkey with proper access to it for no more than 4.9 million. So yes, to answer your question, this would get us to that end.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know the Secretary asked this question a little bit, but the fundraising amount that you have been able to accomplish is shocking. I mean, I can't think of it. Talk to me about where that is actually, how did you get that done? Did you have a couple big corporate donors, or, and specifically, not so much all of the funds that you've put in, but just the fundraising effort? That's a big number.
You bet, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor. So in that capacity, I think the most recent census has us at 2,960 residents now. I am certain that we are in excess of 3,000 as of today, but so that might make that number a little less impressive per person in town. But we do have a variety of foundations and other donors that we have approached about said project. to fund things like, you know, the scoreboard or, you know, in needs inside of the building to make it more functional, things like extra basketball hoops and nets to divide the court up so that it can be utilized by more than just one activity, things like that. So we're still endeavoring on those things because those aren't necessarily the absolute bare minimum items to make this building turnkey and as functional as we'd like it to be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Mayor, one of the questions, I think, you know, we talked a little bit about people traveling in to use the facility. Do you anticipate, and I'm trying to think of the businesses, you know, you obviously have the hangar and you have a couple of other businesses there. Do you anticipate that will increase sales locally? Do you think, I think Representative Alaman talked about a business relocating. I know there's been talk about a truck stop being placed somewhere at that new interchange that we helped the town with a few years ago. Do you see that this contributing to that kind of growth, or is it going to remain a bedroom community and really more of an amenity for people living in Bar None?
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent questions. So I will try to answer them in totality. I think from the multitude of angles that we've got going on at this point, with the West Winds interchange that is in, we've been in many talks recently with the county commissioners in Natrona County and other entities with the Casper area MPO group for looking at how we can extend West Winds over to the airport and utilize of this undeveloped area between us and the airport that is also falls into the duty-free zone that was identified with the original interchange. So we certainly have not lost our vision there on extending that and continuing to expand our community. From an amenity standpoint, former Representative Sweeney and I sat down with a site selector, as you mentioned, for a travel plaza. And this has been probably 6 years ago. And after having sat down with him, he said, Bar None is an ideal location, and we would certainly love to build out here. The problem is as part of their criteria, we just didn't have enough rooftop count at that time. And at that point in time, the interchange was really close to being a reality, but it wasn't a sure thing at that point. So we've not had that follow-up conversation since, but with the expansion of our population to where it is now, plus the interchange actually existing, and the discussion of West Winds being extended over to the airport, that is a conversation that we are actively pursuing again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further questions? Further questions? If not, I see Mr. Sweeney, former Representative Sweeney here. Pat, good to see you.
Yeah. Is that on with a red light? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor, Board, Pat Sweeney from Casper. So a number of things have been mentioned, great conversation. Hopefully you can see a path forward. I have supported the Business Council personally and through the legislature since its inception. And I have no quarrel with the Business Council on this. They are doing their job. The only fault I see with the process is the redirection. And that, whether it was communicated or not, is just part of the process as I see it. So my ask today, a number of the things were mentioned through great questions. And I want to remind you, I truly believe part of the picture needs to be looked at. Representative Alaman mentioned the bedroom community. What's wrong with that? And it will become more than a bedroom community. It already is. There's the concrete plant right there on West Winds. I believe with the advent of the solar farm, which is right there on Bar Nunn's border, and then the extension of West Winds in the solar farm design, they've left space for the West Winds exchange. And at one point with the West Winds exchange, we actually talked about with the wind development, another port of entry possibility right there to help with the traffic flow with those blades off of the airport property. But I believe, and as Mayor Ford mentioned, and I've admired Bar Nunn so much because of their visions throughout the years and their conservative nature on what they've saved, what they've been able to do with the community and move the forward vision with the community. Couple of questions were asked about, will this bring things in from the outside? They already are bringing things in. The car show, which is a big deal, moved from the Yellowstone district in downtown out to Bar Nunn the last couple of years. And the community center is right there, will create part of that vision. Also, health fairs, I believe, will be a big deal that will attract folks. I think from Edgerton Midwest, they try their best, but there's an underserved population up there on some of those things. So there's more ways to look at economic development, in my opinion, and just my opinion, than a manufacturing facility, let's say. But there are jobs created by this movement, and I would appreciate your due consideration and appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Are there any questions for Mr. Sweeney? I hear none. So thank you. Is there anyone else to address the board? Anyone here? Anyone online? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I'll make a motion and then I'll talk a little bit if somebody seconds it. I am going to make a motion to fund $500,000 BRC grant request to Bar Nunn.
It's been moved and seconded.
So, Mr. Chairman, Bar Nunn was incorporated in 1980. Back then, it was essentially a place for, I don't want to say lower income, but it was a place where you could still sort of afford a house if you tried really hard in Casper. It was during the boom. And so that's where people went for houses that could be, that a normal sort of working class family with kids could afford. I think Bar Nunn is still that today. It has served that purpose, more or less over the years, but that's what it served when my family moved there shortly after incorporation. What that means is, and I laugh at Representative Alaman's reference to kids roaming the streets. It kind of sounds like a horror movie. But that was very, very much true, because that demographic that is attracted to Bar Nunn and fits Bar Nunn so perfectly ends up being a lot of families starting out with young children. So when I lived in Bar Nunn, the population was 850,000. It is now 3,000 people, 2,978. You know, there's an awful lot being made of the, you know, proximity to Casper, and that does matter. That will always matter, and bar none can't change that. But back to the point of the number of kids there and the number of families there, kids can't drive themselves to Casper 5 times a day to go back and forth to the gym. So we, and I spoke about this with the mayors of bar none. The KOA used to have an indoor pool there and you could pay $1. I was there every single day. So the fact that there's now over 3 times the population, so 3 times the amount of kids that have nowhere to go indoors on weeks of weather, like the lovely stretch we're having now, that to me is, you know, there's a pretty easy fix that's a pretty small amount of state money when the community has really come to bear to do that. And just for some perspective, bar none is now bigger than Thermopolis. It is now bigger than Kemmer. It is now bigger than Afton. I don't think we would let any of those communities with that many children not have somewhere to go. And again, I think all of the points that have been made and all of the uses of the facility are important, but I have a firsthand perspective of what it means to have somewhere you can ride your bike when your parents won't drive you to Casper, you know, 5 times a day before lunch and after lunch, and they're working. So I think, though, Mr. Chairman, and sorry to be a little sentimental, but I think that those are the points I wanted to make, and I, you know, I'm always cautious against, you know, I have the greatest respect for the Business Council Board and their recommendations, so I wanted to talk a little bit about why I was making a motion in regards to that. I do have to tell a funny story. When I was meeting with the new mayor and old mayor separately, I was making a lot of, you know, mean jokes about being from bar none, and I realized I had failed to tell the new mayor that I grew up there. So I did have to apologize for that before I let him know that. So.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Are there further comments that people would like to make?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, and then I have the superintendent.
Yeah, I guess I look at economic development, I think that it is holistic. It isn't just one piece of the puzzle. And I think that point was made today by different people. And I look at these bedroom communities, because Meeteetse is a bedroom community to Cody, as bar none is a bedroom community to a lot of the oil industry, and not just Casper. So I think they play a huge role in economic development and in the economy of that area of the state. And I firmly feel that you have to let a town get the first base before they can get around the bases. And I think this is an amazing effort on both these communities' part, especially bar none, and developing that community outreach and getting people to hang together. So that it's kind of the, you know, we've had a lot of this COVID, ARPA funding, whatever, in the past, and there's not much skin in the game in a lot of those things. But these folks, both communities, have really stepped up, and they're a big part of the state of Wyoming, and I think they're going to be a lot larger, especially the rate of growth that bar none is experiencing. Interesting to see all these other towns that you think that have all of these amenities already are you know, quite a little bit smaller than bar none, and it's probably what bar none's going to be. So I think they need to get the first base, and we need to help them get around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I really do respect the policy change that has come before I've joined this board, and could come to support that greater focus on those primary jobs, even in these community grant projects, But when I look at the Chapter 1 rules that were effective in October of '22, they just don't quite reflect that policy change. And so, I'd really like to honor our rules. And Mr. Chairman, if you'd indulge me just to kind of read what I think is really important in those rules that are around these community projects. And they seek for applicants to improve the community's aesthetic character or quality of life in order to make itself more attractive for business development or workforce attraction and or retention. And further, that those recreation, convention, or cultural centers must have a draw greater than their jurisdictional boundaries. And so, this project, really making itself a more attractive business community and having that pull beyond the jurisdiction, really fit within the rule that we have established for these projects. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further comments? Please, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think I'm going to support this. I think the community's worked really, really diligently on this, and it is an up-and-coming community with a lot of potential, and it does have that Mayberry element, and it's a great part of Wyoming. I think that the board, we need to talk about, if there is this change in policy, how we communicate that, because I think on the front end, I think there will be that understanding from the communities that maybe this isn't the right pot of funds for this type of project in the future, but we've just got to maybe talk about how that's communicated. And I know we're new, but I would hope that's something we can discuss in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, and Director, thank you very much. I first off want to say strongly that I very much support what the work of the Business Council Board is. And I know that every community in Wyoming, absolutely every community in Wyoming, needs to have projects that help it improve its character. We don't have enough money to take care of every community and their beautification efforts and so on, which does mean that there's a challenge in terms of how we parse those. So I appreciate the board's consideration today and their view. I do think you're going to have difficult choices ahead when Community X shows up and says, this is really going to make a difference for us. And then we have to figure out how to do that. So I appreciate the conversation that we've had today. I think it is a business council, not a community development council. And I understand those are related, so I wanted to put the underline on the monies that have been dedicated under Amendment 4 that started this were about business development, not about community development. And I don't mean to be hard about that, but I do think that discipline is important. So having said that, is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I believe that motion carries. Is there a nay? Okay, thank you. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Reed.
Ms. Noel Reed will go for the next one. Thank you.
And Director, before Ms. Reed gets going on this, congratulations, by the way. Before Ms. Reed gets going on this, let's understand what this does to the pot as we go along. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Our second project comes from the Meeteetse Joint Powers Board. The Meeteetse Joint Powers Board requests a $750,000 community project grant to construct a 6,600 square foot community center. This community center will be located on a Meeteetse Recreation District owned lot. The lot has most of the basic utilities, only sewer piping will need to be updated. The community center will include a fitness area, a multi-court rehab therapy area, a recreation area, and a flexible gathering space that can host meetings or events. The Meeteetse Recreation District has become the main hub for all community members and hosts a wide variety of programs and activities. In a 2014 community survey, it was illustrated that residents of Meeteetse consider the Recreation District to be one of the most positive attributes of the community. Some of the events they have include an after-school and summer program for kids, public transportation services, exercise classes, holiday events, outdoor recreation-based activities, organized sports, and many other items. While this project has been in the works for a few years, the town solidified the plan to move forward through a community-wide strategic doing initiative. It became apparent during this process that the community needed a facility that was multi-purpose and be many things for the whole community. Also, there is potential for increased childcare and youth program options. Several years ago, Meeteetse lost their only daycare facility, and it has yet to be replaced. The Recreation District currently offers an after-school and summer program, but it must limit its ages and members due to the lack of resources and space in the current facility. With the larger facility, the Rec District anticipates that their youth programs could increase, and there is also licensing currently underway for a daycare facility, and these two items would fill a major void in the community. They also have multiple partnerships developed to work towards this project. The Rec District and Gotchi Therapy and Rehab have been partnering for a few years to offer therapy services. Both parties see this partnership expanding further with a larger facility. Other partnerships that have been developed include the school district, the senior center, and local businesses. The state considerations we looked at include the fact that the project will also enable usage of a federal transit facility. So right now, that is where this is located, is in this old federal transit facility. And the Rec District is actually required to be out of that facility by this summer. The reason is because that building must revert back to a federal transit facility for vehicle storage purposes, because that building was paid for with federal funding, and that's a requirement of the federal funding, is that it remain a federal transit facility. So this project will not only enable a larger community recreation facility for the community, but it will also enable usage of a federal transit facility for the area. A couple of years ago, the University of Wyoming Center for Business and Economic Analysis released an amenity index, and this report indicated that the importance of amenities was a 3.5 on a scale from 1 to 5 relative to other factors such as salary, family, etc. Additionally, a 2020 study by the Knight Foundation also found people that choose to live in an area because of quality of life express stronger sentiments of attachment to that community than those living there for different reasons, such as salary or family. Finally, this project does align with the state's economic strategy to activate new economic sectors by investing in amenities such as downtown that can draw and retain knowledge, creative, and advanced manufacturing workforce. Some of the compelling items that we found with this project is that the community is currently involved in a strategic doing initiative, and a lot of the community members are involved in that. It's very much a community-wide initiative that they're working on. There are those partnerships that have been developed with the school, businesses, the senior center. There is that potential for an expanded youth program or daycare. They will collect data to evaluate the economic impact moving forward of what a larger facility would do for the community. And their match is 32% higher than is required by rule. Some of the concerning items is, this project does not create those primary jobs, and there is low business development potential because it is a community center. And also, such as with the Bar None project, there is no county economic development tax that they have put in place that could also potentially fund projects such as this. So the Business Council Board recommendation is do not fund. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there questions? Are there comments? And Mr. Treasurer.
I'm just curious, it wasn't too long ago, Goshen County was the only county that had the economic development tax. I wonder if any counties have stepped forward I remember that's when former representative and former Secretary of State and now Judge Buchanan and I worked on getting that on the books.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, so it is Goshen County and Fremont County currently have that particular tax.
Thank you. Any questions of the staff and the board? Hearing none, Mr. Bump, do we have a Brody series online?
Yes, are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board. My name is Brody Sears, and I'm the Director of the Meeteetse Recreation District. I'm incredibly sorry we're not able to attend in person today due to the road closures yesterday. And I'm speaking today on behalf of the Community Center project that I know all of you know a lot about. I don't want to re-elaborate all the project details, but instead give a couple more testimonies of why this project needs your support and how the town of Meeteetse is putting itself on the map for Wyoming. I also want to quickly thank each of you for taking time out of your schedules to meet with me this last week and last month and listen to me ramble about our Community Center project. All the projects that are being presented here today are remarkable projects that will truly benefit their communities as well as the economy of Wyoming. And I wish everyone the best of luck moving forward. It is inspiring to see all the great things that are happening around Wyoming and how bright the future looks for the Cowboy State. Being the sixth generation of my family to grow up in Meeteetse, I've heard all the stories about how Meeteetse used to be and how great it was. It's no secret that our small town has seen a declining population for the last several decades. However, statistically, in the last 3 years, there has been a glimmer of hope for growth and development within our community. As we have seen across Wyoming since the COVID pandemic, people want to be here. Since 2020, the Meeteetse area has grown by 62.5%. This year, we had 28 new students enroll in our school. Our rec district sold 35% more memberships than we did the year before. We've recruited new businesses into town and have retained the ones that we have had. In 2021, we generated over $8 million in tax revenue. And for the people passing through Meeteetse, it totaled just over 800,000 cars last year in 2022. The town of Meeteetse currently stands facing a very promising future if we can just get off the ground. We're on the brink of a development era that will open a revolving door for new residents, businesses, and travelers. This meeting comes at a perfect time in rec district history, as our fitness center usage shattered our old record by 102 uses last month, which totals over 500 uses. That is more than our town's population. The rec district across the board is seeing more people participate and be involved, and I think a lot of that has to do with the strategic doing efforts and the creation of this project. Some people are hesitant about the idea of strategic doing, but I can promise you one thing. Meeteetse is doing it, and in some categories, we can almost say that we have done it. We have a great community following that is ready to see Meeteetse grow and develop, and many are jumping head first in and getting things done. So I do understand that a community center may not have an immediate or direct impact on the state's economy, or even create as many jobs as some of the other projects that are on the agenda here today. But we truly believe that the community center in Meeteetse will be a great investment for our community and the state of Wyoming. This facility will benefit our toddlers, the elderly, Meeteetse school students, teachers, coaches, businesses, parents, families, fitness fanatics, outdoor recreators, and any other type of person you can think of within our community and surrounding areas. That is the beauty of this type of facility. The opportunities are quite endless. For example, the fishing derby, which is actually happening this weekend in Meeteetse, that draws over 300 people to town for the weekend. And they don't have a place to host all those people for the awards banquet. With this facility being built, we might be able to finally accommodate more than just the 30 people that we are limited to now. Craft bazaars that draw local and outside businesses will have a space out of the weather year round. Meetings, sporting events, health fairs, trainings could all be possible if we had a place big enough to host such events. Having a space to bring people together from outside the community will put heads on beds and mouths in restaurants. This facility will allow us to expand our toddler, after school, and summer programs for our children and provide a legitimate learning and recreational space for them. We plan to expand our affordable childcare programs to a more full-time basis to better serve the community. In doing so, this will allow stay-at-home parents to re-enter the workforce or pursue other business ventures. The community center will provide a safe resource for the elderly to recreate and socialize, and it will also expand the therapy and rehabilitation services for all community members. Over the last couple of years, during the process of planning and creating this project, we have gathered every kind of statistical piece of information within our community. There is no predicting or guessing what the positive outcomes will be for this project because we're already seeing them. We have statistical information proving that our residents are utilizing this type of facility and place a very high importance on what we as the rec district and town are able to offer our community members. Sustainable growth. That's the goal, right? If we're not able to meet the needs of our growing community, what eventually happens to the little towns? They stop thriving. People do not want to move in or start businesses in communities that have nothing to offer. And here in Meeteetse, we do not want that to be the reason why someone doesn't bring their family, put their kids in our school, start a business, or even visit here. As I stated in the Wyoming Business Council board meeting, comparing apples to apples, Wyoming is the Meeteetse to the rest of the nation. Does this mean Wyoming is less important than the more populated states just because they provide more jobs and more opportunity? How do these large populated states generate these opportunities? They invest, just as Wyoming does, in things that they believe in. When someone in Meeteetse sells Meeteetse, they in turn sell Wyoming. The potential to expand small towns is becoming more and more favorable. Surveys have shown that people moving to Wyoming like rural, affordable, safe, natural beauty, and a sense of community. These are all things that Meeteetse has to offer. Investing in communities, regardless of the size or economic impact, is strengthening the state of Wyoming. Investing in small town Wyoming is investing in Wyoming. All Wyoming towns started small. It was attributes like community resources, tourism, schools, and rural living that grew small towns into larger towns with the thriving economies. Our request for the $750,000 to complete our community center project to its fullest potential will eliminate any kind of future request for this project. We want to do the project correctly and efficiently the first time. However, we would be extremely grateful for any kind of financial support that you are able to offer us here today. I assure you that all funds granted to this project will be used effectively and professionally, and none of it will be wasted on project fluff. To conclude, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank everyone who has helped with our community center project thus far, and to you all who made this grant available to communities like Meeteetse, who are very limited in grant type funding. Thank you for considering funding our community center project. And if you're able to support our project, know that this money will be well spent and not only go towards strengthening the Meeteetse community, but also strengthening the state of Wyoming. And I also have here today with me, Mrs. Angie Johnson.
Thank you. And I didn't hear the full name of the next person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. This is Angie Johnson, and I'm the clerk treasurer for the town of Meeteetse and also the secretary treasurer for the Joint Powers Board. So I just want to give you a brief history on what we've done in the past 20 years for our community. Over those years, we have 90% of our infrastructure improved or completed. And so now also we've done community master plans, 2 of them. And since then, like Noelle has said, we started the strategic planning initiative, and this has really engaged our community. And now we're focusing on economic development. This is very valuable for our community, and it's really important that we make sure that we understand all the components that go along with economic development. And these challenges that we have encompass housing, business retention, development, recruitment, and marketing our community. I feel that this project is going to help us ensure that we keep our existing amenities and make sure that our community has the amenities for the future growth, which is very crucial for our community. Planned growth and development is what Meeteetse is working towards, and that growth is what builds resilient communities and opportunities to thrive for generations to come. The community center is this type of project for Meeteetse, and as you all know, there's a hockey saying about lipstick on a bulldog. Well, right here you have 2 cowgirls with spurs and a hot shot, and we're ready to do what it takes to make sure that we're riding for the brand for Meeteetse and the state of Wyoming. Thank you, and I would appreciate your consideration for our project.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for tuning in and being here virtually. Talk to me about what, if anything, is on the horizon for housing in Meeteetse? Because I know there's nothing for sale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Auditor. We are working on the housing initiative right now. With our strategic planning, we have a couple developers that are working with the existing owner of the Meeteetse Trails Estates, which has the existing infrastructure, water and sewer, electric, for development and expansion in Meeteetse. And it's really been something that I've worked with, and our group has worked with the other communities, Cody and Powell, and trying to determine how Meeteetse will be a bedroom community, which is more affordable housing compared to those communities. So in Meeteetse right now, the average house is $272,000, and in Cody, it's $436,000. So if we can create some housing opportunities here, I believe that that will be beneficial for our community and the surrounding communities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Further questions? One question I have, can you tell me a little bit about your school and if that's used as a community center now?
Mr. Chair, so right now the school really is our only kind of resource that offers what we're kind of going towards. We're actually really excited to be able to work together with the school with this project. We've already sat and talked about a lot of the future possibilities about utilizing a new community center. Here, it actually works out really good because we're right across the street from them. Like I'd mentioned several times here in previous meetings, our students, for example, just our athletic teams, they start practicing at 2:30 in the afternoon, and the practices don't get done during basketball season until 8:30 at night. Not to mention if there is a music concert or a holiday event or something like that, we are constantly competing with the same space. It's actually, the school is open and very appreciative of, the school is open and is really closely working with the community. But unfortunately, with the one space, there's a lot of things that is, the community involvement is kind of restricted just because we are competing. It's obviously the kids take precedence, and we do feel that this will be a facility that will be able to be utilized both by the school and for the community.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you talk a little bit about the operating budget for this and your mill levy and how you anticipate doing that, Ms. Saris? I mean, we discussed it a little bit, but especially in light of the fact that we may get some property tax relief in this session, I hope we do. How could that affect, if you thought about that, if you had a 15% reduction, how you'd be able to maintain the space with your existing mill levy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary. We actually, so that's part of the reason that we are actually requesting funds from you guys. We do have some reserve money that's stored away, and we really do not want to have to burn through all of it to complete this project. We've already invested a lot of money into this project, and so we feel, my board as well as the strategic doing committee, that since we're this far into the project, we would really like to see this completed to its fullest potential, and not be able, and not have to use every single dollar in our reserve. I have actually, we operate on a mill levy every year, which this last year has been awesome and has actually helped a bunch with this project and covering some costs preparing us to this point. And moving forward, we've been talking a lot about, or a lot with donors that have already donated to this project about setting up some kind of a foundation that will fund these this project over time. As well as when we have this type of facility, we feel like it will finally set us up to be a little bit more self-sufficient rather than just being 100% dependent on our mill levy. We'll be able to have a facility that we might be able to utilize some funds coming from, for example, if, somebody wants it for a family reunion or something like that, we would be able to offer that space as well as hopefully generate just a little bit of revenue. However, we are not in the business for making money on something like this. We're here to provide a service. But there's a lot of even business opportunities that I feel like that could be presented with this type of facility from people from Cody. Gotchi Therapy and Rehab is a really good example of that. They pay usage fees to use our facility, and we actually are kind of in the making of getting some more of those type of partnerships developed. And so the school is also going to be a really good one. Obviously, since they would be utilizing the facility, we will work some sort of an agreement. So the main goal, I guess, essentially is we do feel that this type of facility will make us a little bit more self-sufficient, and hopefully this facility will pay for itself.
Thank you. Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Saris, do you have a strategy? I mean, Meeteetse, you get a lot of traffic, right? Going to Cody, and I think you're pretty good at it, the community, and trying to draw some of that traffic to stop and use some of the amenities there. But how do you envision this facility maybe fitting into that strategy too?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. Our strategic doing, actually, that's the topic of conversation. A lot of meetings is, okay, well, we last year had 800,000 cars pass through Meeteetse. How do we get them to stop? We have been talking a lot with outside resources. Park County Travel is actually, we're working on a marketing campaign right now. And they actually offer a really nice resource of everything that's within Park County. They have a database online. So like, for example, I'll use the family reunion scenario again. If you're looking for a space, in Park County, that you need a space that can house 50 people, you can go onto their website and you can find spaces around Park County that offer those type of services. And so obviously things like that will bring people into the community. And then I think just as a whole, being able to offer any kind of, sporting events, craft bazaars, like I had mentioned earlier, bringing those people into the community, they're not necessarily stopping, so we have all these cars that are going through, we want them to stop, of course, but more of the goal for this would be, we use the analogy a lot, heads on beds. So this type of facility could bring people into our community for the weekend, that they're utilizing the facility, they're eating in the restaurants, they're putting gas in their car at our local convenience store. Hopefully they're stopping by the Meeteetse Chocolatier to satisfy those cravings, and eating in our restaurants. So it's not necessarily the goal of just getting people to stop, for the 15 minutes or whatever they are passing on their way through Yellowstone, but it's more bringing people into our community, which then will help our economy as a whole.
Thank you. Further follow-up?
Is it okay?
Sure. I
Thank you,
do
Mr.
want to just keep track of time.
I know. Mr. Chairman, what do you think the staffing wise, what are the changes on this one? I mean, what is the current staffing level, and with the facility, what do you envision the changes on staffing?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, yes, actually, for the last couple of years, it's just been me as the director. We do have some part-time employees, lifeguards, our after-school program, things like that, just real part-time-ish type of positions. And we do, we envision that when we get this facility, we will hire another full-time staffer, if not two, if we are able to afford it. I guess I know when we started this project, we talked a lot about the daycare and the toddler time type of a deal. And in the last couple of months since September, we saw that there was such a need for childcare. And rather than we just sit here and talk about, this is a problem, I wish somebody would do something about it. The rec district started this toddler program. It started at half days on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and starting next Tuesday, we are now going to be going full days on Tuesdays and Thursdays because that program is taken off. However, the biggest we would hire that position full time. We've got 2 actual employees that are ready to take that head on. However, we are competing with space again. We're not able to run efficiently all of our programs with the space that we have. And so in order to still meet the needs of the community, we are having to limit programs, which in turn limits our staffing.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, just one quick one.
Madam Auditor.
Do you anticipate getting to the point where you could offer full-time childcare Monday through Friday with this, or is that maybe just a touch too aspirational just yet?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Auditor, we actually, yes, we really do. There's a lot of parents that are even like, hey, and we would go back to work full time. We would go back into the workforce if we had affordable care within our community. There's a lot of parents that load their kids up at 6 o'clock in the morning, drive to Cody to work, drop them off at daycare, and their daycare bills are $3,000 a month in Cody. And a lot of them are really struggling because of the childcare, I guess the situation that we're currently in. And so, yes, that is the goal. If we get this new facility, the facility that we are using now, that we're utilizing now, will be turned into a specific childcare facility that will have nobody competing against any kind of building time or anything like that. And yes, we do feel like we're going to be able to staff a full-time position plus have a full-time program, just because there is a need. We kind of have already done the trial period of things, and it's a very consistent thing that we've been having a lot of kids, which is awesome, because the more kids that we can gather here when they're toddlers, the less likely they are to go to school, in our bedroom or in the bigger towns like Cody or Powell or something like that. When as a parent, you get into a routine of just loading your kids up in the morning and taking them to daycare in Cody. When they become school age, if you're already set in that routine, it's just as easy to take them to school in Cody because that's what you've been doing. So if we can keep our toddlers and our children here in our community, that keeps people in our community. They don't have any reason to leave here. And so, yes, I guess to answer your question in a really long, drawn out way there, we do anticipate to operate 5 days a week. We've got, like I say, staff that's ready to take that on and a community that's willing to back it.
Thank you. Further questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I've got a motion.
Sure. Motion, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would move for the full funding of $750,000 for the Meeteetse project.
Second.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, may I have the floor just briefly?
Sure.
I think going to the point of looking at the rules and things, I think that it might be appropriate to say we limit this to no more than 5% of the total funding that's available, and limit these to no more than 750,000, and look at the match to make sure that there's more skin in the game in these projects. So we know that we're getting some multiple, I guess, a multiplier effect on the monies that we put in there. So I think those are kind of maybe the parameters that I see, because I do agree the focus should be on jobs, but I know that there's a lot of people that have in communities that I don't want to leave behind. So those are, I guess, kind of my comments on maybe the direction that we might put some sideboards on this, and make sure that we're not signaling to people that we're opening the floodgates on this type of procedure. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Director, I think you probably heard the message, so. And hopefully it's been communicated, so. Very good. So we move on to Ms. Reed. We go to the town of Lyman. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The Town of Lyman is the next project up. So the Town of Lyman is requesting a 1.5 million business committed grant and 1.5 million business committed loan for the construction of a 16,000 square foot assisted living facility. The other $3 million will come from the company's owners. There is some cash match from the community as well, and this puts the BRC funding leverage at 44%. The proposed facility will be located on a 2.6 acre site in the downtown area across from their town hall. The site will require water, sewer, electricity, natural gas, telecommunications, and storm sewer utilities. When completed, the facility will include 22 apartments, a complete kitchen, and a dining area. And the ROI, or return on investment, it'll take about 3.7 years to recoup BRC funds. Job quality, this company plans to create 12 full-time equivalent positions at a median wage of $20.38 per hour. Uinta County's median wage is $19.66 an hour, so this is more than the county median wage. And finally, the number of jobs created fits well within a community of this size. Lyman is in a huge community, and 12 full-time equivalents fits well within that community. The review and analysis of the company's business plan did not raise any concerns. Workforce availability is good. Lyman High School does offer a CNA program, and the company has also spoken with Western Wyoming Community College regarding workforce availability and training. There are approximately 20 students in each class in each community for CNAs, so there is a significant number of graduating CNAs in the workforce in the area. And they plan to measure their success based on occupancy rates. Their goal is to have an occupancy rate of 90% of the units by the end of year 3 of the project. This project does fit well with our community plan. They have completed market studies that have determined the need and the demand for this type of facility. The proposed project has the potential to fill a void in both Lyman and the greater area of the Bridger Valley. Currently, there are only 32 licensed assisted living beds in Uinta County, and they are all located in Evanston. There was a study completed in 2007 indicating the need for a 20 to 25 bed facility in Bridger Valley. And in 2021, the company owners funded another study to determine if the need was still there, and the results were very similar. Furthermore, based on the interest already expressed within the community, the facility has the potential to be 50% occupied upon completion of construction. And they have developed good partnerships. The company has worked with other assisted living facilities in the region, as well as worked with a consultant that is familiar with assisted living facilities. And they also are establishing partnerships with the high school and the community college for that workforce development component. As I stated previously, it will be 3.7 years to recapture BRC funds. The BRC program will capture 84% of the total funds invested. So we will get the loan repayment of 1.5 million, interest payments of about 650,000, and then 25% of the grant recapture, which is 375,000. So we will recoup about 2.5 million of the total 3 million invested into the project. Furthermore, there is potential to retain approximately $1 million annually in the region and the state. Currently, many older citizens must leave the state to obtain these types of services in the Wasatch Front in Utah. This also has the effect of family traveling out of state to visit their relatives. So based on initial figures by the company, it is estimated that this project will help the state of Wyoming and Bridger Valley retain approximately $1 million annually. This project also has good alignment with the state's economic development strategy, and in that it will encourage the Lyman community to develop its own unique economy, as well as investing in amenities that draw and retain a knowledge workforce. The compelling items that we had for this project is that it will enhance the community's downtown. It's located down there, and there are other healthcare facilities located in that area, so it's kind of a little network that they are building in their downtown area. Local revenue recapture will be used for future economic development projects. The community has established a list of projects that could generate future revenue. So these include potential sewer infrastructure for commercially viable land, other infrastructure for business-ready properties, business incubation on the Cemetery Road, and they have an alternate project to develop business locations at 103 and 109 East Clark Street. So those are their plans for their local recapture to use. This project will also enhance the healthcare industry in the Lyman and Bridger Valley area. Their wages are above the county median. And they did explore other options before looking just only at the Business Council, but they did not really apply or were eligible for some of the other grant opportunities that are out there. The only concerning item that we had with this project is technically the created positions are not primary jobs, as it does not export or out of state. But the recommendation from our board is to fund as requested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed. Questions for Ms. Reed?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Ms. Reed, it's my understanding that this project has come before the board or perhaps just the council. Can you, especially for us new members, give a little bit of color around what's changed since the previous application?
Thank you, Superintendent, Mr. Chairman. The things that changed, so the first time they came to us, they asked for a $3 million grant and $3 million loan. And so they decreased their request, and the company is putting in the other $3 million. So they have more skin in the game than they had previously. So that was one change. Another change is in addition to working with other living assisted facilities in the area, they worked with a consultant between the two board meetings, and they really narrowed down on what it would take to run an assisted living facility, what they would have to pay in wages to not only, meet county median, but also to meet industry wages and to make sure that they can actually attract those types of workforce into their facility. And then also just looked at what they would charge in order to meet those types of wages. And so those were the main things, the big things that they changed before coming back. We talked about the primary job situation at the previous meeting, but again, they can't really change what types of jobs that they're creating. Most of them are going to be CNAs just because that's the industry that they're getting into. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and just to add on to that, I think what I understood, and I'd like you to confirm that my understanding is correct, is that perhaps the rate of pay of the jobs they were creating and what they would be charging residents, those things were both understated, essentially. Okay.
Yes, Madam Auditor, that is correct.
Further questions? Hearing none. Mr. Bump, is there anyone online that wants to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, there is not.
All right. Members of the board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry, we have a hand raised. Mr. Bump? Is it
Mr. Chairman, Shane Hooten, go ahead.
Yes, this is Shane Hooten, the mayor of Lyman, and we have Travis Shelton and his associates here as well to address the board.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to say, or do you just want to
Yes.
stand for questions?
Yes. This is Travis Shelton. Thank you very much, Governor and members of the Slib board. We want to thank you for considering our project again. We also want to thank the Wyoming Business Council for the way that they presented our project and for their insight and instruction through this process. We also want to thank the Town of Lyman for their cooperation in this project. We are, I don't know if you can see us on video, but we are surrounded by members of our community. We have over 50 members of our community here to support us today. If you're not familiar with the Bridger Valley, it is a unique place. I actually am a fourth generation to this valley. My ancestors homesteaded this area, and my great-grandfather was the first mayor of Lyman, so I uniquely know about this community. It's a community that loves and cares for each other. Within a matter of hours, if there's fundraising that's needed, there's tens of thousands of dollars generated, and people take care and love each other. It really is a special place. That's kind of what, one of the heartbreaking things is when our members of our community reach the age where they need care at the end of their life. We don't have a facility here to provide that for them and keep them in this magical, community that cares and loves for each other. They actually get uprooted and they have to move to usually out of the state. And with them, they take healthcare spending. So Medicare estimates that's $60,000 a year per resident. So if we can keep 20 plus residents here, that's over $1.5 million in medical spending that would take place in our community to our local doctors, our local pharmacists and therapists and healthcare providers. That is getting spent out of state currently. In addition to the indirect spending, the $5,000 to $8,000 that is required to live at an assisted living facility is getting spent out of state as well. So directly, another $60,000 per resident can stay directly through our facility right here in the valley and kind of double dip. And third is through the loan and grant program, the money gets recaptured and can be used as economic stimulus for the town. So it's almost a triple dip. So that the town can be able to use that money for further projects. While millions of dollars might not seem like a big deal to larger communities, Salt Lake City or Ogden, Utah, to Lyman, Wyoming, that would be a massive stimulus for us. This building would be one of the most expensive buildings in the town, and it would become the second largest employer, second only to the school. So we look like we're going to create more like 20 jobs after just talking with our consultants. It looks like it's going to create more like 20 full-time jobs, which would be a huge economic stimulus to our community. Healthcare in general is the #1 industry in the Uintah County. It is a great industry because it is resilient to fluctuations in the market. People will always need healthcare. People will always need cared for. And this need is only going to increase. If you don't believe us, the person that wrote our grant is from directly to our west up I-80. And she is, I guess, quote, a competitor. And she spent hours helping us write a grant because she knows the need of this area is so great. And our competitors to our east in Rock Springs are sharing their trade secrets with us to help us be successful as well. Like they're personally consulting us. We have invested thousands of dollars in consulting with them to improve our understanding of the industry and also a more accurate representation of the numbers. So the three areas of concern were that the state was funding too much of the project. We're asking for half of what we asked for last spring. And that is actual an increase in personal net worth of us as owners, which shows that we're capable as business people, but also that we put our money where our mouth is because we're going to invest it back into this project. Secondly, primary job creation. So while CNAs are the primary employees, it was mentioned last time that we have a low unemployment rate here in the Bridger Valley, which is true because if you don't get a job at the mine or at the school, you typically move away from the area. These types of jobs are not available. So we have 20 plus CNAs a year that don't have anywhere to work. Nurses often have to leave the area. We don't have a hospital here. They travel as far as Evanston and Kimmer and Rock Springs. These are people that we can create jobs for here, and they can make a big difference in their families. And then third was the looking into other funding. So we uncovered every rock and stone. We've looked through private banking. We went through every option of government funding, and nothing really is going to work as well as the loan and grant program through the Business Council. With interest rates rising regularly, a private banking option is just not going to work, and it doesn't work well with the Wyoming Business Council funding. The other forms of government funding, we didn't meet the criteria. With this being able to help the town and the business at the same time, a win-win situation. We feel like this is our smartest choice and really our only choice. And we really need the help of the state to help get this project funded and through, because without your help, it's going to be really difficult to fund a project like this. So we hope that you'll give us a positive vote for funding our project and appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, not so much a question, but I just really want to express appreciation for sort of the sharpening of the pencils that occurred between the last meeting and this meeting. I think that really is a sort of a poster child for an example of how this process should work, because they did not get the proposed outcome the first time around. And I think we've come to a much better place, and I just really, really appreciate their efforts and dedication to both their project and their community.
Okay, thank you. Further comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move to fund the town of Lyman as requested.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there support?
Second?
Did I hear you second it? I'm going to give it to the Secretary. Secretary of State seconded it. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations. Ms. Reed, I think we have Town of Glen Rock, McGinley Manufacturing Expansion.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Town of Glen Rock requests a $2,997,294 business committed grant to construct an 8,400 square foot facility for the expansion of McGinley Manufacturing. This facility will be located on a parcel of land currently owned by the company. If the project is approved, the company will transfer ownership of the land to the Town of Glen Rock. In 2015, the Town of Glen Rock received a $1.35 business committed grant to purchase McGinley Orthopedic Innovations' original facility located at 585 East Birch Street. The proposed facility will sit adjacent to the company's current facility and be very similar in size and scope. The Business Council has also funded McGinley in other ways, such as the AS 9100D certifications and the Trade Show Incentive Grant Program. The purpose of this grant request is to expand McGinley Manufacturing to include the aerospace and defense markets. McGinley Manufacturing recently partnered with the Business Council to accomplish their AS 9100D certifications in preparation for the expansion of the U.S. Air Force's ground-based strategic deterrent missile upgrade in Cheyenne. The company will also be able to increase their current custom manufacturing, which includes medical devices and implants, as well as oil, gas, and mining equipment. The proposed facility will also have the capability to manufacture for other niche companies in the fabrication of parts. The retention, they plan to retain 14 employees and creating up to 26 employees. These numbers, it has changed since they did the original grant application. So these numbers now include sales positions. They originally did not. Furthermore, the additional sales positions will be located around the state, not just in the Glen Rock community. The median wages do meet county median. The company's wages do meet county median now. The median wage for all positions in year 1 will be $25.02 an hour, and in year 5, $27.95 an hour. Converse County's median wage is $24.52 an hour. This factors in all positions, not just the ones in Glen Rock. So that does include all of the sales positions that will be located around the state. If you take out those sales positions, the median wage in year 1 is $23.98 and $27.14 in year 5. The number of jobs created does fit well within a community of this size. Glen Rock is not a huge community, and so 40 employees is a pretty decent number for them. The review and analysis of the company's business plan did not raise any concerns. McGinley Manufacturing is a custom machine and fabrication shop with a fully integrated engineering team. Their capabilities include high precision turning, milling, welding, machining, replacement part fabrication, CNC plasma cutting, and powder coating. The company is currently pursuing equity financing from various ventures. Specifically, a $40 million equity financing is underway and will be used to build nationwide marketing campaign, creation of an additional sales force, increased research and development, possible acquisitions of new medical device technologies, and increased staffing in finance, accounting, and human resources. Finally, the company is also pursuing potential contracts for aerospace and defense up to $8 million, but they have not received any of those yet. McGinley Manufacturing would contribute 2.3% of jobs in Glen Rock with this expansion. They have a population of about 2,200 and a workforce of about 1,000. So that means they would be about 2.3%. The town is planning to update their strategic plan in 2023. They do not have a current plan, but they are anticipating going through that process sometime this year. And there is potential to diversify the local economy. Currently, approximately 20% of the Glen Rock workforce works in mining, oil, and gas extraction industries. And so this would add diversity and growth to the Glen Rock economy. The total annual impact for Converse County is a little over $900,000. That does include all of those positions. So some of that impact may be seen outside of Converse County, but still within the state of Wyoming. And then the return on investment would be 3.3 years for the BRC funds to recapture the funding. Local revenue recapture plan is for business park improvements and workforce housing development. They see both of those as needs in their community. And this project does align with the state economic development strategy by activating new sectors in advanced manufacturing. The compelling items for this project is the number of jobs in the small town of Glen Rock. It is a business retention and expansion, or BRE project, and we do like to see those in the state. And there is that potential for the community to further diversify their economy by increasing their manufacturing. The concerning items that we have is the BRC program does not fund equipment. This request includes equipment as well as the building. That is in our rules, and the definition of ineligible project costs includes equipment and furnishings. Past performance, in the initial grant application in 2015, they had stated they would create 12 jobs, but they actually only created 10 jobs during that period. So their past performance was not as well as we had wanted it to be. And finally, the BRC funding leverage is 79% of total project costs. And so we are a high majority of project costs in this project. So the board's recommendation is to fund 90% of the building only, at $1,370,733, with an escalating revenue recapture returned to BRC based on job creation performance metrics. So as per rule, BRC gets 25% back. With this project, if they do not meet the job creation numbers that they had put forth, we would increase that percentage back to the BRC funding. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there questions? Madam Auditor and then the Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, can you talk about that escalating? How does that can you actually put some numbers behind that? Like, is there, okay, by year one, you said 5 jobs and you only made 4, so what does it increase by?
Yeah, so we've discussed this internally, and we were thinking about 2%. So if they don't create any of those jobs, we would get, I think it was 70% of total grant costs back, but we would do it per job. So if they don't create by year 5 all of those jobs, then because we won't get any revenue back until some of those things go into place. So we were thinking of 2%.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up?
Yes, and I see the director putting a finger to the button.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Madam Auditor, the intent or the numbers is that that 70% would be the highest point return back, but then per job created, that would drop it down to that 25%, which is the minimum by statute. And so the idea there is to ensure that we have performance, and that's the intent behind that.
Thanks. Your follow-up.
So, Mr. Chairman, that would be in addition to rent paid that has to be back to the town of Glen Rock that has to be paid regardless of, I mean, if there's 0 jobs created, that has to be paid.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Auditor, the one thing to remember is that the Business Council is at arm's length in this in some ways. So we have an agreement with the town of Glen Rock. We provide funding for, in this case, for the building, for that asset. The town of Glen Rock can then choose to utilize that asset in essentially any means that they would like. They could provide completely free rent if they so choose. That doesn't generally happen because you have to maintain the facility and you want to bring in some operating money as well as bring some revenue into your town. But we don't control that portion of it. What we can control is at the event of a transfer of ownership. So at year 5, if the community wished to sell that asset to the business, there is what's called a revenue recapture plan. And there is a minimum of 25% of that transaction comes back to the state. We because of the performance, past performance, and also because we want to make sure that companies are hitting their marks, we have suggested that a pay for performance model be utilized in the revenue recapture. If no jobs are created, we didn't do our job. So we think that that money should come back to the state so that we can use it again. If jobs are created and the economics of the community increase and improve, every job then kind of ticks that down a little bit, and more of that money stays in the community, less of it comes back to the state. Did that help clarify that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer.
Wanted to double check the terms on the return on investment. Said it was 3.3 years, or is that for the entire amount requested, or is that for the 1370?
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That was based on the 1.37, I believe.
And so how many years then would that be for the entire?
I believe it was about 5.8 years if it was the
5.8.
entire. Yes.
And I think I've seen, I guess a lot of returns on investments, but it seems like a lot of them are over that 5.8 years. Or am I just misremembering?
Mr. Treasurer, we like to see projects come in under 5 years ROI because that's our reporting period. So we do like to see it being under 5 years. And so if it's under 5 years, we kind of consider it a, kind of a thumbs up type of a thing. But we've been really trying to keep it under that 5 years ROI.
I guess if you're doing the math and how much money would it be on that at that level of return if you're going to bring it in right at 5 years?
Mr. Treasurer, can you restate your question?
Yeah, I mean, 1.37 is 3 years and change. If it was 5 years, what would that number be?
Oh, that is a great question, Mr. Treasurer. I would have to do the math, but I would estimate about 2.5 million probably, give or take.
They're wanting
But I could
2.9,
definitely-
but they could bring it in a 5-year thing's around 2.5.
Yes, and I could do the math for that, but I would guess it would be around 2.5 million
Okay,
to
thank you.
make that 5-year mark.
Thank you. Follow up, any more? Nope.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent, then I see the auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Reed, can you explain why the 90% of building costs rather than full amount for business costs, or building costs, excuse me?
Yes, thank you, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Chairman. The reason we said 90% is rules say that the match for this size community has to be 10% of eligible project costs. And since our rules say that equipment is ineligible, I based it off of eligible project costs, which is the building only. So 90% of the building is what BRC funds could pay for.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, sort of as a follow-up to the issue the treasurer brought up in your response, if we were to contemplate a ROI over 5 years on this or any project, it doesn't appear like there's any provision in the rules to capture reporting after 5 years. So say we said, oh, this project have a 7-year ROI, we would have to change the rules so that you could even, for example, require a report at 7 years.
Madam Auditor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you elaborate on their first WBC agreement, the inability to meet their marks in terms of jobs created? Can you elaborate on how many it was and what the totals were and what the proposal was originally?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. I was not with the BRC program at the time, but what I believe is they stated in the original application they would create 12 jobs. And at the end of that 5-year reporting, they had only put in 10 years into the reporting requirements. 10 jobs into the reporting requirements. When we spoke to them about that during this application process, they stated that when they first started, because it was kind of a new company at that time in 2015, they had created a sales force that was separate from their technical and engineering people. And that process didn't work great because the medical devices that they work on are so technical that they really need almost an engineer type of person that actually also acts as a salesperson. And so that's why they feel that they weren't able to meet those original numbers, is they had to work through how they sell their medical devices and how they go through that process.
Further questions from the staff? Mr. Bump, is there anyone online? And if not, is there anyone in the audience here who'd like to speak to the town of Glen? I see Mr. Short here. Commissioner, how are you?
Very well, Mr. Chairman, Slib Board. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and address this issue associated with the application for McGinley Manufacturing in the town of Glen Rock. McGinley has shown that they are a very adept and willing partner with the town of Glen Rock. They work very diligently to contribute back to the community in ways more than just job creation. In fact, they've been instrumental in helping the construction of a Boys and Girls Club, which we think is fundamental in helping our kids see a future that gives them the opportunity to actually develop into contributing members of society. As a product of Glen Rock, please don't hold this against the folks who are applying. I grew up in Glen Rock, and had it been for a Boys and Girls Club, maybe I wouldn't have struggled quite so long in my life to find a path forward. That said, McGinley has worked very diligently to try to diversify an otherwise very narrow economic window in Glen Rock. As the former largest private employer in Glen Rock, I know firsthand how difficult it is to have the opportunity to do something outside of the extraction industry. Our businesses had 123 employees just prior to COVID coming to town, and that was a real fun time for all of us. As we can well appreciate, an industry that we're talking about here in manufacturing may not be subject quite as sensitively to the whims of the commodities market. We see advanced manufacturing as one of those economic engines that is vital to helping diversify the economy in our great state. And I humbly ask for your support in this proposal to the extent that it follows the rules and the guidance presented by the Business Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Short. Are there any other questions? Appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Bump, I think we have a couple of people online.
Mr. Chairman, we'll go to Tanya Johnson.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
we sure can.
Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tanya Johnson, and I work for McGinley Orthopedics and McGinley Manufacturing as a Quality System and Communication Associate. So my job is to make sure that we are compliant, meeting the 1345 standard and the AS 9100 standard. And we have been successful in doing that. And with the expansion, the building, including the machines, it would give us the opportunities to be able to bring on more customers that focus on medical devices and aerospace. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Johnson? I hear none. Mr. Bump, is there someone else?
Mr. Chairman, we'll go to Bruce Raumel.
Mr. Roundmill.
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes, I'm Bruce Romell. I'm the mayor of the town of Glen Rock, and we're here to speak to you today. Unfortunately, the weather's has kept us from getting there this morning to speak to you in person, and I appreciate your time. Just want to let you know that McGinley Manufacturing has been a great company to partner with here and what they've done. I want to tell you things that we have done in the last 4.5, 5 years to make our community a more attractive to business and community and families. As we've upgraded probably just over 70% of our infrastructure of water, sewer, and streets. And that's been also a great help from actually the Slib board for grant monies that we've received to get that done. We also have spent our own money to build what is called the town square, which is a large outdoor arena that has a amphitheater and very large video screen. We have buildings there. We have we run all the equipment, take care of our playgrounds, our big splash park, our basketball court. Right now we have a synthetic ice skating rink that's set up there. So we've done things to make our community look better and draw people in from out of the community, out of county, out of state, or from around the state to come and see our facility and the entertainment we do there during the summer, Friday night at the square. You know, the facility was built by town funds. There was no grant funds in that, and we spent $4.5 million to do that project. We also saw the need for building a building here to help our Boys and Girls Club for our community, for our children. And the Converse County Commissioners and the county partnered with us to build a $1.75 million building for our Boys and Girls Club to house in, and a great place and for our children to be, and some guidance there. We've also had a TAP grant, which we extended our pathway clear through the town of Glen Rock, through the center of town of Glen Rock, from our west border to our east border. So it's a avenue of travel for you know, people walking, biking, people be able to walk to and from different areas in our towns where our schools are spread out to safely, and not be out along the highway, where the highway goes through the center of our town. We have a great rec center here that is funded through the rec board, you know, through the a mill levy, and our rec has been designed to be free to the public, and almost all their equipment and use in the building. We've really worked hard to showcase our community through that, and with Main Street, and to make it more attractive to draw more business here. And I believe if we can expand McGinley Manufacturing, that'll bring more families to our community, and I believe will help diversify our economy here, because we are looking at a serious situation that affects us and the county and the state with the decommission of Rocky Mountain Power, our Dave Johnson power plant, by around 2027. And they currently employ over 200 people, and that's going to be a devastating loss to our community, to our county, and the ripple effects across our state. So we're hoping that you would look at the total cost of our project to fund it. And I understand with the new rules and everything else where you're at, but I would really wish you would consider what this will do, and the change in, you know, our diversity of our economic in our country, instead of being a total county for total extraction in that. So thank you for your time. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any questions for the mayor? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor, thanks for tuning in virtually. There's been a lot of, this is somewhat ancillary, but there's been a lot of talk about the other empty building in Glen Rock relating to an old BRC project. Has there been any efforts to dispose of that, or why, you know, how have those gone? Why are, you know, if you're still sitting on it, why, I guess?
Yes, Madam Auditor, we do have a building that was part of a Wyoming Business Council grant for, it started out as A Square, and that became Sharp's Rifle Company. It was a manufacturing of in the gun industry. Yes, we do still have the building. We've had interest in the past on it. Right now, we have interest in the building for some of the interest from a group of gunsmiths and stock makers of wanting to possibly lease and buy our building out there. Since that has come about, we just spent the time and money to have it appraised, and for the property, and the building came in over just about $960,000. So now we have a project where, some numbers, so we can go back to them with some ideas of what they might be able to want to lease it for and or purchase the property. We're very active in wanting to sell that out there. We've also increased the size of that business park out there for land that could be bought, it'd be given away or given for almost nothing for a company to come in and build buildings. The building also has seen interest of possibly satellite companies coming in that if we expand McGinley Manufacturing would be a great building for spinoff part of that system out there. Doing the iodizing of material that McGinley Manufacturing produces at this time. So yes, we're actively trying to get that piece of property back into the hands of private business, and the money that would come from that is still part of that business grant money. So we would meet those requirements from that at that time, or if it stays with the community, from money we got from that in the past is all being used for economic development here. Most of it we've committed towards this project of the $377,627, which is approximately 10% of the project at this time. But yes, we're actively pursuing to try to do that and try to draw more business and some more diversification here in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up. So how long has that been empty?
I believe Johnson, Mr. Johnson and Sharp's Manufacturing, we moved them out of there. Finally, it came to where things weren't getting done. So they moved, that was all closed out just a little over 2 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Madam Moderator. Further questions? Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Bump, is anyone else wishing to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, no more hands. Nope, Mr. Chairman. Joseph McGinley.
Dr. McGinley.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Slib board. I appreciate you taking the time to review this application and consider the impact on the town of Glen Rock. I just want to address a couple of the points that have been raised so far. First, regarding the job creation in that prior grant. Just to be clear, some of the positions that were accounted for were the positions that are physically in Glen Rock, but the sales positions that have been created are in addition to those 10 that are listed in that recapture. So up here in Casper, we have 3 new and additional sales reps that were part of that transition process. These individuals sell exclusively the products that are made in Glen Rock, and these are products that are being used literally around the world. We have made in Glen Rock products in Egypt, South Africa, Panama, and all across the United States. So there are additional positions. Quality systems, again, just because of location and physical jobs. Some of the individuals like Tanya Johnson, she works at least 50% of her time with McGinley Manufacturing, but is housed up in Casper. So, that job creation number is not precise as far as, what was actually been done. Another key point on that, during COVID, we had no layoffs, we had no downsizing of our work crew, we had no reduction in hours. We maintained all of their salaries, all of their benefits, and even during the struggles of COVID, we kept all of the positions intact without any changes. So on jobs, again, that one, I think we did meet the requirements. It's just how you count them. And Mr. Secretary, I think you touched on this a few times, and I agree with you completely. Communication, I think, is key. And communication has been a challenge. And, definitions and how we define things and how we calculate things there is a difference in opinions. Regarding what's being called equipment, these are identical items to what were included in the previous grant of 2015. At the time, they were called and labeled permanent fixtures, meaning you can't physically remove them from the building without taking the wall off the building. So this will be no different than an AC system, a door, or a window. So this is not a box of tools that you can just pick up and walk out of the building. These things are the size of 2 SUVs. They require cranes to bring them in and attach them, physically attach them to the building. Even with tax assessment, these pieces of machinery get included as part of the tax assessment on the building itself. So, you know, again, it's a little bit of wording on there, but these pieces of machinery were previously defined as permanent fixtures of the building, which would not be any violation of the rules of the Business Council. Also on the machinery, these are not specialized pieces of equipment. These are not being used for any specific product that we make. What we're requesting is to expand the facility for production of aerospace manufacturing specifically. As the Business Council represented, we did receive aerospace certification with a successful partnership with the council. They're great to work with on that and helped us get through that process. We now want to utilize that and meet the goals of the state of Wyoming in expanding high-tech manufacturing in a town of 2,200 people. It's not easy to do that. You know, if you were to just say, how do you create aerospace manufacturing? Where would you put it? I mean, people won't raise their hand and say the town of Glenrock, right? I mean, it's a small community, doesn't have all of the ancillary resources to support aerospace manufacturing. But we've made it. We made it work, and we were successful with it. With the prior grant, again, we met all the requirements of it. We purchased the building and all the machinery back. We paid rent and lease the whole time. We funded all of the improvements to the building. We paid for all of the repairs of everything that was associated with the building, and all this was committed to in this current grant application. Those funds were used to help develop the town of Glenrock. As the mayor commented, if you've been downtown in Glenrock, it's a wonderful community. Very vibrant downtown. They have a new splash pad that I think probably outcompetes with ours in Casper at this point, but a new Boys and Girls Club, which is an incredible facility, and really just a lot of energy in the downtown. Some of those funds were used from the recapture from the previous grant that was successful on our end. So moving forward, what does this mean? We're looking for expansion of the facility to specifically focus on one of the main goals of Wyoming, that's expansion of high-tech manufacturing and aerospace and defense. That's not an easy ask. It's not an easy ask on our end. We're willing to commit much more than even captured in that grant. We're donating the land. We're willing to buy back all of the machinery, all of the building, pretty much everything similar to what we did in the last go-around. In addition to that, in the previous grant, again, it's not captured in finances, but we contributed well over 1.5 million to other ancillary improvements at that site with additional machinery. We purchased a machine that was almost $1 million because of the success of that. That is not captured anywhere in these numbers. So, you know, we're committed to the town of Glenrock. We're committed to Wyoming. We're proud to make products in Wyoming and sell those all across the country. It's not easy to do, as you can possibly imagine. What this grant helps us to do is safely, as a business, expand in a reasonable way so that we're not putting government funds at risk, that we're not putting the town at risk, and we're not putting our own business at risk. We are committed to it, but not to make a poor business decision at the same point in time. We've demonstrated to be a proud partner. We're not planning on moving. Even if we did, we put a clause in the contract that if we were to move anywhere, even if we were to move Buffalo, there would be a full payback of all of this grant from McGinley. So that's actually in there as well, and that proves our commitment to this project. So again, I really would appreciate your support for this. This means a lot to the town of Glenrock and expansion in a small town. They've been an incredible community partner, and we're proud to be there and proud to make products made in Glenrock, Wyoming. I'd appreciate your time and consideration, and willing to answer any questions of the board.
Thank you, Doctor. Are there questions for, yes, Mr. Treasurer?
Yep. Dr. McGinley, I don't know whether this would be for you or the staff, but you know, there's a little discussion about the payback time period here, and having not, I guess, figured and calculated the factors that are in the payback period time. I guess it would, the question either to staff or Dr. McKinley, how do you get from over 5 to at 5 as far as what factors would have to be changed or what areas of performance would have to be enhanced to bring this grant amount into 5 years or less? I think staff is going to answer that, Mr. McKinley.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, so there are a number of levers you could pull to make the ROI work, right? So if we keep everything as it is today, the only lever we would pull would be the grant amount. And so we would just have to calculate it to a 5-year payback. So if we kept all of the jobs the same, the wages the same, and all of the factors that go into that ROI calculation the same, but only change the grant amount, we would just need to do the math to interpolate it to 5 years rather than out at 5.8.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. So I guess what if we actually had more jobs, then that would cause that factor to go down, and so there's I guess there's a possibility that if the applicant outperformed, then I'm trying to think of a way that we fund them at the 5-year at the performance level. But if there was maybe we put in a outperformance clause that would allow for a secondary payment for outperformance. I don't know if you've done that or not. I mean, I guess it's kind of interesting concept to give somebody a performance to do, a payment to do a better job. We do it in some circumstances, but I don't know if the Business Council ever has.
Yep, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, first of all, I like the brainstorming on the fly. I think this is fun. It's a good exercise. One of the things that I think we need to consider is that these are projections and these are things that we work with in order to make this decision. Many of the grants and loans that we put out there outperform, right? That's gravy, right? And we like that, and we want to encourage that and make that possible. Most folks tend to be a little conservative at the beginning of what this could be because they're business people. They understand that they don't always get to control everything. And so most of the time our grants typically outperform. So I think we don't want to put anything in there necessarily that changes that calculus right now. We want to base it on that projection. But again, I think it sort of depends on how you structure the motion and the amount in that motion and how we figure that. So perhaps there's some flexibility to say, holding all things equal except the grant amount and ROI of 5 years, something like that. If that was the way that the board wanted to do that, that's an option, I suppose. But for us, we've actually gone back on this project a number of times to refactor it. We've seen multiple applications from the community with differing job amounts, and those we've kind of worked with them to get this to a state where it is today. So I think that they feel pretty good about it. We feel good about our calculations, and now I guess it's the pleasure of the board. But thank you for that.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer. And just as a note, having gone through a couple of things where we've tried to do things in committee floor at the time, and then trying to work back out of those at a later date, I hope we can kind of keep a little bit on track. Director, to the point that was made a little bit earlier about the reporting, I think the auditor made this not being at over 5 years. I think that can be corrected in the motion. Would that be your thought as well?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that it could. I believe that that the pleasure of this board gets to decide a lot, and I believe that you could, in fact, extend that reporting period out. And I would appreciate it in those cases where it does extend out. I think all parties involved really want to report and show that they've done a great job with the state's investment. So I can't see where that would be a problem for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Madam Auditor, did you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, I have several questions for the doctor, and I'll try to move through them fairly quickly. So, Dr. McGinley, thanks for being here. One of the things that has been sort of thrown about constantly in these discussions is I think the $40 million in equity being raised. And again, the only reason I bring that up is because it has been brought up multiple times in conversations I've had. Why does this project not have access to that funding to sort of meet the equipment needs? And if it doesn't, why does it keep coming up in discussions about this project? I hope that question makes sense.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor. Great question. So as we innovate with products, product development, patenting of products, we are also leading the way with fundraising. So the way that we're bringing in investors is called a Regulation A+ investment round. It's one of the nuances of the Jobs Act, and it allows us to bring investment directly to the community members. So previously, a company like ours that would like to grow and hit that growth curve, we'd have to go to private equity. Private equity usually changes direction of the company, takes a large chunk, and individual investors usually pay the price for that. With this type of investment, we take the investment from Wall Street and bring it to Main Street. We're still a privately held company, but individuals can invest. We have a 40 million round open right now. The goal with that primarily is to expand sales and marketing of our products. And again, this gets back to definitions and captures and making sure that we're trying to be as transparent as possible with this grant specifically. But you're absolutely right. Those funds are going to be used to sell the products that are made in Glenrock. And with the revenue that's coming in from those products as well as the investment, it's not that we're going to say, hey, we're not investing in the manufacturing facility. I mean, we would. We've showed that in the previous grant rounds. We've shown it at that facility continuously. So to answer your question, yes, those funds would come back. It's just not budgeted specifically for the equipment because the sales force that we're recruiting and developing are to sell the products that are being made, which then creates more stability in the company and growth in the company, which can then further support jobs. All that job growth would be in Wyoming. Again, a lot of it would be housed at our facility in Casper, just because of logistics, but they would exclusively be selling the products that are made at the manufacturing facility. So there would be direct results from that. What we're looking at with this grant is expansion of the facility specifically for the aerospace and defense market. But those machines can be used for medical just the same. So if capacity needed to rise on the medical side, we could easily shift that. It's just programming of this equipment. Whereas, if we had a new nuclear facility being developed in Wyoming and they were supporting local manufacturing, we could provide services to that as well. So, just to be honest and transparent and not, just throwing something out there that we can't fully deliver on, we put a grant together that we're comfortable on delivering on. Assuming that the investment round is unsuccessful, we could still deliver on that. So we don't want to overstate it. We don't want to overpromise. We want to make sure that we're good stewards of the funds and that makes sure that we're still partnering with the community.
Mr. Chairman, I have a few others, if that's okay.
Yep, please go ahead.
So just to clarify, that capital call is related to McGinley Manufacturing, not one of the other companies.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, the company structure. So McGinley Orthopedics is the parent company. McGinley Manufacturing is a fully owned subsidiary of McGinley Orthopedics. So the companies are essentially related. There's different names on the facilities. We try to separate that just from an accounting standpoint. We keep the manufacturing at the manufacturing facility and the engineering and development at the orthopedic facility, because the orthopedic facility is focused more on the orthopedic products, whereas manufacturing is diverse and generic. So, we do manufacturing for hard rock mining. Ironically, during COVID, we received contract manufacturing from other medical companies that their facilities were closed down in other states. So we do have that diversity at the manufacturing facility that is completely separate from the orthopedic parent company. But the funding that's coming in, it's for the company as a whole. But, if you look at the success of the business, the best way to be successful is sell more products, right? I mean, generate more revenue, generate more profit. The way we have to do that is create awareness of what we're doing and create a sales team that can go out there and recruit this business and bring those funds into Wyoming. Pretty much 99% of the sales funds that are generated are from out of state. So, a lot of this, including the investment round, is out of state funding that's coming in to support and grow a Wyoming-based company.
Mr. Chairman. Dr. McGinley, how many of the current 14 employees work in Glen Rock, and how many of them live in Glen Rock? And then the second part of that question is, of the 26 employees, the projected number of added jobs, how many of those will actually work in Glen Rock? And is there any, thought process or plan that those employees will actually live in Glen Rock?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, great question. As far as the breakdown of current employees, I'd have to defer that to our VP of Manufacturing, Ben Warren, who I believe is on the call or present, but he can provide that information exactly. A majority of those individuals do live in Glen Rock. I know that for sure. I think a couple live in Casper and travel to Glen Rock for work. Regarding the job creation, the machining positions would be at Glen Rock. The sales positions most likely would be up in Casper, but they would be selling the products that are made in Glen Rock. We can't guarantee where someone will live. We would assume that individuals on the manufacturing side would most likely live in Glen Rock, and those on the product sales side would most likely live in Casper. But we can't require that, obviously, when they're doing it. That's just what we see as the breakdown right now.
And Mr. Chairman, how many of those 26 positions are sales positions? I know there's a delineation, but I haven't heard the breakdown of how many are proposed to be sales.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, great question. I don't know that exact breakdown. I don't know if the Business Council has that in front of them. If not, I know the mayor and Mandy probably have that exact information preparing that grant. So I don't have that exact number in front of me. I apologize.
Ms. Reed appears to have those numbers.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Chairman, it was 11 of the 26 newly created positions were going to be sales positions, and then 4 of the 14 current are sales.
So Mr.
15
Chairman,
total, yeah.
Chairman, just to be, the point I'm trying to make is when we talk about jobs added to Glen Rock, that 40 job number is not in Glen Rock. It's about half that. Is that accurate? Maybe 23, somewhere in there?
Yes, Madam Auditor. Yeah, I would say 23 to 25 will probably be located in Glen Rock, and then the remaining are sales positions, which, could be located anywhere in the state.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I have 2 more.
And let me, are they along the same lines? I do want to have the superintendent have a chance, so let let her go, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is around Dr. McGinley's statement of the equipment not being a violation of rules. And so this might be something for the council staff to respond to. But as being new on this board and trying to understand all of the rules, I see that the prohibition of equipment has been in place in rules since 2012 or earlier. Can you give us some more information of whether or not this equipment in the past was classified as part of the facility being attached, and if that's eligible? I'm just trying to understand exactly what is eligible in our rule.
Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I believe that the rules were changed after the 2015 to include equipment as an ineligible expense. I believe at the time that the first grant application in 2015, they stated that the machinery was fixed. How do they fix assets, I believe, as part of the facility. And so at that time, BRC staff and the board went along with that. Over the years, we've looked at that, and we've never done another type of project like that. That was the only project that we've ever funded equipment in. And part of it is because after that project came in, we talked about how our contract, our dollars go to the community. They don't go to the business. And so we don't feel as staff that a depreciating asset like equipment and machinery should be put on the community's books, and that they should be responsible for it. And so since it's a community asset, we don't feel that equipment should be funded with state dollars to go to a community asset. And we do feel that there are other programs available that can help fund equipment and machinery. We have a 50-50 program at the Business Council where we can work directly with a business and a bank to fund things like equipment and machinery. And so we just feel that the BRC program is not the best use for funding those types of things, and that it really should be for infrastructure and meetings.
Mr. Chairman, just a very quick follow-up. So I just want to confirm then that per rule, equipment is ineligible even if it is affixed to the building.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. And then I'm going to go back to the auditor and to the treasurer, but I do see that Mr. McGinley or Dr. McGinley had his hand up. Dr. McGinley, did you want to speak to that point?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification on the roles, and Bert, I believe you're there with the Business Council, and I had asked that specific question that the superintendent just asked, and the rules actually did state equipment was ineligible back in 2015 and as early as 2012. There was a rule change, but I believe it was a minor change, and I don't have the exact wording, but it was essentially at the discretion of the staff were the only words that were added. So, you know, if you look at defining of equipment, at the time, we had literally the same exact discussion with the Business Council and the Slib board members. And because of the equipment being physically attached, the analogy they used, and I thought this was rather creative, is that if you turn the building upside down, whatever falls to the ceiling would be considered equipment. Anything that doesn't fall is considered part of the building. And I know that's a simple analogy, but that's essentially where the line was drawn on what would be defined as equipment versus a fixture of the building. So that's our history on that particular point. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. McGinley. Mr. Treasurer, I'll follow you, and then I'll come back to the auditor.
I think my question was answered in the discussion, and that was that have we ever done this before? And it sounds like yes, we've done it before. And the difference was the discretion of the staff, and the staff is trying to get away from that. My question is though, this other program, and this goes, I guess, on was Dr. McGinley, I guess, notified that there was a change in the rule change in this other grant program was available for a 50-50 match. And my question is, I guess, I'd like to say, okay, let's give them the 50-50 match, you know, if there's no other avenue, if we can't say that the board can I guess, overrule the discretion of the staff, you know, I don't know how the process would go, but it's frustrating if there isn't that communication and things can't go seamlessly through because you get a building and then it might take you in the supply chain longer to get the equipment here than it is to actually build the building. And so I'm just wondering how accommodative we are to all the circumstances that might exist to have something go on in a seamless manner.
Mr. Director.
Thank you. Sorry.
No worries.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, I think that's a really good question, and I think communication is something that I might address globally at the end. But I can assure you that in this case, there have been many instances where that communication has happened. In so much as we actually this project was presented in the December board meeting to our board. And our board has spent an inordinate amount of time analyzing this, looking at every which way we could take care of this and do it correctly. And it was tabled at that time so that we could even go back again and look at ways to accommodate this. So the communication has been there, the work has been there, and our board twice has recommended it as such, or tabled it once and then recommended the building only. That's not to say that this isn't a great project. It's an exciting project. It's fantastic. And so I think it's important to understand the rigor that has taken place. I think it's also important to understand that discretion is important as well. And we utilize that discretion and we made this call this way. And so I get it. It's not perfectly in a black and white box that everybody can understand. It's discretionary. And so I appreciate the discussion that we've had today. Just know that the communication has been there. And I also know that the board has deliberated and the staff has deliberated and gone through this many, many times to try to try to make it work. So thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I get a little fine tuning the deliberations, the staff and the board. Was there ever at any time deliberations that said that, that we would approve or we do approve the 50/50 grant for equipment?
So Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, it's not a 50/50 grant. It's a participation loan where we participate with a bank and get a blended interest rate. And so that process would have to go through on its own. But those tools have been communicated, as well as a BRC loan to the community and the business.
Can you explain the participation there? I mean, sometimes you have a participation, it's a non-recourse loan. Sometimes it is a non-recourse loan. I guess the way you're explaining is that it's a 100% loan, or at least anything that's loaned out has to be paid back. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, yes, that is correct. This is directly with the business through our loan programs, not the Business Ready Communities program.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and Madam Auditor, back to you.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. McGinley, I have what probably sounds like a silly question, but I hope you'll entertain me. It's two pieces. I understand it's two substantial pieces of equipment you're trying to acquire. Are those available used?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, great question. As the treasurer was proposing, the 5-year limit, which essentially effectively would reduce this grant amount, I was thinking the exact same thing. The issue with used equipment is the unknown of the functionality of it. So yes, the price is typically lower, but when you have used equipment coming in, there's always the risk of catastrophic failures. And then as we presented previously, one of the challenges of developing aerospace manufacturing is the lack of infrastructure and support for this type of machinery and growth. So if the equipment went down, we would typically have to have someone come in closest from Colorado for several days, all at the expense of the company. So the preferred tax structure here in Wyoming and community gets washed quickly when you have the additional expenses of infrastructure. So that would be a consideration for sure, especially if the board considered the treasurer's proposal in this situation. That's exactly what we would look at as well. And in addition to that, I think considering other ways to develop this in a meaningful way, that's just one. So if we said, hey, we're going to sort of split the difference on this and get to a point that's palatable, then that's up to us to meet that. And then if it's not possible, then we don't move forward. But regarding the grant and loan program, it was presented by another grant proposal earlier today. They looked at the finances of that, and it wasn't feasible. It's the same thing. We looked at that as well. So we looked at loans, we looked at traditional loans. Again, not only does Glenrock lose the recapture on that, but from a financial standpoint, it tips the scales on our end, because we're investing a significant amount of money in training employees, because you're not going to find someone that could program a 5-axis CNC machine that's just going to walk in your door. That requires extensive cost and training for us to even create that individual. And then they can decide to leave after we do that. So, we have to balance all of the risk as a company when we're going to move forward with this type of project with the expenses. And that's where we came to this conclusion with the grant being the most financially feasible. Listen, we don't want an empty building, right? We don't want to waste the state's funds. We don't want to disappoint the town of Glenrock. So we put something together that we thought would be manageable and realistic for us to deliver on. So hopefully that answers your question, Madam Auditor.
It does. And Mr. Chairman, one last, I promise this is the
Thank
last
you.
one. And Dr. McGinley, I normally wouldn't ask this, because I think it's back to slightly out of our lane and more in the lane of the town of Glenrock. But you've brought up, a couple of times that essentially, if it, of course, we all hope and expect that nothing will ever go wrong, but if something were to change, and for example, the company moved or otherwise suffered some sort of failure, and please correct me if I state this wrong, you've sort of made a promise or captured that's paid back. And my question is, does that encompass the parent company or is that promise just from McGinley Manufacturing?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Madam Auditor. The companies so the legal responsibility of one company translates to the other company. So the language that our attorney put into the contract was essentially a promise that we would pay back any and all under any circumstance except bankruptcy, because that we can't make that promise on. Meaning, and the most realistic scenario would be an acquisition. So if we were acquired by another company and they said, well, we're not interested in maintaining manufacturing in Glen Rock, we have our own facility in Indiana or whatever else, that would be the most realistic scenario. So in that scenario, there would be a full payback of the grant. And that language is actually in the contract itself. So yeah, we're committed to it. We're committed to the town. We have no plans on leaving. But in one of those scenarios, the most realistic being acquisition, we do have that security in. And again, the town's aware of this and they're aware of that. The second point is, this equipment, let's just take the bankruptcy scenario. If both companies were to go completely bankrupt, this equipment maintains its value. So these pieces of machinery are not specialized to any one specific part or anything like that. They could be used for automotive, they can be used for aerospace, they can be used for medical. These are high value pieces of machinery that could be easily sold and transferred to their company. So it wouldn't be a building sitting there with machinery that could never be used. They would actually sell, I'm sure, quicker than the building itself. And again, the town of Glen Rock asked that question when we first put the grant together. So this question was answered, and actually was answered in the first round of the grants. Yeah, so in both scenarios, I think there is coverage within this grant.
Thanks. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was waiting for everybody to get done with the computer. My name is Travis Sides. I work for McGinley Manufacturing. And I can attest to it takes a long time to get here. I think we left at 4 o'clock yesterday and we didn't get in until 10 because we had to go into Nebraska, go down to 80 and come across. But it was a trip to get here. Kind of reiterating some of the points that Dr. McGinley made. Our machines are at capacity with the medical side. That's why the ask was for the equipment. I know it took, if we had the capacity, we've been trying to get some manufacturers in Wyoming to start using us that are using places like Taiwan. And we were trying to do a prototype for them. And it took something like 5 months to schedule that on our machine because of all the work going into that. And so the equipment will help us get into that market sooner because the aerospace and defense, all the contracts say, if you're late, they start penalizing you again and again. And so we can't take that jump as a small company without the equipment because it is really hard for small companies to get the capital in order to do that. I mean, a large company, yeah, they can do that easily. But I think the main purpose of the board is to stimulate the growth in the communities. And I think the question was asked by the auditor on how many people lived in Glen Rock. About 80% of them. I know me and one other person travel from Casper. So the rest of them live in the Glen Rock area. We've actually had 2 people that we've hired in the last year. One moved from Ogden, Utah to Glen Rock, and one moved from, I can't remember the name in Indiana, and he moved to Glen Rock as well. So our goal is to grow the community. I know it's a really close-knit community, and anytime you see anybody there, it's fun to talk to them. And one of my main goals as operations is I want to make it successful so that kids can stay in Wyoming. We have high schools and colleges come into our facility, and we've hired many of those same kids from college into our company. So I think that's helpful in getting more diversity in the state so that they're not leaving our state like they are currently, going to Denver or places like that to utilize these machines. And if you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Travis. Are there questions? Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Further questions? Any hands up, Mr. Bump? I don't see any. Any further comments from the board? If not, I would entertain a motion. Mr. Treasurer.
I would move that we move the recapture and the reporting period to a time of 6 years, not to exceed 6 years, and that we fund the full requested amount that would only include, I guess, in these areas that that would be fixtures, that would be fixtures that if you tip the building upside down, that they wouldn't fall to the ceiling.
Okay, so if I understand the motion, it's to move the full amount. It is to include the equipment as fixtures, and that you're going to move the reporting period to 6 years.
Reporting and recapture period.
And recapture to 6 years.
Yeah. Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, I think the really reason for that is for all the reasons that were stated here. You've got a community that might lose its largest employer a few years down the road. You got an industry that needs the capacity to build, and I think they're in industries that are non-correlative to anything else that we have in the state, and they're certainly resilient to pandemics. That's a new one. I think there's a lot of reasons that I think that we need to move forward on this one. And I didn't ask the question, but I had the feeling that this business could probably double about every 6 or 7 years. That when this grant is paid off, I think that they're going to be looking at that maybe they'll get to the point where they can get into the private equity market, and they're no longer on the government aspect of it. But that's I guess that's my motion. That's my reason for it, and I would hope that we have some support for this, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer, is there support for the treasurer's motion? Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It has been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like a clarification on the motion. I mean, so when you say the full requested amount, do you mean the WBC request or recommended request, or do you mean the request from the requestor?
I mean the latter, the request from the requestor. Is that about 2.9 million? Yeah.
2997, 294.
Okay, I'd like to speak to that.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting no on this. I think that the rules are pretty clear, and this is a violation of the rules, whereas I think some of the previous ones, the rules were unclear. I also think that, we've got a couple second bites of the apple in these requests, and I think you have to consider the previous record when we have these second bites at the apple. And I understand Dr. McGinley's point that a lot of the sales jobs ended up in Casper, but the reality is that the contract is with the town of Glen Rock. And I think there was an understanding there that those jobs were going to be there at that physical location, because that's what was being funded, and that didn't happen. So for a variety of reasons, I'm definitely a no on this motion, The other thing too, and it was in the minutes from the WBC meeting is, this question of why this wouldn't be a loan. And I'm not there that even having a grant in the first place is the right way to go. I believe in the town of Glen Rock, but I'm just not there on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still struggling a little bit on this, whether or not this equipment is a violation of the rules. And I feel like there's being different interpretations and of course we want discretion, we want flexibility, and this is, no discredit to the Business Council, but I am concerned about this conflict of having rules, but then having ability to waive rules. And my understanding has always been that rules act as statute. I mean, that we have to abide by those. And so I'm just struggling on what actually is included in that. And I'm hearing two different things. So I don't know right now how I feel comfortable about the motion, including both sides of the project is where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Mr. Treasurer.
I guess from my understanding that the board has a lot of discretion of its own. And so there's the Business Council Board, which is an instrumentality. It's not necessarily an agency of the state. So I think it's a gray area as far as what the actual, I guess, interpretation is, whether or not your rules are actually applicable to an equivalency of a statute or law, where the board's rules themselves are. And so that's, I think, kind of a gray area in that I guess we've never had that discussion in that regard. But I do know that the board does have some discretion as far as I know. I see some head nods, and we've done that before, so we're not necessarily breaking the law when we use our discretion. So I think I want to make that clear.
Yeah, and Mr. Treasurer, just a wee bit of history. If I remember correctly, the mushroom factory had a bunch of equipment that was tied to it as well, and that was special purpose equipment, which has been addressed by Dr. McGinley. But, the mushroom farm did not work out. And we have been trying to figure out ways to make that go. I do remember, because I think I was the only member of this board that was on in 2015, and I do remember at the time that it was a stretch. In fact, I think, Dr. McGinley, you can correct me, but I think it was turned down initially, and I went to the Business Council and said, here is an example of a company that's wholly in Wyoming, wholly of Wyoming, and has a real potential. And I think we did stretch the limits of the rules at that time to accommodate Dr. McGinley's manufacturing company. My problem at this juncture is that, we have Legacy Molding in Riverton, that if they had a grant, that certainly would make their economics look better. And I think also if you look at EMIT and the way they've been able to pivot from doing water treatment for coal bed methane to racking systems for Amazon. And I don't believe they came to the Business Council saying, look, our economics would be a lot better if we could just get a grant. I point these out because EMIT was started out as a fairly small company and has grown over time. This is no disrespect to McGinley Manufacturing, which is a remarkable success story, and I want to see it succeed. But it is something that I think the board should be aware of, that if we have an arbitrary rule that if you turn the building over and everything attached to it is part of the fixture, then MESCO, which we've been working with to try to figure out how to do primers, and Wandler's, businesses. I think there's a tremendous number of businesses that would use the same approach and analysis, and it would be very difficult to try to figure that out. So I put that in a little bit of perspective just because, we were so excited to see McGinley Manufacturing with their remarkable prowess in the medical instrumentation, in the medical equipment to get started. But, again, I think there's a precedent here that I want to be aware of.
Mr. Chairman, if there's a better description, maybe I was being a little too colorful in the description that might have far-ranging results, but I think that the board has probably made up their mind on which way they're going to go on this, and I would leave it at that. I think that the state, Glen Rock, and is missing a potential opportunity to have some very exciting long-term results, especially in light of the potential of the world climate situation that we're going to have with the power plant up there.
Yeah. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and I know we've all read this rule 400 times, and I laugh a little bit because I actually think there's a comma issue not dissimilar to the problem in our vacant land leasing statutes, that it could be interpreted a couple of ways. But I do think this is a really, really important place to either, to make sure we don't set policies we don't want to set. And it's my understanding that the equipment issue sort of, and the clarification and the additional discretion did come because, some applicants were just bolting everything to the floor, which then sort of, anything can become equipment at that point. And anyway, my issue is, I guess my point is I worry actually less about that in this decision specifically. My issue is the BRC match. The council and this board has been so conservative with these funds and has really gone above and beyond with leverage. We've really gotten, we've really stretched these monies and had them go very, very far. And there's just not quite enough leverage of these funds. And the math, I can't quite get there on the math on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Question's been called for. The motion is to, and let me make sure we've got this correct, fully fund $2,997,294 of the grant request to extend the recapture and report provisions to 6 years. And what else? And to consider the equipment fixtures. So that members of the board, is the motion that was put forward by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Is there any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye. I'll say ayes first. Nays?
No.
That motion fails.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
may I make another motion?
Absolutely.
I would move that we do fund 90% of the building costs as proposed by the Business Council.
The superintendent has moved the Business Council's recommendation.
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Sorry. And that's a no for the, sorry, I should have said that. Thank you. Nays? Very good. Thank you. We are at 5 minutes of 11. We're going to try to break for lunch at noon. And we have 2 more projects to do. So we're moving right along. This is what happens when you don't do things for a while there, Josh, So I'm going to keep us moving. Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Our next project comes from the City of Cody. The City of Cody requests a $1 million business committed grant and $296,288 business committed loan to construct a 16,000 square foot facility for the expansion of Wyoming Legacy Meats. This facility will be located on a 7.6 acre parcel owned by Forward Cody. All infrastructure is at the site. The loan will be repaid to the BRC account at a 1% interest rate over a 20-year period. Wyoming Legacy Meats initially opened in May 2018 and realized almost immediately that the demand for processing was high across the region. By fall 21, expansion plans were completed, and this expansion would allow for an increase of processing from 50 head a week to 100 head a day. Also around that time, the EDA awarded the project a $2.2 million grant, and Forward Cody secured an approximately $550,000 loan from a local bank. However, during this time, the owner, Frank Schmidt, determined he could no longer manage the company due to health concerns and put the business on the market. So on February 15th, 2022, Complete Health and Wellness, doing business as Complete Human, closed on the sale. The new owners have continued to operate the plant under the Legacy Meats name and will increase capacity by marketing not just to existing customers, but directly to consumers as outlined in their business plan. This project had originally submitted this application as a $1 million grant and was seeking the $296,288 as a grant from the USDA. They were denied funding from the USDA, so they came back to the Business Council Board to request that amount as a loan in addition to their $1 million BRC grant request. They have 24 current employees and they plan on creating 117 more. Their average wage currently for their 24 employees is $20 an hour. And as they increase employment and increase their sales, they plan for their median wage to be $24.46 an hour. Furthermore, the average wage for all of these will include benefits. Many positions in the Cody area do not have benefits as they are more tourism and service oriented. So the fact that these positions have benefits is a really great thing for the Cody area. Finally, the number of jobs created fits well within a community of this size. Complete Human is a nationally recognized health and nutrition company. Their products are marketed direct to consumer to over 3 million customers. During their research, they became interested in high-quality proteins, which led them to the Wyoming Legacy Meats. Company founder Olav Sandnes has been working in the health food industry for over 40 years. He and partner Evan DeMarco co-own KD Pharma, the third largest manufacturer and distributor of omega-3s in the world. Their third partner, Jana Breslin, is a fitness and nutrition expert with a social following larger than the population of Wyoming. Complete Human plans to utilize key industry influencers like Ms. Breslin to inspire consumers to seek high-quality Wyoming beef as part of their wellness and fitness lifestyle. Another component of this expansion is the waste product or offal. The current plant is unable to attract buyers for the offal, and as a result, much of that waste product is taken to the county landfill. Complete Human recently closed on the Cody Labs facility, which will be converted to a value-added processing facility where edible offal will be converted to capsule form, so they can utilize cartilage to create collagen capsules, for example, and then they can also use bones for dog treats and broths and things like that. This is a win-win for everybody. The company is able to utilize, that offal for further products, and landfill space is such a commodity that this will also be beneficial for the county landfill. Furthermore, an aerobic digester will be installed at the plant by the company to convert any unused byproduct into fertilizer. So they're really trying to take every aspect and make it a usable product in the future. And the financial strength of the company is strong. As stated before, the company did have a change of ownership in early 2022. And although there is always, potential risk during management changes, the financial capacity of the owners is and has been sufficient to handle any adversities the company may encounter during this transition period. The project does align with local community plans. Forward Cody has a focus on growing manufacturing and targeted industries which fit the community. These industries include firearms and outdoor equipment, furniture, and food products. So this fits right in their targeted industry research that they've done. There is already a food products cluster occurring in the region, and this project will just further enhance that ecosystem. Northwest College also has an existing certification program for training opportunities, and the company plans to utilize workforce training funds through the Department of Workforce Services. And the anticipated recapture for this project will come from the lease payments to Forward Cody. Net lease at the end of year 20 will be a little over $2 million. BRC funds will recapture about $500,000, and the Grow Cody Fund will recapture about $1.5 million. The Grow Cody Fund is the title that Forward Cody has given their recaptured funds program, and they plan to use recaptured funds for industry studies, an updated housing study, design work for potential projects, and match dollars for other revenue generating grant or loan projects in the future. The Wyoming Beef Industry Report, released in February 2020, points out that the Wyoming market can support more processing facilities. Furthermore, the Beef Industry Report identified value-added opportunities for animal byproducts. A lack of market for animal byproducts in Wyoming puts processors at a $148 per head disadvantage. The report also indicated potential economic multipliers. This project specifically, for example, has the potential to create even more full-time positions not reported here with their value-added component. So the 117 plus the 24 positions is just for this facility. It does not include the awful products that they are going to be working on and probably hiring more individuals for that as well. Additionally, this project is a business retention and expansion project. As I'm sure you all know, BRE projects account for up to 80% of all new jobs in small communities. And the time for the BRC to recoup funds is 163 days. A lot of times we hear years of how long it will recoup BRC funds, and so this one is very quick in that it'll only take about a half a year to recoup BRC funds. Some of the compelling aspects of this one is the 7-to-1 leverage ratio. Again, the 163 days to recoup BRC funds. It is a BRE project with retention of 24 jobs and the creation of 117 jobs. Wages are 27.5% higher than the county median wage, and the company is contributing a $9.26 million private investment into the project. The only concern that we had was recommendation is contingent upon EDA funding, but since this was before our board, that EDA funding has been approved, so there are no contingencies on this project as of right now. So the recommendation is to fund as requested.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there any questions for Ms. Reed? Hearing none. I see James Klessens is online. Mr. Klessens.
Thank you, Mr. Governor, members of the Slib board. Thank you for allowing us to pitch our projects remotely. I too tried to get to Cheyenne yesterday and was not able to do so. So I'm disappointed I don't get to see you all in person. In the interest of getting you guys to lunch on time, I'm going to stand with the comments that Ms. Reed made relative to our project. I had two things that I did want to comment on. One, she indicated the loan was $226,288, and it is not. It is $926,288, and I think that's written on the document. And the other thing that was stated was that the Cody Labs building was under contract, and that was correct when we made our initial application. There were nuances with the Lynette company that made it impossible to sign that contract and fully execute it, and so we've withdrawn that. We're still pursuing it, but it's not inked at this point in time. It is part of our plan. I think the important thing about this project is it is right down the line of what we've been trying to do in Cody for a long time with our jerky company and working with these meat processors and tying into the ag in the area, being able to sell people in the tourism sector product that we produce ourselves. So we're really pleased to be able to present this to you. We're hopeful that we can get this off the ground sometime this spring and have it operational by this time next year. So with that, I'm going to be quiet. I know Evan DeMarco wanted to speak a little bit on behalf of the project. I'll let him do so, and then we'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Klessens? Hearing none. Evan DeMarco.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Mr. DeMarco, please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for the opportunity to log in here and share with you kind of our passion and vision for Wyoming. Its legacy, I guess, in the meat business and how we hope to really make a significant impact in domestic food production through that incredible legacy. Interestingly enough, a couple months ago, my phone started ringing off the hook, and all of those calls were in reference to the TV show, the hit TV show Yellowstone, where I guess Beth, played by the amazing Kelly Riley, has a conversation with John Dutton regarding the business of raising cattle. She rapidly and astutely comes to understand that the business of raising cattle benefits almost everyone but the people responsible for actually raising the cattle. She also quickly determines that the only viable future for the Yellowstone Ranch is to start selling directly online to customers. This might be one of those great moments where art actually imitates life. ButcherBox last year exceeded $800 million in revenue by selling foreign imported beef to US customers. We feel that it's time to flip that switch, to introduce the US to the value of Wyoming raised beef and all of the value added products that we heard about kind of earlier on in the presentation. You see, when we first purchased Wyoming Legacy Meats, I think over a year ago, we did so with the idea that we could support American ranchers and farmers by eliminating many of the unnecessary steps in the supply chain and by basically paying those ranchers and farmers a premium for producing cattle in the way that the market is demanding, which is regeneratively. In the short time that we've owned Wyoming Legacy, and we've been shipping beef, bison, lamb, and pork all across the US, we realized that our scalability, our ability to compete with the butcher boxes of the world, is limited by the small footprint of our current plant. So this new plant really represents our ability to bring great quality jobs to Cody, to support those American ranchers and farmers, and make sure that they get compensated the way that they should be for providing the tremendous value that they give to all of us, which is, the ability to eat. And most importantly, I think reduce our dependence on foreign imported protein and meats. Beyond the beef, the opportunity to increase revenue for Wyoming Legacy was kind of really discussed in the presentation with the aerobic digester with all of the value adds. So I don't want to waste time kind of talking about those. I can certainly answer questions if necessary, but we know that the value add brings so much more value, not just to the company, but to the entire community of Cody by those additional jobs that we can create by doing some of those things. And that's with the aerobic digester, that's with collagen, with all of that. And interestingly enough, Amazon recently shared that their fastest growing supplement category is organ meats, something that we are very excited to spool off. There's the collagen, there's leather, there's all that type of stuff. In fact, Jana recently posted on social media a story about her utilizing fat to make tallow-based skincare. That particular post generated millions of views and thousands of comments and questions on when we will be able to sell that product, something we can't do until we expand into the new facility. Wyoming Legacy is committed to a better future for all Americans by exporting high quality protein out of the state to other areas of the country, to really utilizing each and every part of the animal for economic value add. And then by supporting local ranchers and farmers by being the leader in the largest movement in food, which is that regenerative, like I said. So, just to make a long story short, we really look forward to your support in helping us build this plant to meet the demand we have created by doing exactly what Beth Dutton and the writers of Yellowstone realized is the future of beef in the US. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Are there any questions for Mr. DeMarco? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. DeMarco. This is a really great project and really an important issue. I wanted to ask you about this USDA loan. And I've seen so many press releases from the federal government that they're trying to break the monopoly of get some more processing plants in our country. And I thought there were a couple funds passed by the legislature from ARPA funds for this purpose. And so I want to ask you about the denial of the USDA loan and then also, this other fund from the legislature. Why did you choose not to go after funds there? Or maybe you have as part of your full project cost. And then the second thing is, why was this USDA, why did they deny your request there? Because I thought, they're throwing around all this federal money, and just amazing to me something like this isn't receiving any support, because this is a national security issue and it's an issue for our producers.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with your statement there. I'm actually going to punt this question over to Mr. Klessens, who really ran point on a lot of these applications. And I think he's probably got some better insights into why those grants or those funds were denied to Wyoming Legacy Meats.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. I guess to put it quite blunt, Legacy probably needed a better grant writer than me. There were a lot of people applied for that meat and poultry processing expansion program application that was made available in about March and due in May. They advised us on, I think it was about the 30th of September, that we were not accepted. I think they funded 400 and some projects across America. Unfortunately, I think most of those projects were funded in places on the east side of the country and not so much in the west. They do not provide any specific detail as to why it was or wasn't funded. It simply said we did not have enough points to merit it. To argue with a federal grant application like that is fruitless, in that by the time the appeal was done, we would already have the plant built. We'd be in a position where we may win the battle, but we wouldn't win the war, because all of the allocated funding for the MTPEP program was awarded. So when we sat down with the Wyoming Business Council staff and said, we have a hole in our budget, what can we do? There were several other USDA programs that were available, but none of them were going to be in a time frame that allows us to solve our immediate problem, which is to build a plant. The suggestion from the Business Council staff was to not come and ask for an additional $1 million in grant funds, but to ask for it in the form of a loan, which is what we have done, and that is what is before you today. But it was a good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further I really want to be mindful of time here. We have one more project and we have a hard stop at noon.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick, the funding that came for meat processing expansion through CARES Act was great and got out the door. It was only $2 million in total. So Wyoming Legacy Meats did take advantage of that, but they got around, so just a little over $200,000. So I think it's just a question of scale. I'm sure it was utilized well, but it doesn't fund this level of project.
Mr. Chairman, well, I believe there was an ARPA distribution too in the 2022 session. Am I incorrect? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, move the board's recommendation. This is a super exciting project.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion? Sorry.
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Noes? That motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. Ms. Reed, we come to Project Jupiter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get it up here. So our last project comes from the City of Laramie. The City of Laramie requests a $20 million business committed grant to construct a 60,000 square foot research and development facility for Project Jupiter. The facility will be built on 16.35 acres in the Sierra Sky Technology Park, which is owned by the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance. While this is a higher investment request, the community and state benefits are considerable and create extraordinary circumstances. These benefits are consistent with the purpose of the BRC program and include added job opportunities, increase in tax revenue, potential for Laramie and Wyoming to be seen as the epicenter of a plant science and R&D industry, potential for technology ecosystem and cluster development, and there are partnerships developed with the University of Wyoming and other entities. Jupiter will add 120 full-time positions to their existing 82 jobs at an average wage of $30.25 per hour and will offer a comprehensive benefit package. These wages are 55% higher than the county median wage. The majority of these are also high-paying, high-skill jobs appropriate for a research and development facility, including scientists, research associates, engineers, and data analysts. Additionally, this project will create a pathway for university graduates to stay in the area, as these types of positions are not readily available currently. This project began in the state as a research project by a University of Wyoming student, and the project principals want to keep the project in Wyoming. Jupiter chose Laramie despite offers from at least 2 other states to move their operations there. The business has been able to grow successfully through not only acquisition, but also through multiple rounds of equity raises, totaling close to $1 billion over the past decade. Finally, Jupiter will invest approximately $10 million in additional capital investment towards the project over the next 5 years. This project is the culmination of a partnership between the City of Laramie, the university, and the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance. All partners have been in full support of this expansion. Furthermore, this project aligns with the city's economic and community development efforts. In 2020, the community finalized their economic development strategy, Thrive Laramie, that identifies the need to target industries that bring high-paying, skilled primary labor market jobs for attraction and retention to diversify the region's industry mix, drive economic growth, and increase wages. This project creates the opportunity to build an R&D and innovation cluster in the state. This will allow for the opportunity for ancillary support businesses to develop. And the time to recoup BRC funds for this project is 4.79 years. And go into a little bit about how we got to that figure. So one factor that we considered was the potential loss of the 82 jobs that are currently in Albany County. If this project is not funded, Jupiter would have to accept one of the 2 state offers presented to the company. So we would lose the 82 positions. So the total annual impact currently for the 82 positions is about $1.5 million. And then we also looked at the 120 created jobs and what that would look at. And so additional annual impact for Albany County is $4.1 million. So total economic impact to Albany County is about $5.7 million per year. And so that shows the 4.79 years to recoup BRC funds. Revenue from this project will be recaptured via lease payments to the LCBA. Annual lease payments will begin in year 3 and accumulate to a total gross amount of $7.2 million by year 6, at which time Jupiter will have the option to purchase the facility at $3 million. 80% of the funds recaptured by LCBA will be reinvested in future economic development projects, including continued property development or acquisition, match for future grant applications, economic incentives, and targeted industry studies. So if you look on the chart here, we have the net lease payments, and that BRC recapture will be 35%, and LCBA will be 65%, and then at facility purchase, that recapture will be split 50-50. So total recapture is about $9.8 million, with BRC recapturing 3.8 and LCBA recapturing almost $6 million. The return on investment, as we see here, so total project cost is $20 million. When we look at the economic impact over 5 years, it's about $20 million. Revenue recapture at $9.8 million. So total return at year 5 is almost $30 million. So we can see an annualized return on investment of 8.4%. The compelling items that we found in this project include the opportunity to build a research and development and innovation cluster in the area. There's potential for Laramie and Wyoming to be seen as the epicenter of a plant science and R&D industry. This is a BRE project that will create many high-paying, high-skilled jobs. There's lots of partnership engagement in the community, and the company has raised close to $1 billion in equity over the past decade. Some of the concerning items is the cost estimates they're currently being finalized. So while we're estimating a $10 million CapEx from the company, that final figure is still being decided based on what the actual building will end up looking like. And then the final one is the company headquarters are not located in Wyoming. The recommendation of the board is to fund as requested. Happy to answer any questions, and I believe we have quite a few people from the area here today.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Any questions for Madam Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Reed, if this project is successful, considering its size, would it be reasonable for us to request that the Business Council provide quarterly updates on this project?
Madam Superintendent, I think that that's perfectly reasonable, yes.
Further questions? If there are none, is there anyone here that would like to address the board? I see Mr. Enzi.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I will let the Members, we have Janine Jordan from the city of Laramie, if you need to ask questions of the city, and then we've got members of the executive team, plenty here with us today. It's a great project. I was just kidding. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, to be brief and make the timeline, we have Janine Jordan with the city of Laramie here. We've got several members from our board, and we won't drag down the speed of the hearing with that, but we do have Arma and the team from Plenty here that I think if you would like to ask them questions, really the story is in this company and what it can do in a transformational nature. When we looked at it as a project for LCBA, we looked at how do we reinvest the money that we've been lucky enough to get in town and put it to a project that's going to move the bubble not only for us, but for the university, for our educational system, and really for the state by setting a pin in the map that says this takes place here in Wyoming. And this is the project that we bring forward that we think really does that, to say Wyoming continues to be a leader in not only our traditional ag, but in this new force of ag. So with that, I'd stand for any questions and invite them up when I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Enns. Any questions? You're getting off easy, so.
Good job.
Arma, that'd be great. Thank you very much for sitting through the morning. We're happy to have you here, so.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Slib. I'm Arma Kukutai, the Chief Executive of Plenty. It's a privilege to be here today, and actually it's been very informative being here this morning and hearing the deliberations taking place. I'll look to be just brief in my comments, just by way of introduction. Plenty is a technology company that was birthed here in Wyoming by Dr. Nate Story, who I'll ask to say a few words here in a second. We have the honor of being one of the leading companies in a new branch of agriculture we broadly describe as indoor agriculture. Most of our food is produced outside and will continue to be for a long time. But there's a very significant amount of innovation going on to bring food production indoors. Here in Wyoming, and specifically in Laramie, we've built over the last decade a research and development center that today employs over 80 people with a payroll bill of about $10 million a year. And so as we think about this expansion plan, we are doubling down or tripling down on our investment in research and development. Innovation is critical to the future of food and developing new alternatives for feeding the United States and indeed global opportunities for bringing fresh fruit, vegetables and produce, which is what we concentrate on, to consumers around the world. And the R&D that is powering this is being largely undertaken here in Wyoming at our Laramie facilities. We're excited about the possibilities of Project Jupiter to be able to essentially build the world's leading research and development center for this new branch of indoor agriculture. The university has provided an amazing ecosystem for young talent coming through the ranks, and we've employed many of those people in our Laramie team today. But we also see that there is a need for and an opportunity to create a new center of excellence for research and development in this new field of agriculture. In the 125 plus jobs that we see coming alongside the growth of Project Jupiter, we think many of these will come also from talented individuals attracted by the opportunity to build their careers, to make a difference, to have an impact coming into the Wyoming community. So while we will continue to support and nurture and indeed look for the very best talent coming out of your local universities and schools, we also think this is an opportunity to bring and infuse new talent to help us build this R&D center into something which really is a badge of honor to have on one's resume, and ultimately also to provide the technology and know-how that is going to power the farms that we are building. We have our first one operational, the largest vertical farm in the world in California. We have another being built out on the East Coast, and I'm spending a good amount of my time also looking at opportunities to take this technology out to the world. And you should take, I think, great pride in the fact that this technology originated here and is making its mark around the globe. What I've noted about people from Wyoming, and I'm a New Zealander in case you couldn't tell from my funny accent, is a high degree of humility and also, I think, a high level of integrity and values in the way that you conduct business. That's important to us as we look to really extend, I guess, our involvement in this community. But also, I think, typifies the person without whom which none of this would have happened, and is not someone who will ever tell you just what great achievements he's actually achieved in the world of science that are truly world-class. Of course, I'm talking about Dr. Nate Story. So I'd like just to cede the podium to Nate to say a few words about why this matters so much to him and why we're so proud, with your permission, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Gujatai.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thanks for a chance to speak today. You know, this is a big project, and building a business in this state has been a process of many steps. Growing up here, going to high school here, bachelor's, master's, PhD, University of Wyoming, starting my first business here, and now trying to bring the bulk of this second business here to do the work that I love here in this state, specifically around technology development and plant science. And so, you know, I think we've had a relationship for a while now, and you know, I think we've shown that we have the track record, the follow through to do what we say we're going to do, and to build the things that we say we're going to build. And so, in the context of this project, you know, I hope that the state will continue to trust us. The citizens of the state will continue to trust us, and will allow us to build this thing and take this next step with us.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I note that a few members of this board have been over to see the facility as it exists right now and can anticipate. Are there questions for anyone from Project Jupiter? Hearing none. What? You've wowed us, so or not, but we'll find out. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, oh, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, would move to fund this project as requested.
It's been moved by the superintendent to fund the project as requested. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the auditor, moved by the superintendent. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
I would just say, you know, and I think the lack of questions on my part anyway is an appreciation for the way in which the community as well as the company have really reached out and been proactive and answered probably more questions than they wanted to that I had on this large scale project. You know, growing up in an ag family, one of my first questions was, how does this work with our ag culture and ag industry in Wyoming? Does this directly compete, or is this in fact a really strong partnership? And I think that this project really complements our ag industry in the state, and of which that is so vital to our culture here. And so I think that this is kind of taking our area of agriculture and taking it to the next level. And I'm very excited about the partnership with UW and developing that cluster. And so just am very appreciative of all the information and feel that I was provided all of that in order to make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there nays? That motion carries. Congratulations. I have the superintendent or the secretary as a no, and otherwise all yeas. Congratulations. Thank you. Looking forward to what this brings.
Thank you.
Mr. Director.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our business with the board today. Thank you for your consideration of all of these projects. I welcome the feedback, and I heard all of it loud and clear, and I appreciate it, and look forward to our next interaction, hopefully not 6 months from now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Reed. Please, Mr. Secretary.
You know, Mr. Chairman, and I hope you don't interpret this wrongly. If we had a break, I was going to chat with you, you know. Would there be a place for us to maybe convene a working group to talk about these rules? I mean, I know obviously that the board is in your purview, and so but we do review these, and I really want to bone up on these rules, but also think about where maybe we could get some clarity. And, I think that on the front end, if there is some clarity, maybe some of these applications that aren't in the purview, there's a communication with those folks before it gets here, which I think would be helpful. So I don't know if maybe we talk more offline on it, afterwards, but is there any interest to maybe do a working group of one or of two members with the WBC, or at least talk about it in the future? Thank you.
Good question, Mr. Secretary, and it's similar of a conversation that the superintendent and I had. And for your information, Josh, I had recommended that board members SLIB board members come to your board to have the interaction and conversation, to actually, really talk through how those rules are done and if there are changes that need to be made. It's something that when I was treasurer, the auditor at the time, Cynthia Cloud, and I did a couple of times just to try to get our arms around. And I think the interaction was valuable and informed both the board and our understanding of how projects got to where they were. So I would recommend that, and I'm happy to, have further conversations, but I think that's the first place to go. Thanks. Any further comments on this? Yes, Madam Superintendent.
I'm sorry, just very quickly, and I alluded to this earlier, but in regards to Project Jupiter, I would appreciate, and I don't know if it needs to be to the board, but just kind of quarterly updates on progress, just because of the magnitude of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Well, very good. Madam Director, I'm thinking it's now 11:34 or something like that. Probably too close to do much business. If there's just some preliminary comments you want to make, that's fine. But I'm thinking we were going to break at lunch. I had a couple of board members who were saying, please, a break. So I'll leave it to your discretion.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if you would like, since we still have a few minutes before we were going to break, we could at least approve minutes and kind of that preliminary stuff, so that then when we come back, we can take on the treasurer's matter, the state investment matter.
Sure.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, the next item on the State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes are approval of the minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. We have the November 16th, 2022 State Loan and Investment Board special meeting minutes. We have a correction on those on page 7. We had inadvertently listed the wrong person's name from St. Joseph's Children's Home. They brought that to our attention, and so that's what we are looking to correct on those meeting minutes. Then we have the December 1st, 2022 State Loan and Investment Board regular meeting minutes. And then the December 15th, 2022 State Loan and Investment Board special meeting minutes. Those are the Health and Human Services Capital Construction ARPA grant meeting minutes.
Okay. So you're on the, forgive me for saying this, on the November 16th, 2022.
Correct.
On page
7.
Now my pages are numbered 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Yes, it would be the second to last page.
The
Yeah.
second to last 2? Okay.
Yeah. Second to last 2. Very, very good. Thanks.
And,
Yeah.
and I would suggest that we correct the numbering on that.
Yep. Bonnie.
So as we, and so it's the second to last page.
Yep, let's see, 1, 2, 3. It's right underneath the board action at the top of the page, that second paragraph. We had Debbie Turner, CFO, and it's Rhonda Meyer, Executive Director. So we need to make that correction on those.
So, okay, mine does have Rhonda Meyer.
Do you see the strike through?
Yeah.
There's a strike through Debbie Turner. That's where the correction has been made.
Okay.
So we just need to approve the removal of Debbie Turner and the insertion of the Rhonda Meyer, so that accurately reflects who was speaking during that meeting.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved by the treasurer. Is there support? It's been seconded by the auditor.
Yes.
Yeah.
My apologies, sir. I'm not sure how that happened, Bonnie.
Okay. Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Those minutes are accepted.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor,
I would move to approve minutes from December 1st and December 15th, 2022 of the State Loan and Investment Board.
and I am presuming with the same renumbering.
Or the, yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, these are numbered correctly, I think.
Thank you. That motion is made by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those minutes are accepted. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything else to add to those reports at this point, but I have our trustee staff here.
Excuse me for 1 second. Did you want to move the December 15th?
Oh, I thought the auditor had
did.
moved
You
both.
moved both of
Yep.
those? Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned, we've provided the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add to those at this point, but we have staff here. We would stand for any questions that the board might have on those reports.
Are there any questions?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we've provided the materials for this meeting to the board members in advance and have briefed each board member individually
Oh,
prior to the meeting.
Madam
Oh, I'm
Director,
sorry.
hold on just a second. Secretary has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Director Scoggin, can you talk about the MRG program? And this wasn't my world that I did as much focus on in the legislature. So where are we on the legislative history on legislative funding on that? What happened over the last 2 sessions? What's the status of the account, and what currently, and I know there's a lot moving, where is the legislature on MRG funding as we sit now after second reading? I don't know if you got a chance to look last night.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will yield to Beth Blackwell. She is our MRG resident expert. So Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, the MRG program historically received $33.4 million. That was our standard budget amount. Then I believe 2 or 3 years ago, $8 million was diverted to the CDBG program. So it dropped us down to $25.4 million as our appropriation. However, part of our appropriation essentially was made up a third by federal royalties or COLIS bonus funds, sorry, and those funds are no longer occurring. So generally we have about $11 million that's not funded or doesn't have revenue to fund that part of the program. So last biennium, the 21-22 biennium, I believe we had just under $13 million available for us to make grants out of. In the past, what we had done with those funds is we had a MRG meeting every January and June. Those were regular MRGs. It was a competitive process. Everyone put in their application. We ranked them, reviewed them. We brought them to the board and the board made decisions. And then in between those meetings, we had emergency issues, which we considered direct and immediate threats to human health and safety. We are very conservative when it comes to the emergencies. Prior to my tenure in the office, if you deferred maintenance and your system broke, you got money to fix it. We've tried to change that mindset of deferred maintenance, self-created emergencies don't necessarily entitle you to emergency funding because there's benefits that come with that emergency funding. Specifically, you can get 100% funding through MRG. You can't get 100% funding of MRG funds unless it's an emergency. Typically, we award grants in the amount of 50% or 75%. But lately, we've stuck closer to more 50% grants to try to make the funds go further, given the decreased amount of funding that we have. So last biennium, we had a regular MRG meeting in January of 2021, I believe. And we awarded approximately, I think, $6 million at that meeting. We then held on to the funding and didn't have a regular meeting in June of 2021 or in January of 2022, just to make sure that we had adequate funds to address any emergency that may come to the board. We then had a final meeting in June of 2022 to allocate the remaining funds to eligible projects. So that's how last biennium worked. We traditionally tried to spend every dollar that's available. Sometimes we spend the dollar twice in the sense that a grant is awarded to an entity. They don't use the full amount of the funding, so they relinquish those funds back to us. We then put those back out to be eligible or available for other entities for grants to be made. Last budget session, the program was defunded, essentially. There was no funding added to it. I believe the thoughts were ARPA funds could make up the difference and fund the projects that MRG program was able to fund, which is not the case. MRG funds are much more flexible and can fund many more types of projects. So currently we have no MRG funding available. The governor did request for $10 million to be put into the program. In addition, there's approximately $6 million in cash balance that legislature has set to be swept and put into, I believe, LISRA. He had requested that that sweep not occur and that the $6 million be added to the $10 million. So we would have $16 million available approximately for MRG funding. However, that dollar amount was cut to $4 million, I believe, by JAC. And then through the budget bill discussions, I believe it's up to 10 million now, in the sense of 4 million in additional funds and the $6 million that were to be swept, that will stay there. I believe that covers it all.
I think that's correct. And that's for a full biennium.
Yes, sir.
And when a water project breaks, it's usually a couple $1 million.
Anymore, it will be a couple $1 million. And
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, one of the things that we had when they were emergency grants, everybody applied as an emergency, whether it was or not. And so sometime we'll have some discussions about how we can try to make sure, and we always tell them, don't come here, it's not an emergency, but it doesn't seem to do any good. So
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll have to, like say, if you do that, then your match isn't 50-50, it's 40% or something on the next round. I don't know how we do it.
Yeah.
But that might wake them up, I don't know.
On emergency, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, on emergency grants, they're eligible for 100% funding because generally those projects aren't planned for. A lot of our systems don't have reserves to come in and save.
Yeah.
I think what the treasurer was saying, though, is if they come in an emergency and it's not an emergency, then they get discounted on the next round.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So, okay.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions on those reports under tab B, we just note for the record that we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance to all the board members. We briefed each board member individually. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
Why don't you propose a consent list? That'd be
Okay.
fine.
Mr. Chairman, the following items on the State Loan and Investment Board agenda for February 2nd, 2023 appear amenable to treatment on consent. F1 and F2 and G1.
Okay. So, board members, there's just 3 items for the consent list. So let me, before I entertain a motion to adopt a consent list. Are there any considerations or concerns about F1, F2, or G1? Hearing none, I would entertain a consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt a consent list of items F1, F2, and G1.
That motion's been made. Is there support for that motion? It's been seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That consent list does carry. I'd now entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations on the items on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
That's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the next item is the state investment matters, the D matters, which are the treasurer's office. I'm not sure if we have time to get through that before we're breaking.
Patrick and Josh on? No? We can do K1.
Yeah, K1, let's do the K matters, and then we'll take that up directly after lunch. Does that work for you, Mr. Treasurer? So the K matters?
Board of deposits, yep.
Yeah, K Matters Board of Deposits, this is our quarterly recommendation of the interest rate, which is based on the basically the last 90 days of the 1-year rate. And this is amazing because we're up to a rate of 4.61%. And I recall we had discussions a couple of years ago of a minimum of 0.25. So it's that good old inverted yield curve, Mr. Chairman. So I guess what I would request that the board accept the recommendation of the TDOA rate to be established by using the 1-year Treasury bill average for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, October 1, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. The rate of 4.61% will be for the fourth quarter of TDOA contract year 2022 to 2023 to be effective April 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for the motion. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Well, without objection, members of the board, if that's all right, we'll call a break till 1 o'clock. Is that
We'll see you then.
all right?
Muted. Patrick's in Mexico, so. Patrick's in Mexico, so. This is when he lets you go.
I'm charging extra time to the no, I'm kidding.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I think we are ready for the D matter, D1, the consultant report. We will yield to the treasurer's office.
Chairman, members of the committee, Matt Sager, the Treasurer's Office, Patrick Fleming, and Josh Keevan from RVK are both online to discuss the performance report.
Thanks. Good to see you, Josh. And probably we'd all be very envious if we saw Patrick, so.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Josh Keevan, Senior Consultant with RVK. Mr. Secretary, Madam Superintendent, I look forward to meeting you in person hopefully soon. Look forward to working with you, and please consider RVK and myself a support and source of information for you as you engage on your responsibilities for these assets as a member of this board. We have had the good pleasure of serving as the Slib's investment consultant for over 20 years, and I've seen most of that. So we do have quite a bit of the history, and happy to answer any questions as you get up to speed here.
And Josh, let me interrupt you just briefly there. I have recommended to all new board members that they take the opportunity to come out to Portland and meet with you and kind of meet the team at RVK.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we would love to do that, and in fact have a long history of doing that for new Slib members. My report to you today is our standard performance and market update. It breaks down into three main categories. First, we'll talk about the capital markets and the economy to set the stage for what's been going on in markets and how that's impacted your portfolios. Secondly, we'll talk about each of your funds that the Slib is responsible for overseeing performance and what drove that performance. And then the third part is we do a supplemental report for your private market investments, and I'll plan to spend just a moment orienting you to what's in that report. So if you can turn to, and thank you, Matt, for sharing the slides here. Page 2, starting with capital markets. Very colorful quilt chart here, but on the left-hand side of this page, I'd focus your attention. And this is just lining up in rank order of performance, best to worst. Each asset class that's in your portfolios, and each box, each color represents a different asset class. And you can see in the legend to the right what those are. And the first thing you'll notice is that every year is different. And then probably the second thing you'll notice, which you probably already are well aware of, is that last year, 2022, which is the column that says CYTD, or calendar year to date, as of 12/31/22, generally a pretty tough year for markets. Only a couple of things you see here that were actually on the positive side of zero. Most assets lost value last year. And what was particularly challenging about last year is some of your primary asset categories, things like large cap US stocks and investment grade bonds, things that traditionally have made up the bulk of investor portfolios, lost quite a bit last year. You can see at the bottom of the list, some of the blue squares, those are the different equity indices. The S&P 500, for example, was down 18% last year. Smaller companies in the US, the Russell 2000 index, were down about 20%. International did a little bit better, but still finished the year with a 16% loss. And the the dark green box there, which is the U.S. Aggregate Bond Index, that's the index for investment grade U.S. bonds, which historically have been a great source of protection in times of equity market weakness. They were anything but that last year with a 13% loss. The things that generally did better last year are anything with ties to energy or commodities, as those things did quite well for a variety of reasons, not the least of which was the inflationary environment, or anything whose cash flows might be connected to inflation in a positive way. Private real estate held up relatively well, and we actually had a 1.5% return from cash, which is much better than the 0% return that we had the year before. And today, cash is yielding something close to 5% as the Fed has raised short-term interest rates. The good news is, so the bad news is really tough year. The good news is Wyoming's portfolio has held up exceptionally well in a very difficult environment, largely thanks to the asset allocation work that this board has engaged in, especially over the past couple of years, to really increase the diversification of the portfolio. And going back just even 2 years ago, a pretty major shift was made to the strategic asset allocation in anticipation of this kind of environment where bonds might not protect the same level of protection as they have historically, to really move away from traditional bonds into other ways of diversifying the portfolio. And you'll see when I get into your performance how that benefited Wyoming's assets last year. As we sit here today, just a few
Josh,
notes.
can I ask you just a quick question, curiosity question?
Yeah,
I don't see it on this. Maybe I'm missing it, but how are TIPS doing? Just curious.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, TIPS did not do that great last year. Their returns were kind of right in there, similar to what you see for the aggregate bond index. And the thing you get with TIPS, and I think that surprised a lot of people last year, because TIPS are supposed to, it stands for Treasury Inflation Protected Securities. So why didn't they do better in a rising inflation environment? The thing about TIPS, though, is they give you two things. They give you bond duration, and they give you a real yield. And last year, it was really the bond duration that still kind of hit the TIPS market in spite of the fact that inflation was rising. We would expect TIPS to do quite a bit better in an environment, if you do have more of a stagflationary environment where you have high inflation and weak economic growth. That's really the environment where we would expect TIPS to be one of the few assets that actually does pretty well.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Just a few comments on.
Hold on, Josh, just a second.
Yeah,
Secretary has a question for you.
I'm just curious, is there anything we can do about the volume? I'm having a hard time.
His volume?
Yeah, I mean, can you hear?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah.
What I'll do is I'll put that on.
Oh, maybe that'll help.
No, that won't work.
All right. I can watch it
online. Josh, if you can speak loudly, that would be great.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll do my best to speak up. What drove these bad returns last year? Primarily, it was what was going on with interest rates. All of these investments are claims on future cash flows. The current market value of those investments is what investors are discounting those future cash flows into a present value. And as the discount rate goes up, as interest rates went up last year, asset prices fell. That's largely the story of 2022. As we sit here today, we're at a very interesting point where the market's really trying to figure out what the path of inflation is going to be. The good news is it has started to ease a bit here recently, which has allowed the Fed to slow their tightening activities. But where we go from here is a little unsure, which is usually the case, but seems particularly the case today. The other thing that will be interesting to see is the impact of the Fed's tightening tends to flow through with a lag effect. So we really don't know yet in the data the real impact of what's been done already and how that might affect corporate earnings and cash flows from your investments. So that's as we sit here today, we are happy to see that some of the inflation data is easing, but we would suggest it's maybe the market is responding like everything's great now. There's going to be this soft landing, no recession. Fed's going to be able to just kind of stop and maybe even start supporting asset markets again. We think that seems a little bit over optimistic at this point. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out this year. If you go to page 3, just a pie chart here showing you I'm sorry, Matt, back one page, showing you the assets that we're reporting to you on. And just to walk around the pie chart here, we use some color coding to signify the different types of assets. The green pieces of the circle here are in your investment policy, what we refer to as your long-term total return oriented permanent funds. The largest of which is the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund at just over 9 billion in assets, as well as a few others. But all of those funds that are in green have the same investment policy as it relates to their asset allocation. So the performance for those should all be fairly similar. The blue, these are what we refer to as your income-focused permanent funds, the largest of which is the Common School Permanent Land Fund. These have a slightly different asset mix than the green funds, primarily because they have a higher need for current income, and so their allocation is geared more towards assets that produce current income as opposed to growth or appreciation. Next, the Workers' Compensation Fund, the LSRA, the Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account, Pool A, which is a moderately diversified option for local government entities to utilize, and then the state agency pool, which is largely just very short-term, high-quality fixed income. If we go to page 4, now keep in mind that those funds I just described to you in the pie chart, they are vastly different in terms of their needs, their time horizon, their objectives. On one end, you've got super long-term endowment-like permanent funds, and on the other end, you've got very short-term, almost checking account-like needs for the state agency pool. So the total fund, where we show you the returns of all of those together, really isn't a meaningful measure, other than it is the one place where we can tell you as a whole, if you roll all of that up, are you outperforming your benchmarks or underperforming your benchmarks? And that's what we show you at the top of this page. That total fund for the current fiscal year, which is the 6 months ended 12/31, you had a positive 1.1. That was just a little bit ahead of that benchmark. And for the full calendar year to date last year, you outperformed it by 0.7%. That's a pretty healthy level of outperformance. And with a total return of -6, keep in mind, just safe bonds as a group lost 13%. So that's what I mean when I say that diversification was particularly useful to your assets last year. Below in the bottom half of this page, what we're showing you is each of the major asset classes. So these are the building blocks that each of those funds are using to construct their asset allocation. And the performance here shows you in each of those categories how Wyoming performed in dark green And then we compare that to the investment policy benchmark for that asset category. And this is just for the most recent 6 months. This is the current fiscal year to date. So it's a relatively short period of time. We wouldn't tend to get too excited about outperformance or underperformance in that short of a period of time. But it does give you a sense for where you are performing well and where you may not be in the near term. But I think if you look at it from a sort of absolute level of performance, it does also give you a sense for, okay, what's really helping and what's not here. More recently, the best performers have been MLPs, which are primarily midstream energy assets. You also had some really nice outperformance from your small cap active equity managers, including some of that from the internally managed portfolio. Weaker performance has been from things that are most interest rate sensitive, so longer duration bonds, for example. And you also did start to see some price correction in private real estate. You can see the core real estate assets were down about 4.5% in this period. If we go forward 2 pages to page 6, I'll just spend a minute in specific performance for the underlying funds. Starting with the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, you can see there its performance over different time periods against its policy benchmark. And it's outperforming that, as you can see, over most time periods. A negative 6.5% return last year. That's against, other endowments and foundations, sort of long-term perpetual life funds. That is a very good return last year. In fact, you can see that if you just look at it against the 70% MSCI 30% ag index, that's just a simple benchmark of 70% global stocks, 30% US fixed income. That was down 16.5% last year. So you held up much better than that. And that is something that is not actually a policy benchmark, but it is actually something that is referenced in Wyoming's investment statutes. The legislature has established that 70-30 as a reference portfolio. And what it really is designed to do is to signify the maximum level of risk that the legislature approves of for these assets. And so you can see it's also a useful reference point from that perspective. If you go down to the blue shaded categories, you had even better performance from Common School last year. It was a good year for income producing assets, only a 4.9% loss there. But we would note that if you look at over a little bit longer time period, like the last 3 and 5 years, generally permanent mineral has done quite a bit better, because even with last year, couple of years prior to that were much better for growth assets. The workers' compensation fund was down 12.6% last year. That's actually the worst performer of the funds from a total return standpoint. But what's driving that is the workers' compensation plan is extremely well funded. And the liabilities of this plan are actually a little bit longer duration, meaning you've got these obligations that go out into the future. And what the really good funding of that system has allowed you to do is to essentially set enough assets aside to sort of match up dollar for dollar with the projected liabilities, so that from a balance sheet perspective, you've got assets and liabilities sort of squared off pretty well against each other. And then investing the surplus, which is pretty substantial for this fund, in a diversified portfolio of return-seeking assets. But it's really the longer duration bond exposure that's matched up against the liabilities that had the weakest performance here last year. And just to wrap up with some of the other funds on the next page, starting with LISRA, you see a LISRA total fund, but that total fund is a roll-up of the 3 buckets that you see below that. The LISRA investment policy is segmented into a short-term reserve, which is 100% short duration, high quality fixed income. the intermediate term reserve, which is more intermediate term, high quality fixed income, and then a long-term reserve, which is a diversified mix of return seeking assets. And the allocation to each of these three buckets is not established in policy, but is rather a function of Treasury management. Essentially, the Treasurer's office is responsible for understanding and anticipating future cash flows and having the right mix, having enough in short term, for example, to cover the anticipated near-term needs from the LISRA. And so that is what the structure is there. And you can see the total fund, the combination of all three of those was down about 7% last year. Pool A down about 6.6, and the state agency pool down 2.3. So with the state agency pool, you know, that's just Treasury bonds. It's laddered out to meet liquidity needs. And so it's about as safe of an investment it have, and even that was down about 2% last year. Last page I will hit in this section of the report is on page 8. So I did mention that 70-30 reference portfolio as the statutory sort of guide for maximum risk level. And what this page is showing you is from left to right, the actual measure of the volatility of that index, the dark purple line, on a rolling 3-year basis. And then you can see each of the portfolios below that and where that has been. The green, for example, followed by, which is permanent mineral, common school in blue, workers' comp in yellow, for example. So this just gives you a sense for where your risk measures have actually been relative to that 70-30. They've been below that, and it also gives you a sense for sort of the relative risk of the different portfolios as well. And I lied, one last page, page 10. This looks at the sort of same setup, dark purple is that 70-30 risk reference. And then we just plotted against that the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and the Common School Permanent Land Fund, your two largest permanent funds. And what we're showing you here is it's rolling 3 years, but instead of just risk, this is the returns divided by the risk, or the Sharpe ratio, or sort of the measurement of, you know, how well compensated have you been for the risk that's been taken. And the good news is here, over very long periods of time, Wyoming has had very good risk-adjusted returns. And especially here, you can see on the far right-hand side, really started to be above that line again. So, Mr. Chairman, I do want to just spend a quick moment on the alternatives report, but before I jump to that, let me pause there and see if there's any questions the board has.
Trying to avoid.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just, I had the computer here, so I hear you a little bit better. Are there any questions? If there are none, please proceed to alternatives.
Great. Thank you. And the reason we have, let me explain, the reason we have a separate report here is a lot of your investments in private markets, things like private equity, private fixed income, private real estate, many of those are in closed-end structures. So these are not investment vehicles that you invest $1 today and that goes on as long as you want it to. These are funds that are raised and invested over finite and specific periods of time. Private equity, for example, your managers, you might commit $100 million to a private equity manager, but they only ask you for that capital gradually over a period of several years as they source and identify good investment opportunities. They will then, as they exit successful investments, start to return capital to you, and eventually these funds will wind down and go away. What that means is when you're measuring performance on these investments is you the time-weighted rate of returns that we just walked you through in that report aren't as meaningful, because early on in the investment, you might only have a little bit invested, and that doesn't matter as much as the returns that you might get later on in the period when you have a lot more invested. So this is just a little different view of performance that's specific to those types of investment vehicles. And I'll walk you through just at a high level a few of the high points here. And actually, I'm going to ask you to go to page 7. So Wyoming's been investing in private markets back to about 2003. And the composite annualized IRR, the green bars in the top half of the page, at each point, at the end of each of those years, that is telling you what your internal rate of return on those private market investments was from the beginning of the program up to that point in time. And then we also compare it to a benchmark, which you see in blue. The internal rate of return is essentially, you can think of that as you've got a series of cash flows for each investment. You commit money to a private equity manager in that example I described. That money gets called down over time and then eventually gets returned to you. And the internal rate of return is essentially the discount rate that makes those cash flows equal to each other. And you can see that your internal rate of return, especially as the program has matured on the right-hand side of the graph, as it's grown and matured over time, it's been pretty consistently double-digit, 9 to 12% types of IRRs, depending on the market environment. And then you can see the bottom half of the page is just a summary of what the actual cash flows and values have been over time. The green line is the cumulative dollar amount that you've contributed into these investments. Then the blue line is the cumulative dollar amount that's been given back to you as managers have exited investments. Then the yellow line is those cumulative distributions plus the current value in the portfolio. So you can see that there's actually a couple $2 billion of value that's been created over the past 20 or so years with these investments. If we go to page 8, at a high level here, you can see that there are different categories of private investment. The bulk of them are private equity, and you can see there's several categories of private equity across buyout, growth equity, multi-stage, secondaries, venture. There's also a little bit of real estate that's in the same kind of structure. Historically, you've had a couple of hedge fund investments at the top that have been in this type of structure. And then more recently, we've also been helping you build out your private credit allocation. But private equity is where most of this has been. But you can see in total, you've committed to all of these investments about $2.8 billion, received back $2.7 billion, or I'm sorry, committed 2.8 and paid in 2.7. So there's still some value that has been committed but not called. About $2.5 billion in distributions with residual carrying value today of $1.7 billion. And that's about a 12.5% IRR or internal rate of return. Compares favorably to the composite index IRR. And the multiple is just a very simple, what have you gotten out of it divided by what you put into it. So that's your distributions plus valuation, which is the value divided by the contributions. And so just a quick note on the private equity in particular, we did present to the Slib recently an updated strategic plan for private equity investments, because if you think about the fact that these funds will draw down over time and go away, we actually have to keep making new commitments each year. And if you go to page 10, you can actually see the nitty-gritty detail of the specific funds that have been committed to. And you can see the vintage year that those were committed to, the sub-strategy, Then you can see fund by fund, the commitment, what's been paid in, what's been distributed, what remains in valuation, and then performance metrics to the right of that. And we have we help you develop a what we call a pacing strategy, which is essentially a forward-looking budget for how much do we need to commit to new funds each year in order to maintain the target exposure. And currently that amount that we're targeting is about $215 million a year. That's a guide more than it is an absolute. But that's a study that we update once a year, so that number will change as well. But you can see that, especially in the last couple of years, the board has become much more active in approving direct private equity funds, as it's been an evolution of this program as your assets have grown, to really start to do more of this via direct investment into some of these limited partners that you see listed here. So that's probably enough in terms of my prepared comments. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Very good. Thank you, Josh. Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's a lot of discussion about in the legislature about investment strategies and how do we maximize our returns. I think it's very important that we do it in a way that if we enter a shortfall period, which usually in Wyoming history it's coming, that we have allocations, earmarked allocations that are going towards accounts that traditionally have shortfalls first. And, you know, one of those is the education account. And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done on getting controls there, but it is so exposed to the coal returns. And, you know, but we've brainstormed a lot, you know, do you do a further allocation into the CSPLF or do you create a sub account within LISRA? And I wanted to ask you, I mean, I know you don't want to get too much into where the funds go, but frankly, it's really pivotal. You know, I understand you guys just want to have the return there and have the setup so you can get the return. But I'm very interested in where it goes, because if it's not going to the proper place, you're really not protecting ourselves when we have when the volatility comes out the other way. So if you had a sub account within LISRA, would it help you to effectuate, you know, some real returns there? Because I think that's one approach, but I know there are problems with that because it's just not big enough.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, good question, and something that we've actually spent a lot of time thinking about. I might, with your indulgence, I might choose to give you my answer a little bit differently than how the question was posed. But I think you touch on a couple of really important points. One is you talk about the exposure that the state has to its natural resources. And so it's really important when we're designing these portfolios that we're aware of that and that we don't double down too much on that. You don't want to have a position where you've got a weakness in the state's economy from energy prices, and that corresponds exactly to also really weak financial portfolio performance. And that's actually, when we go through the strategic asset allocation study, which we do every year, that's one of the important things that we look at, is trying to make sure we're not doubling down on that. The second is this issue of having funds available when they're needed, where they're needed. And there's a long history of this. In fact, it even for the Common School Permanent Land Fund, it goes back to Wyoming's statehood. When those state lands were granted to the state to fund education, they used in the Enabling Act. I think in Wyoming it was the Enabling Act. They used some language that was appropriate for the way finance operated in the 1890s, but isn't very helpful today. And that language specifically says something to the effect of only the income of which can be spent on schools. That what that leads you towards is this income focus. That income focus means you're, from our perspective, sort of artificially focused on, how much of the return is coming from what's defined as income, interest, dividends, rental payments from your real estate assets. And if you have to focus too much on that, it's not a free lunch. You can't, the give up is investing enough in growth assets, which will help grow the pie to be bigger over time so that the income off that bigger pie in the future can be greater. And that's actually something we've talked to many stakeholders in Wyoming about. If there's a way to move away from some of that focus on income, that would be helpful, tremendously helpful. But related, and this is maybe most specific to your question, we actually did recently give a presentation to the legislature on would it be valuable to have larger reserves to sort of help buffer these portfolios during times of additional need when the markets don't provide what is needed or what's called for in your spending policies. And larger reserves are helpful. From our perspective, they're not as helpful as just moving towards more what most higher education endowments have done, which is more of a true endowment model where you're able to fund your spending policy from whatever assets you need to sell to fund your spending policy. But absent that, larger reserves arguably would actually be somewhat helpful because your reserve portfolios today are relatively small. And we're very familiar with how this is structured in many of your peer states. And relative to others that are using reserves, Wyoming's are relatively small. And you could see a period where, especially for Common School and the higher ed fund, that could become a bit challenging.
And, Mr. Secretary, the treasurer's always been good about putting together a work session, which we usually have in March, that goes through risk and reward and I guess liquidity and a whole number of things. And this would be a great opportunity for you to go out to sort of get the history of this and where some of the dynamics are. What Josh is saying is, basically the difference between income and total return, you get a bigger bump with total return. The problem that I always see is that you can't spend all your capital gains. And the good treasurer, when he was in the Senate, always pointed that out to, let's see, Cynthia Lummis, to Joe Meyer, and to me, that when all the capital gains are spent, the growth of the fund really comes from our severance taxes. So, but it's a worthwhile conversation, and there are trade-offs.
Could I just make one comment?
Sure.
I do want to say one thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that I was talking with the treasurer about this, and I certainly understand the challenges with the CSPLF, and the advantages of the permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. But the problem is you have this political tradition that the PWMTF proceeds really have traditionally gone to the general fund and SIPA, and you get a little bit of a lizard distribution, and it is very, very difficult to break that. And I've tried for 5 years, and we got very close, but then some things came up at the end, but it's almost impossible. And so I understand, just please keep that in mind when you make your recommendations, because really one of the reasons we're trying to get these higher returns is as a protection when we got on the downside of our volatile revenue streams. And if if it's mostly going to the general fund and SIPA and accounts like that, you're really not achieving that, which takes away the whole point in the first place in a way. So anyway, I just wanted to comment on that, and I know they're debating that now, and thank you. It's a challenging situation.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and just definitely, and Mr. Treasurer, correct me if I'm off base here, but we run the asset allocation. We're the ones that accept whatever the recommendations are and can make the changes that do that. That's not the legislature. They think that they do, but that really sits with us. My concern has always been that the legislature wants you to make as much money, but they'll blame you if you lose it. And there is a definite equilibrium there that needs to be sought, and that's really the job of this board. But
yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's an interesting conversation, and we will go through the whole assets. We usually try to do that in March just to make sure that there's a snowstorm and nobody can show up, because we've tried it, I think, for 3 years, and we might have gotten one without a snowstorm, but and we'll invite the legislators there and you guys, and we go through the whole process. But it just, this brings up, I guess, another question is that, I think that the reason for the PMTF originally was to, I think the folks asked the question, well, this is going to protect us when the energy sources are no longer here. But the problem is with that is that it doesn't, because we keep draining off the revenue before it can actually build. And I know that the governor knows this, and Patrick and folks, about what New Zealand does. And they have a separate fund, and they don't drain it off. They allow it to compound, because they made this assumption or question to them that 40 years from now, we're going to have these people come through our society, and they're going to need their retirement. And so they just put a chunk of dough in there, and they're building toward that day. And I think we need to discuss, when is that day going to come, and realize that the PMTF isn't going to be that solution, and maybe look at something like New Zealand does, and have that conversation, I think, with us, and then with Josh, and then we have it with the legislature, because that might be really the type of fund we need to address something that's maybe 40 years in the future, rather than trying to spend all of our inputs before we actually get anything out of them.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, and
Madam
sorry,
Auditor.
not to belabor the point, but I and the legislature is debating a lot of really important ideas, but I have heard in the last couple of days, 8 or 10 times that on the floor of the legislature that the PMTF makes 8%. I'm not sure where that came from, but I just want to state that out loud, that someone has started a rumor that the PMTF consistently makes 8%, and so.
And we all know
Treasurer,
it's 25.
Maybe if, just know this is an opportunity for education, because if they're making decisions based off 8%, that. So I'm putting that one in the lap of the treasurer to go tell them how it is. Mr. Chairman, that's all.
Thank you. Thanks. Trust the trust funds. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keevan, Josh. Good to see you. And really, if you can find the time, it's well worth the trip out. Plus, the food's good. So, Mr. Treasurer, more on this, or do you want to move over to the good CIO?
Mr. Chairman, let's dally here a little longer so Patrick can't get back to the sun. No. Go ahead, Patrick.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, thank you. Patrick Fleming, CIO for the Treasurer's Office. One, I just wanted to reiterate a few comments and just let everyone know this process, but especially with Superintendent Dagenfelder and Secretary Gray, how important these asset allocation meetings are. So once a year, we put together the asset allocation, and Josh and RBK, they have what are called capital market assumptions, which take them over 2 months to put forth to try and find our highest risk adjusted return. And then we, look through all of the various asset classes, which this year is probably going to be one of the bigger changes that that we've seen since we've been here with interest rates coming up. So this is going to be a very interesting time, and will be very, very helpful for all of you to be involved with. So the Investment Funds Committee meets first. We put together a bunch of different recommendations, and then we all get together and discuss all of these things. So as Secretary Gray mentioned, you're going to be able to be right in there and see how, the cake is made, all the ingredients that we put through, and be able to opine upon what we're doing. And then, of course, you're going to vote on that. So I think it's the April 4th meeting when we have both of them. It's that first Thursday in April. But this will be an extremely important meeting for everyone to be aware of what's going on. And I will reach out not only with Josh being able to go over it, but it's fairly complicated, and I'd be more than happy to meet with any one of you to discuss it beforehand, so you understand what we're trying to do and why.
Thanks. Questions? Patrick or Josh, just one quick prognostication on your part. It is interesting that we've had back-to-back PCE declines over the last, 3 months, and then you have some potential challenges to gasoline. It seems like gasoline's coming up a little bit in price. Do you see impending inflation concerns and business slowdowns? What do you see?
Do you want me to start, Josh?
Sure. Yeah, you go ahead, Patrick.
So, Mr. Chairman, so for those of you that are aware of how the Federal Reserve works, their inflation measure is the PCE, the core PCE, which is a better measurement of inflation, and that is 2%. And so right now we've been hovering, coming down towards the 5 level, but it's highly unlikely. Most of the prognosticators are saying that we're going to be closer to 3, which would still be significantly above the Fed's target of inflation. So with that, will they actually be cutting rates as people have been anticipating that the market is anticipating? And that's the kind of $1 million question. Is the market is forecasting that they're going to pivot and cut rates, and yet the Fed yesterday, Chairman Powell again reiterated, no, we are not going to be cutting rates. We're going to hold them at 5% or above for a longer period. So that's $1 million question, Mr. Chairman, because if the consumer expenditure comes down towards that 2% level, that would allow them to cut rates. And everything that we're looking at, it doesn't seem likely that that's going to happen. So, as you talked about with the gas prices and so forth, still a lot of pressure there, the political pressure, so forth. But Goldman Sachs, for instance, thinks that we're going back above 100 in WTI or Brent towards the end of next year. So there's just this push and pull, but inflation has been extremely sticky. Labor markets have been extremely sticky. I would be shocked if we get towards that 2% by the end of this year to allow the Fed the room to cut. Whether they do or not, they could still get towards 3 and say we've made progress and still cut. But if you believe what they say, and the old adage, don't fight the Fed, rates will be higher longer than what people anticipate, or at least what the market anticipates.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, we would not disagree with anything that Patrick just said. Just a few things we would add. It does seem that the to us at least that the Fed is well aware of the history of the 1970s and 80s and seems like they would prefer to avoid some of the mistakes that were made by former Fed policy makers in terms of reversing to easing too soon. From their perspective, the risks are not symmetric on each side. And the other thing that we're not, and part of what I said earlier, it seems like the market is maybe a little bit overly optimistic about the fact about this pricing that they have, that there's going to be this soft landing and that we're going back to easing. China's reopening is likely to put some pretty significant pressure on commodity markets, and that's something that's probably going to start to show up in the inflation data.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board are the J miscellaneous matters, which are the charter school contracts. On September 6th and 14th, as the authorizer of charter schools under Wyoming Statute 21-3-302.1, the board held special meetings to conduct the required charter school interviews and public hearing. And at those meetings, the board considered applications from the Wyoming Classical Academy, the Cheyenne Classical Academy, and the Prairie View Community School. During that meeting, the board approved the Wyoming Department of Education's recommendation to grant these schools each a charter contract for a period of 5 years. And so that's what's before the board today, is approval of these charter contracts. I will yield the floor to Elaine Marces. She is with the Wyoming Department of Education.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good afternoon. My name is Elaine Marces with Wyoming Department of Education. And as Director Scoggins said, on September 14th of 2022, the board reviewed and approved 3 new charter schools to begin in operations in the fall of 2023. Cheyenne Classical Academy plans to operate in Cheyenne, Wyoming Classical Academy out of Mills, Wyoming, and Prairie View Community School in Chugwater. The department, in consultation with the AG's office, created the contracts based on the specifics of the charter school applications. And after some negotiations with each of the schools, the department and all 3 schools came to an agreement, and we bring those contracts to you today for your approval and review. And with that, I'll stand for any questions if you had specific questions about those.
Members of the board, what is your pleasure here? Do we want to walk through school by school, deal in bulk? What's your predilection?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Elaine, are the Cheyenne and Casper contracts are virtually identical, is that correct?
Yes, they're basically what we proposed to them, and that those contracts are started off with the basic contracts that we use as templates from the AG's office.
Great, thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, might I suggest that we look at those 2 together and then potentially the other?
Perfect, thank you. And Elaine, there are no waivers on either of those, is that correct?
On the classical academies,
Yeah.
no, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'm fine with making the motion on both the Cheyenne and the Casper Classical Academies and for a due pass.
So that motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. That leaves us with Prairie View, which is the school in Chugwater. And Mr. Bump, I just want to alert anybody on, if they want to be able to address the board, they certainly can. But Elaine, let me turn that to you. I think Prairie View has a couple of waivers they're seeking, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Prairie View did seek a waiver from the State Board of Education regarding their alternative schedule, which is available to all public schools as well. And the State Board did approve that waiver for them. So I don't have the number of days in front of me right now, but they did get a waiver to reduce their number of days from the 175-day requirement, school day requirement.
And then otherwise, nothing of,
That's the only waiver they requested, Mr. Chairman.
okay. Very, very good. Well, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
A quick
please.
question. They reduced it to 175 days or from 175 days?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, the requirement is 175 days for all schools. If a school wishes to, or a district wishes to reduce their number of days, they must go through the State Board of Education annually to do that.
Okay,
So-
Mr. Chairman, my question was just, it still says 175 days unless the waiver is granted. That's just the way we structure it, I guess. Okay, that's all, just a question.
And Elaine, I really am impressed with the work that Prairie View has put into their application. I'm curious on a couple of things. I'm looking at their course curriculum, and they have things like ag business, basic automotive maintenance, ag mechanics, project construction. A lot of those are sort of hands-on learning and kind of experience as you go. Is there, are there assessments in that, or that all counts towards their regular assessments that they take to meet the standards? Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, we do actually have representatives from the school that might be able to answer that a little bit better here today, if you'd like to hear from them. I think they could answer that a little bit more in depth than I can.
Sure, no, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jared Nix, part of the founding board for Prairie View Community School. The question is assessments for.
Yeah, I guess what, and I'm not articulating it particularly well, so I apologize and just thank you. I was fascinated with the curriculum, and at the time that we voted, as you may remember, we weren't really clear what the curriculum was going to look like.
Right.
And it was a chicken and the egg kind of thing. And I really am impressed. I just, in the electives part of it, there were a number of introduction to ag mechanics and project construction, and a number of other things. I didn't know if that was going to follow a curriculum, or if some of that seemed like sort of self-guided sort of work, which is fine. I'm not making a judgment on it. I just was curious how you were setting it up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So it will be kind of a mixture, because we will have an ag teacher. So some of those things will fall under the standard, ag class assessments. But then some of those things will be taught by expert volunteers. So that won't necessarily be assessed in the same way or be subject to the same standards.
Okay, thanks. And thank you very much for being here. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Nix, how is the negotiation with the district going? We've been told that, we've been told things have gotten a little better. Are we close, or is there any way we can help? Or, obviously, if things are getting better, then we're close to the finish line. But what's the status there?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, yeah, thanks for the question. I do think things are better. We're a little at time will tell still, but we had a very productive meeting between our CEO and the superintendent. It seemed to go well, so they have a work session that we are hoping to be on the agenda next week. The agenda is not set yet, but that is what we have heard.
Great, go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up. Mr. Chairman, is the hope, Ms. Nix, that we get a resolution at that meeting? I mean, what's the timeline? Because, this contract, and appreciate you, saying we're gonna get going here in the next school year, but I imagine if that's gonna happen, we've got to hopefully get some resolution soon, and just want to make sure there's not a run the clock out. I'm not saying that that's happening, but just want to make sure that we can, in any way we can be of assistance in getting a resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, there has been concern on our end of that as well. I guess we are doing everything in our power to move things forward, but our power is limited. I don't know. I guess I don't know. If there is a way that you feel that you could help, we would certainly appreciate it. If we're on this next work session agenda next week, I think that would be really good. Motions and action is not taken at the work sessions, but then the board meeting the following week, so in 2 weeks, we would hope to see action at that meeting. So that's, 2 weeks. That would be great time frame for us. If we don't see that, I guess I would question if it would be appropriate to ask Slib for help or direction in that way.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
I would just clarify on that as well, that that under the law that is passed and in these charter schools, they do not have to come to agreement with the school district. They can continue to move forward even if that agreement is not reached.
But Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But the way the statutes were to write, you get an 80% ADM allocation then, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that's correct. There are some bills being talked about right now that potentially could change things.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, one more follow-up. Can you operate on an 80%? Well, I'll withdraw that question. So I'll withdraw that. I don't want to affect your negotiations, so.
It's okay, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, we can. That's what we built our budget on.
We actually discussed that at the first meeting where we approved it, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Great, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned you have a CEO. Is that a new development? And may we know who it is? Not that it matters, I'm just curious.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, sure. Our CEO is actually sitting right up there. Christian Winger is our CEO.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Exciting. Any further questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, if I can just say thank you so much for the opportunity. We know that the Wyoming Department of Education and the AG's office have all worked very hard, and we're really appreciative for this opportunity for our students.
Well, I think none have worked harder than you, so thank you very, very much, and just good luck on all that you do. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
I would move to adopt the contract with Prairie View.
It's been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations. Thanks for making the trip down here. And looking forward to seeing how it all works out. So, thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
Before we dispense with Slib, I had a treasurer-related question. Would it be okay if I ask that now? I think it'll be relatively quick.
Should ask forgiveness, not permission.
Mr. Chairman, my question is, what are the next steps that now that Amendment A passed last November? Does that mostly involve your office, or does it involve us, or do we have to wait for the legislature to pass guidelines to do that?
I think we're gonna have to wait for the legislature to meet in the interim.
Actually, Mr. Treasurer, I believe, and actually in passing, I think when we were goose hunting, I asked Patrick about this. As you remember, and you weren't in the same pit, by the way. I don't know where you, but initially when we passed Amendment A, we had the belief that it would extend to boards or to counties and towns and special districts and so on. And then we got a determination that hadn't happened, and that was clarified by last year's constitutional amendment. We had talked about it this way, and I was trying to remember with the treasurer, or not the treasurer, but with Patrick. I think we had talked about setting up a WyoStar 3, setting an asset allocation that was appropriate and also term of investment. So in other words, people wouldn't be tempted to trade, and it mounts and all of that. And then because we didn't want to be in competition with the private sector, publish those in our IPS, which then could be used by any vendor. And so I think that work probably sits somewhere in your office, and obviously you could revisit it and work it, but we could probably get that done. I don't think there's any further passage of anything except maybe the WyoStar 3 fund.
Yeah, I thought the amendment authorized the legislature to kind of set up the guidelines. I think I want them to do it exactly as 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And through the IPS. And so I think whatever we can do to direct them to do that, so they don't do something that as could be unworkable. I think that'd be.
So maybe what we ought to do is think about that for that work session as to what a good asset allocation might be.
Yeah, I think we could probably work with RBK to kind of front load the process.
Perfect.
Yeah, because we front load it, we'll hopefully get the outcome that we want, irregardless of who's on that, and to an extent we'll get that public input from the different communities.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Auditor.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda items for the State Loan and Investment Board.
Okay.
To move to the Land Commissioners.
All right.
Okay.
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the first item is to approve a number of sets of meeting minutes. The first one is the December 1st, 2022 State Board of Land Commissioners regular meeting minutes. Then we have the December 16th, 2022 special meeting minutes and the January 12th, 2023 special meeting minutes. I'll leave it to you as to how you would like to take them.
So members of the board, if you'd like, we can move these as a group or we can move them individually. If you've had a chance to review them, are there any concerns? I did not see any, but.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Chairman, unless there's some public comment on any one of them, and I guess let the public know that if they talk, that it might be a different outcome. So I'm fine with moving them all.
So would you move the passage of?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move the passage as a consent list as the director represented.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the secretary?
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, we're just talking about the 3 sets of minutes, right?
That's the 3 sets of minutes. Yeah. Yes. Further questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, that brings us to the B reports. We've provided the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this time, but we have staff here to answer questions, should the board have any.
Are there any questions on tab B? Hearing none, we can move.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
So why don't you articulate that consent list?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The following items on the February 2nd, 2023 State Board of Land Commissioners agenda appear to be amenable for treatment on a consent list. We have D1 through D18, E1 through E9, F1 through F4, G1 and 2, and I1.
Thank you. Those are the items that seem to be amenable for a consent list. Are there any items on that potentially would be withdrawn from that consent list?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that E9 be removed from the consent list.
D9?
E.
E9. Okay. Any others?
I would request, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
request that I1 be removed.
And I1 be removed. Okay. So the potential consent list now is D1 through D18, E1 through E8, F1 through F4, G1 and 2. Are there any other items members want to request not be part of that consent list? If not, I would entertain a motion to present that consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the consent list as enumerated.
Okay, there's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor of the consent list, D1 through D18, E1 through E8, F1 through F4, G1 and 2, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have a consent list. I'll entertain a motion now to accept the recommendations, director's recommendations on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those motions carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item is C1 under policy matters to consider adoption of the regular rules for Chapter 4 grazing and agricultural leasing. I will yield the floor to Deputy Director Crowder.
Deputy Director, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As it is Groundhog's Day, it makes sense to talk about vacant land leasing. So that is the genesis of the rules that we have for you today. As you are aware, the board has begun the regular rulemaking process for a while. It started off with an approval in August 5th of 2021 to approve a process for awarding vacant lands and for defining how a preference is to be applied as required in the statute. As you are aware, the 66th legislature passed a version of a process as well that puts your rules and the statutes in conflict. So it was prudent for the board to reopen the rulemaking process to be in conformance with that statute and to basically pull in the process and the way the preference was to be applied into your rules. You did that. You've reopened that rulemaking process and to conform to those rules. And quickly, since we have talked about this at length, I'll just go through the changes and not go through each point. The first change that the legislature made was to add 2 more qualifying criteria, bits of criteria to any applicant who would apply for and lease a piece of vacant land above what you had already had. Those 2 new pieces are that the applicant has to have or can gain access to the land and has not been found to have significantly violated any laws or regulations related to the state lands. Mr. Chairman, the other part is that they changed the process in which the preference would be applied. Again, they define the preference as anybody owning or controlling adjacent land. The preference would be employed by if one applicant bids for a parcel of vacant land and they are not eligible for a preference, and another party who is eligible for the preference bids on the same parcel of land, and the non-eligible party bids higher than the eligible party, then the eligible party can match that bid. And the director's decision would reflect that and ultimately award the bid to the eligible party in that situation. In this situation where 2 parties are eligible for the preference, then we would ask each of those parties to submit a subsequent bid in any fashion the director determines, either through another sealed bid process, through an oral auction, or through an internet auction. And the third scenario the legislature gave us was if a non-preferred applicant submits the highest bid and two or more preferred applicants desire to match that bid, then that bid becomes the floor. And the two eligible applicants, the two or more eligible applicants, would go to a second bidding scenario that I just described, and the director's decision would reflect that. All of that is very well detailed in statute, and so what we've simply done here is copied that statute and placed it in your rules. It's very prescriptive, and there's not a lot of wiggle room that the board has in that process to further clarify or to build some more rules around that. So what you have in the proposed rules is what's in statute as well. When the board considered final approval of that set of process into its rules in October of last year, the Wyoming Stock Growers Association approached you with two more changes, requests to change the rules in two other areas. And at that time, you agreed to reopen the public comment period with those two changes included. So we have done that. We've reopened the public comment period for an additional 49 days with those additions as part of the notice. The additions specifically are that we would provide another notification as the office to the existing grazing lessee if that existing grazing lessee has not submitted their renewal application 45 days before the expiration date of the lease. The second is to add a provision within the subleasing portion of these rules that simply states grazing of livestock that are not owned by the grazing and agricultural lessee shall not be deemed a sublease so long as the lessee retains full management authority and responsibility for the livestock while they're on the leased parcel. As I mentioned, we offered that to the public for comment. We did receive a few comments, and we've provided those to you in the board matter. They are largely supportive of those comments, gave a couple specific details or specific situations that would be helped by those changes, and all came in supportive of the changes. Mr. Chairman, that's a quick description of the rules that we are proposing for you today. It's important to note that in the director's decision, the director's recommending that the board approve the rules that are specific to the vacant land leasing process. And that's important because, as you are also aware, we are currently operating emergency rules to work the vacant land leasing process as I just described in the latest legislative change. That latest set of emergency rules expires at the end of this month. We have extended it as many times as we can. So once this month is over, we no longer have guidance to offer those pieces of vacant land under this process. We have a backlog still, Mr. Chairman. As you're aware, we started with 140. When we began that process, I believe we're closer to 100. So it's been an active program throughout the summer, but we need to keep going. Even 100 is an extreme amount compared to what we usually have. We need to bring this down to a more manageable level. So we ask that you approve the rules to conform them to existing statute. And the director's recommendation also recommends that the board deny all of the changes suggested by the Wyoming Stock Growers Association and just those two additional changes. For the simple fact that the legislature has brought up these topics as well. And they've been working with us and the Wyoming Stock Growers Association as they've deliberated the topics. Specifically, they are contemplating House Bill 17 and House Bill 22 that speak directly to the notice to existing lessees if they don't submit their renewal application by the deadline, and to the management of livestock that are not owned by the lessee on state lands. Both of those statutes currently have conflicting language to the proposals that the stock growers provided you last October. So we recommend that you deny those and allow the legislative process to continue and the deliberation to conclude there. And if any changes need to occur to your rules at that time to conform back to the statute, we would reopen Chapter 4 and do that at that time. And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director. And I think the important thing is that we are reaching the limit of what emergency rules allow, and there is no option for renewal of those. Are there any questions on on the rules. You know, I know, and I think it was actually good that we reopened the rules for further comment. So we are where we are.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I guess the only question I have, if the legislature, for some reason, has rules that are contrary to these, I would hope that we could, even though if there was more time left in these emergency rules, so we wouldn't have a window of 30 days or something, or whatever time might be, that would, I guess, get us to a situation where we'd have two different classes of people, and one class would be negatively affected for 35 or 40 days or whatever time, that we could, I guess, stop the process, go without rules, and then do another set of emergency rules as soon as we could. And I'm hoping that might be a possibility, because I hate having, you know, in the same year, having people treated differently.
Director, if you want to address that,
Mr.
or
Chair.
Deputy.
Mr. Treasurer, that's a very good point. And the changes the stock growers made largely revolve around the renewal of leases. That process won't begin for us until August of this year. So even if we do emergency rules right now, there's not a process in play that it would impact. They could impact existing subleasing activities that are occurring. However, those do not become an issue that we can't resolve until the lease is at its renewal stage as well. So as long as we are quick to understand what the legislative intent is and are quick to bring you changes as soon as we can in the next coming meetings, we'll be in line with existing administrative process.
Thank you. Further questions, Madam Auditor?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm looking at this correctly. I thought I understood that we were not making the suggested change regarding livestock not owned by the lessee, but it is in here. So we are making that change.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that was part of the stock growers' suggested change when they brought those to the board, and the direction from the board was to go ahead and insert that into the rules and put that out, you know, renotice them for comment. That particular bill, I think, is going through the legislature right now, and that's one of the reasons to put a pin in that one, if you will. But that was the direction of the legislature, or excuse me, of the board, was to insert that and take comment on that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I apologize for being slow. So we are putting that in the version we're passing today, or we aren't?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, we are not. We are only recommending that the board approve that portion of Chapter 4 that has to deal with the vacant leasing, which is to essentially mirror and put into effect what the legislature came up with for the statutory change.
And Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, part of the regular rulemaking process is we have to give you what the rules would look like with all of the changes in there in a clean form and in a strike add form. So you're going to see it like that. But at this point, you have the ability and the discretion to approve any part of that change, all or none.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I guess my only, and yeah, I'm fine either way. I guess my only concern is it's looking an awful lot like that bill is dead. And so my thought process is, do we go ahead and deal with it or not deal with it? And I don't have strong feelings, but it dies tomorrow unless it's heard in a committee, and there's no ag committee scheduled tomorrow. So not that stranger things, you know, lots of things could happen, but it sounds like we are going to be opening these up again pretty soon regardless.
Yeah.
That's what I just needed some clarification.
And, you know, Madam Auditor, I think if we're going to do that, I hope we have a good opportunity to review the rules and look at them carefully. And so,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Auditor Racinas, I just want to make sure, was it up on the schedule today? Because it may not have been read in if it were heard today. Okay, you checked on that. I don't have an internet connection down here. Yeah, that's interesting. Do you know the backstory on that? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
All right,
I
Mr.
guess-
Treasurer.
I guess with that, is there any direction at all in the current statute that would allow us to provide that management provision? Or any leeway to the board that we could provide that as far as the management of livestock?
Mr. Chairman,
Looking for wiggle room here.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I'm not sure that we would, I think staff's recommendation on that would be to be careful, because the way the current rules read, we would characterize perhaps that arrangement as any agreement that concerns the use of the land, and that would have to be reported to the board, and perhaps excess rental assessed on that. So I think the rules would have to be changed in order to implement that. And of course, staff would have an opinion on that, but I don't know if we want to get into that right now.
Well, and I, you know, I appreciate the work. I'm understanding from Kate that the bill did pass the House and is waiting to be heard in the Senate.
Oh,
So
okay.
what I'd be interested in is just if we can take care of this.
Okay, well, if
this
it's
business.
going,
Sorry. I
then
looked at
we're fine. But the reporting part, they'd have to report to you. Then you'd have to, I guess, make a determination as to whether there was excess income. And then that's where the discussion would come in with the leasee and staff about, well, you're saying there's no excess income because of management, and then the staff would have to make their case, and we'd go from there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, the way the rule currently is written, that would be a reportable activity that would come through OSLI, and we would investigate the facts and determine what, if any, remuneration would be due.
And the current bill says there's no reportable activity?
Yes, I believe that's true. I haven't seen the
That's
most recent
interesting.
version. Yeah.
Okay. So if there are comments pertinent to the vacant land provisions of the rules, are there any? Mr. Treasurer.
I guess with that, a motion in order?
That's what I'd appreciate, and that'd be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation that the board adopt the proposed rules of Chapter 4 grazing and agricultural leasing specific to conforming changes related to vacant land leasing as directed within House Enrolled Act number 49, House Bill 003. And the director further recommends the board deny any proposed changes specific to those within Section 5C regarding matching competitive bids and notice to existing lessees, and Section 10B regarding grazing of livestock not owned by the lessee until the legislature completes its deliberation on these topics.
That motion has been made. Is there support for the motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. If anything's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
Groundhog Day. Mr. Chairman, the next item for the board's consideration is D19, which is to consider amendment of existing wind lease number WL-1615, Rock Creek Wind LLC, Carbon County, Wyoming. Deputy Director Crowder has been involved in this, and I believe you all understand from our briefings that Rock Creek is seeking to change the $2.28 per megawatt hour for the utility operating fee to $1.50 per megawatt hour for that utility operating fee. With that, I would yield to Deputy Director Crowder to explain the details, and perhaps we will hear from Rock Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Director.
I do believe we have some representatives from Rock Creek online available to answer any questions that you might have. They also provided a handout for you that Ben has just handed out for an amendment request to give you some background and some color related to it. And Ben also handed out a spreadsheet with a yellow line across it, and that's a handout from our office to you. I'll quickly go through the request and then go through our handout and answer any questions that you might have. But this is a simple request to amend a portion of the compensation structure related specifically as part of the utility operating fee or the asset production price. This is a fee that comes into play when a project reaches production. It's been developed, it's actively generating electricity, and it is selling its electricity to end users on a per megawatt hour. It's part of the operating fee structure, as I mentioned. It's also important to note that all fees within the utility operating fee portion of the lease, and we're going to get extremely weedy, and I apologize for that, but all of them are adjusted every 3 years based on inflationary pressures. So we'll research the consumer price index and adjust the per megawatt hour fee, the base operating fee, and anything else that would fall under this subsection of the lease. So it does get reviewed regularly. The utility asset production price, which is what is being requested to be adjusted here, is a portion of the full utility operating fee, meaning that we have a couple other things to look at before we get to the utility asset production price. One, the lessee has to be a regulated utility to qualify for that part of the compensation structure. And two, that rate has to exceed or outpace the base operating fee. Currently, this lease is negotiated that the base operating fee is $1,250 per megawatt of installed capacity, and that's paid on a quarterly basis. And again, that's adjusted every 3 years per the CPI index. So the $1.50 rate, or even the $2.28 rate, would have to outpace that base operating fee on a quarterly basis. And we'll let Rock Creek explain to you if they feel like they're going to do that or not. But from our standpoint, when we're negotiating that, we're ensuring that the board is receiving a fair compensation for the product that it's selling by having those checks and balances. This is a project that is in total expected, and again, it's not been developed, but in total expected to generate 590 megawatts project-wide. Our portion of the project is only 3,200 acres, both in Carbon and Albany County, and we're expected to participate in a 36 to 54 megawatt capacity. So we're not even close to half of the project. It's largely set on private lands, I believe. So quickly, that is the request and the lease. The handout that we gave you, the spreadsheet, will show you all of the wind leases that we have and that the board has approved. All of the compensation structure is also on that and how they vary lease by lease. Again, each one is negotiated separately and uniquely because of the unique pressures that each wind project has as far as operational inputs, where they can sell their power, how far that power has to go before it gets to an end user. All things are brought together to have a varied amount. Each time that we provide a wind lease to you, we provide its specific compensation structure as well, so that you are ultimately approving each one uniquely. And this isn't a template, this isn't this is the package, take it or leave it, but we negotiate each one and allow the board to approve it. You can see that inside the spreadsheet, I guess terms vary. Some leases are heavily weighted on the initial side, meaning we get a large portion of the compensation on the per acre basis prior to turbines being erected. And others are weighted heavily on the percentage or royalty of the electricity that the board would receive because they're expecting to build those turbines and need some possible operating capital to erect them. So wanted to compensate the board more fully at the end of the lease. As you can see, you probably can't see, but what we have done is organize these leases in order of Generally, how lucrative are they based on the terms of the compensation structure? This lease we're talking about is Wind Lease 1615, and it is seventh. It ranks seventh out of the whole as far as the terms we were able to negotiate. Now, a logical question is, why isn't every one number one? And that's a logical question for you. We should be getting as much revenue from these leases as possible. These leases have been negotiated over a long period of time, close to 20 years. So we've got a long period of a new and fledgling industry coming into the state. Some of the pressures as far as getting wind out of these projects and into a end user has been an ebb and flow type process based on the transmission lines that are available and how those transmission lines can be regulated or approved across private and state lands and federal lands. And some of them are impacted by federal subsidies in place at the time the lease was negotiated. So there's a lot of pressures that aren't visible in this spreadsheet, but have impacted the amount of compensation we were able to negotiate at the time. And not every single lease has reached production. Until we know exactly how many turbines are going to be erected on state land, what the actual capacity of those turbines are, we have a hard time understanding the exact megawatt or the exact megawatt hour we can get compensated for. So when we ranked these, it's on a general basis. Since this one isn't producing, we're assuming some things to put it at number 7. Mr. Chairman, again, I believe there are some members from Rock Creek available online to answer any questions as well, and I'm happy to answer.
Deputy Director, that I appreciate that. Thank you for the explanation. One concern I have, and it comes from a long time ago, and I believe you were here, was the state being essentially held at ransom, that if you don't give us a break on royalties, we're not going to develop on your state lands. And what's more, we won't let you onto our power line. Do we have those kinds of problems? And how do we address them if we do?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great point. And yes, we have those problems because we're part of a larger project. We're one landowner among many. Each private landowner has its own lease negotiated, and then the BLM, if they're involved, would also have its own agreement negotiated. Each one of those comes with its own terms. So when we're going through the process, we are trying to not set the market, but be participating in the market. And one of the ways we do that is through the favored nations clause, that if within the project that proponent is able to negotiate something or has to negotiate something with another party that exceeds what we've negotiated, we get to benefit from that. We meet or exceed that term. But when it gets time to actually starting the plan of where and when to erect turbines, the cost of those turbines is going to come into that business decision. And we are very conscious of that, and we want turbines on our property. We're going to get a lot of revenue from those turbines if they're placed on our property. So we do try to strike that balance between what is a fair rate and what's a rate that will chase people to produce other parts of the project before ours.
So just following, is that similar to what we see in oil and gas or coal?
Mr. Chairman, not really, because the resources are different. A coal mine will follow its logical mining plan, and it will get to us, and the product price when it gets to us is what we have to receive. We're not changing our royalty rates on either of those. So the negotiating part isn't there. They have a known expense, and it's largely similar across. However, if a neighboring owner of those minerals has a higher royalty rate than ours, then perhaps we get a well drilled on us before the neighbor does, and vice versa. So probably more in an oil and gas sense than in a coal sense.
And then lastly, on the most favored nations, and I appreciate that, but how do we track that? How do we know that we are receiving most favored nations status?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. We're not really privy to those other agreements. They're private and we can't get to them. It's a requirement of our lease that they do that for us. We've had great relationships with our lessees so far that when they do negotiate that, they abide by that provision of the lease and they tell us. But I think if they don't tell us, we would hopefully find out eventually and be able to audit back and catch up.
So in the case of Rock Creek, when they initially negotiated the 228 rate, is it possible to assume that's private market rate?
Mr. Chairman, we probably didn't spend a lot of time on this rate and didn't ask a lot of questions of it because we don't have but one other lease that actually works in this arena. Again, one of the requirements to get here is that you have to be a regulated utility, and the majority of the wind farm developers are not regulated utilities. So we are on the royalty side. So we probably didn't spend a lot of time negotiating this. And if they agreed to it, we would have to assume that it is a market rate of some.
Yeah. And we have one regulated utility in play here.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
The big behemoth. Okay. Other questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and I use this term very cautiously because I know that, I always like to assume that everybody's operating in good faith, but this is not an old lease. This was not that long ago that this was negotiated, and this feels a little bit like a bait and switch. And we all had to go through those numbers and make sure it was worth it. And these wind leases have been very contentious, and so approve the lease, and then 9 months later, we're going to come in and ask for a rate reduction. So help me. Is that impression? I think I'm hoping that's not fully accurate, or is it?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think that's a good question for Rock Creek.
Okay.
When we negotiated this last year, we understood this value to be what it is in the lease, and they would have to defend what changes have occurred since then to make this request.
Thank you.
Ms. Drescher.
I thought that Rock Creek was going to peddle this off to the big utility, and they kind of acted like, I guess if I characterize them to an oil landman that goes in, tries to get the cheapest lease they can, and then when the people that are actually going to, develop the project or develop the field, then they try to get the best price they can at it and hope that there's more money in it for them to put in their pocket. But if they are peddling this and it sounds like there's not enough money to put in their pocket, they wanted to take it out of ours.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think that's a good question for them as well. Each lease has the opportunity to develop, but not the obligation. So I think any lease we're talking about, regardless if it's wind or oil and gas or grazing, has that opportunity to get sold to us, another party.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's something that we should look at, is the obligation part of this. That if we lower this lease, we say this $1.50 is good for the next 5 years for any development that there in any power that comes in and is developed. And if it isn't anything developed after that, would revert back to the old price. So that's just kind of food for thought. And I guess we'll ask Rock Creek about that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further comments? Hearing none. Are there representatives from Rock Creek that are here online? I have Laura, is it Minier or Minor?
Hi, yes, this is Laura Miner. Can you hear me?
Thank you. We can hear you.
Yes, great. Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I am Laura Miner. I'm a vice president of Invenergy with the applicant here, Rock Creek. We're the developer behind this project. Thanks for considering this request. Certainly understand your concerns with signing under one term and then getting a request to change it later. It's completely understandable. I will just say we had agreed to this rate because a lease before us had been signed at this, and we thought it was a requirement. After looking at the economics on our end more with our private leases, we just found it a little out of line with our private land leases. And so we're requesting to lower it to bring it in line with our private leases.
Thank you. Any questions, Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, so was there any material change to market conditions since this was approved in April? Or just the fact that leases after this were executed at a more favorable rate?
We are indeed, overall, the project's costs have gone up with supply chain issues, and steel prices in particular. So the project economics overall have increased. You know, a lot of that risk is on us as a developer, but that those economics have changed. But so to answer your question in brief, yes.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Treasurer.
I guess, I was led to believe that you were going to market this to another entity that was actually going to develop the project. Or is there any truth to that, or was that just rumor?
Nope, we're in the final stages of an agreement with the utility, with Rocky Mountain, with Pacificor. They're going through their CPCN approval process. They would purchase this project from us, excuse me. So not to another developer. We would build this project and then transfer ownership to the utility.
In the utility, they're I guess expecting this lower rate. I'm wondering, this is 3,200 acres. How many acres are we talking about in the whole project that you are going to build and transfer?
Yes, it's true. It's just a portion of the project. There are, you know, this is about 10% of the overall project. And so, yes, it's 3,200 acres, up to about 7 turbines or so would be on state land.
So, follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please, go ahead.
So I'm assuming the cost of everything that you use to develop your steel, your concrete, your everything else is going up. But are you getting paid a flat rate, or are you getting paid some kind of a royalty after putting this together, as far as on electrical rates?
We will just, since this is a build transfer, we just get paid a fixed price at completion. We don't get paid an ongoing rate after that.
Have follow up, Mr. Chairman? Yes. Has the wholesale rate of I guess green energy gone up or down in the last year, or stayed the same, or do you know?
The overall costs of green energy are going up due to these supply chain issues.
I'm wondering whether or not the utility that, or I guess your development of this, is this going to commence, and when is the first kilowatt hour going to be generated that could result in revenue to the state?
The beginning of 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, and I think the treasurer sort of asked this, is the transfer contingent on a certain rate?
It is not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Further questions? I have one, and I think the auditor's last question probably renders it somewhat moot, but in the event that we see an effort by the utility to cram down royalty payments, are there other competitors for transmission, or is Pacific Power the only market that can buy that?
Sorry, is that a question for
Yeah,
me?
that was a question. I mean, I was sort of suffering under the same impression the treasurer was, and that the auditor asked about, which was was the rate reduction something that made the sale, that was contingent for the sale? And I think you said it was not. But I guess my question is, if there is only one potential purchaser for the power, do they have the ability to cram down rates across their route?
Right. I can't speak to all of their activity, of course, but they are the main utility. And, you know, they, like all utilities, strive to keep their costs low, because they are passing on all those costs to their ratepayers. But yes, in terms of buyers of this power, they are theoretically there are others, but from a practical standpoint, they are the only buyer.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Treasurer.
I wonder if all the, are you going to build the just the windmills or the power lines?
We are building the windmills and the power lines to Pacificor's substations. Yeah.
So these power lines would be considered, I guess, distribution lines rather than transmission lines by the utility?
We still call them transmission lines. They are not, they're still very high voltage, and they just transmit the power from our project to a substation.
I guess I'm asking a question I probably should be asking the Public Service Commission, because I think if they're transmission lines, then the utility or the owner of the transmission lines have to allow access, but it's at a controlled rate.
That is true. That is true.
How far is this state section from the substation?
The westernmost section of state land is about 10 miles, I want to say. The substation is 10 miles to the west of that state land.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? Or the obligation?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess these are going to be transferred in 2025, even at the end, at latest be 2026, a couple years away. I don't think it would hurt, if that's the case, to put the provision in there that any the electricity had to be, you know, we had to start getting paid for it within 5 years, because the program should say that it would, and that way at least we'd know we'd be the first kids on the block to be getting the windmills turned on. I think all we're doing is we're putting money in the Rock Creek's pocket. I don't think this would probably kill their project, but I think the very minimum, we ought to be able to make sure that we're going to get paid if we're going to lower it, and it bounce back if it didn't happen. But I'm not sure if I really want to as the auditor determined, it's not going to make or break the deal. I guess, could I ask one more question?
Sure.
Yeah, how many total wind turbines are going to be in the project? You said it was about 70, 80, something like that?
Yes, that's right.
All right, thank you.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we reject the request to decrease the utility operating fee.
Second.
As considered.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? No, reject. It's been moved and seconded to reject the amendment. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to reject the modification of royalty rate in the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there nays? That motion passes. Thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is E9, which is to consider a request from Century Oil and Gas LLC for royalty-free disposition of the state's interest in gas from the BCFU 45-69-22-15-10-1 well on state oil and gas lease number 16-00049, bottom hole location, section 22, township 45 north, range 69 west in Campbell County, Wyoming. Essentially here, Century Oil and Gas is requesting that the board approve royalty-free disposition of gas, which they were authorized to flare by the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. The OGCC authorized Century to flare on August 10th of 2021. They were allowed to flare gas for 180 days at the 500 MCF per day, that amount. However, the board as trustees for the beneficiaries of the state trust lands and minerals determines whether it's appropriate to assess a royalty on the gas, whether it's been vented or flared from a state lease. The board's policy is to consider various factors surrounding the venting or flaring. And you'll see that analysis in the board matter. It talks about the volume and duration, the reasons for the flaring, current marketability of the gas, the efforts being made to bring gas to market, development of infrastructure, and the value of the associated production. So in staff's analysis of this matter, I should note that the state's ownership in, this is a unit, the state's percent ownership in the unit is about 6%. I believe this is only a 40-acre parcel, and so obviously the need is to maximize the asset for the benefit of the trust beneficiaries. For each royalty-free disposition request, OSLI looks at those requests individually. We don't want to be just rubber stamping every request because the OGCC has authorized flaring. We do try to be sensitive and provide relief to the oil and gas industry when appropriate. Examples would include, COVID when there was negative oil prices, or when we understand that there might be an economic viability of the well issue, or an economic issue in general. We have not been provided evidence of that in this case. What stands out to staff is that if you look at the marketability and value of the flared gas during this time, the gross sales value was about $301,000. The trust beneficiaries portion would have been about $2,855.96. If you look at the gross sales value of the oil, it was $2,584,598. The trust beneficiaries portion of that was about $25,000. When we look at these sorts of requests, we realize that you have to sort of give to get sometimes. You have to be willing to forego some of the royalty on the gas in order to get to the oil, because that's where the money is, if you will. In our other requests within the last 3 years. We looked at that. We look at the percentage of the royalty that would be given up. And generally speaking, the average in these requests has been about 1.98%, sometimes 2 to 3%, but never have we seen something this high, which we've calculated to be 11% of the total royalty paid to the trust beneficiaries. So there was some concern with that, and we looked at gas prices at the time that this flaring was done. Gas prices were about $9.42 per MCF. Oil was ranging between $89.51 and $107.52 a barrel. So the oil and gas industry seemed to be well on their way. That's the reason we are asking the board to deny the request, while the request for royalty-free disposition, while the $2,855 and change seems modest in the scheme of it all, and looking at it in the context of the state's interest and the prices at the time, there was some concern with respect to granting this request. And Mr. Chairman, I do have Ryan Yokes and Amanda Sewell here. Amanda, as you know, is the Assistant Director for the Financial Administrative Services Division, and Ryan is the Supervisor for the Royalty Compliance Group. So if there are questions, we have them here. We'll do our best to answer.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess just a little housekeeping, that should be April 30th, 2022, right? In the motion?
Correct.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry.
so from
Yep.
2002. And I'm looking at this and it says, this looks like a bit of an ex post facto, but when did we're supposed to approve something that's already happened. And I have a problem with approving something that's already happened because we can't, I guess, try to stop it or give anybody an incentive not to flare the gas. Yeah, a little concern there, and I guess that's just how maybe the Oil and Gas Commission was backed up and they didn't get to it. I don't know what the reason was, or maybe somebody didn't apply for it on time. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I believe that how the industry does this is the Oil and Gas Commission, once they authorize the flaring, they then flare, then they report what's been flared to our Royalty Compliance Division, and then they are assessed. Brian, maybe you can help with the process and procedure of how we determine that, but it is on the other side. It's not you're authorized to flare this.
Kind of like the chairman said, beg forgiveness. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, essentially, under the way we do this, the royalty is owed unless it's waived. And so they are assessed they are assessed the amount of what they're owed in royalty. They report it, and then they ask for the forgiveness on the back end. So.
Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
I would move that we approve the royalty-free disposition.
Okay, the superintendent's moved to approve the royalty-free dispensation. Is there support for the superintendent's motion? Is there support for the superintendent's motion? Is there support for the superintendent's motion? Motion fails for lack of a second. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's rec on this issue.
Motion's been made to approve the director's recommendation. Is there support for the audit? It's been seconded by the secretary. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this issue, and I completely respect and understand the recommendation from staff. Of course, we don't want to just rubber stamp this. We have a fiduciary. We want to maximize the revenue that we can receive for schools. In this case, because this is kind of the world that I just came from, I looked up the well. They've probably invested $8 to $10 million on this well. We have in our documents here that, in November to April, it was 155 barrels of oil a day. Now it's below 50. They're going to lose a lot of money on this well. And so I think, as we look at that fiduciary, it also to me means in perpetuity. And so how we ensure that rather than leaving a bad taste with this company when they're losing a lot of money on this well, that we are encouraging them and working with them to continue to invest on state land. And I would note too that in looking at the well, when I looked it up, that 11% of the total royalty is concerning. That is high. But also when you look at this particular well, the GOR gas to oil ratio is much higher as well. And so that's just really the reason why that's so high. And the reason for this flaring is of course because they weren't able to connect to pipeline infrastructure, and it was approved by the OGCC. So I wouldn't really say they're coming to ask forgiveness after it. It was approved to be able to flare. This is just now, do we want to capture royalty on something they got no money for and they're losing a considerable amount overall on the well? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays?
No.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item for the board's consideration is H1, which is to consider certification of a sage-grouse habitat conservation bank. And I will yield to Deputy Director Crowder. He has been actively involved with the CMOG, as have I, but in particular on this one, as it is an existing bank that has been previously approved by the Fish and Wildlife Service. So Deputy Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bank, specifically the Sweetwater River Conservancy Greater Sage-Grouse Habitat Conservation Bank, has been in existence since 2015. It was approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife at that time. It consists of approximately 638,000 acres just south of Alcoba. It's important to note that the board also has a special use lease with this bank and that it receives royalty from each credit sold. The bank's been active since 2015 selling credits. It hasn't sold all of its credits, but each year it is active in that arena. As you're aware, the legislature has given this responsibility to the Board of Land Commissioners for reviewing and certifying compensatory mitigation banks. It did that through statute, specifically Wyoming Statute 9-19-203E. And it also required that the board promulgate rules for certifying banks as well. The board did that, and those rules became effective on September 16th, 2020, and that's Chapter 29. Within Chapter 29, it gives all of the criteria for how a bank is to be approved, all of the bars that it needs to meet, and the process for which a bank needs to go through in order to receive approval and certification to be a state-sponsored bank. Inside of those rules, specifically Chapter 17, it calls out those banks that have been previously approved by the Fish and Wildlife Service as meeting or exceeding the requirements of the rules and the statute. And inside of those rules, and that section of the rule specifically mirrors exactly what the statute says, and that is that the board shall certify those banks that have previously been certified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to meet their standards as meeting the state standards, and the board shall certify those. It's also important to note that inside the rules and inside the statute, a group is created. It's called the Compensatory Mitigation Oversight Group. That group has met, and the intent of the group is to review all of the banks and give the board a recommendation if they're eligible for certification as far as meeting the requirements of the rules or not. That group has met. It has reviewed this bank and agrees that it should receive certification by the board. The office also contacted the Fish and Wildlife Service to determine if the bank is still in good standing with their requirements, and we did receive an affirmative on that question. So at this time, the CMOG, or the Compensatory Mitigation Oversight Group, as well as the Office of State Lands and Investments, agree that this bank should receive certification by the state, and the rules require that you do so as well. In the audience today, we have Bob Budd, who can help answer any questions as far as the process, the statute, the efforts of the Sage Grouse implementation team, and what it has done to try to get a state-sponsored program off the ground and running, and how we have the rules that we have today and the process to that. And again, we also have Ryan Lance in the audience who can answer any bank-specific question. He is the proponent of the bank. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and please call on them for any details.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
I'd be interested to get a kind of an overview from Bob Budd as far as the, I guess the effort the state puts into it as far as, helping the oil and gas industry or any other developer in there as far as those costs associated with any state program. Just to let the oil and gas folks know that we're not always curmudgeons.
Mr. Chairman,
Budd.
members of the board, thank you for having me here. The almost exclusive purpose of having banks is to create a program that allows mitigation for impacts that cannot be either avoided or minimized. And those occur. The primary cause of those right now is seasonal stipulation waivers, particularly during the breeding season, which require compensatory mitigation because they cannot either avoid or minimize those. Absent this type of a program, and going back to when we first started down the mitigation road, if you will, with the Jonah Interagency Office and the Pinedale Anticline, prior to that, most everything was a one-off negotiated between the company and perhaps a federal agency or someone else that may or may not have benefited the species that was being impacted. Industry has worked to help set up the guidelines and the criteria for these banks. They are using this bank and I think we'll use others as we approve them, but it is a part of our overall strategy to address conservation of sage grouse and ultimately potentially other species. But it's worked out very well. As I said, there are other banks that are in the queue. I think we have 3 of them right now that have expressed interest in being certified. That would give us enough that we had a more shopping ability for people who need those credits. It's not just industry. There are other entities or developments that require it, highway right-of-ways, other things like that, all of those. But it is a line of defense if we end up in a situation with a listing, potential or otherwise. The fact that this has been certified by U.S. Fish and Wildlife carries credence then with the Endangered Species Act. Our standard in Wyoming is quite high. It is to keep us at that level so that if we ever get challenged, we can come back and show that we meet that bar. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Treasurer.
Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
Whether the Wildlife Trust Fund or any other organizations that the state might work with, the Game and Fish or anything, enters into any of the establishment management or in any way helps in this area.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, the way there's a whole review process in how these get set up and whether or not they meet the requirements. The Compensatory Mitigation Oversight Group consists of the Office of State Lands and Investments, the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust, Game and Fish Department, and the Department of Agriculture on the state side. Because they can't be named in our statute, the 4 federal agencies also serve as advisory capacity. So that'd be the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Forest Service, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. That comprises the Compensatory Mitigation Oversight Group that does the review. And the review is very extensive. It includes legal requirements, it includes biological, it includes long-term commitment to maintaining the bank, maintains fiduciary responsibility and financial commitments. All of those are included in the application.
Thanks, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Budd, what is the ratio of acreage? Is it 4-to-1 or does it depend on?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, the standard that we use is 5-to-1. And that was developed in the statute and in the rules. It came out of the original compensatory mitigation framework that we built in the state. You're familiar with it, you helped build it. And the 5-to-1, basically you've got a replacement factor, you have an indirect effects factor, and then we have a factor that we call security factor, so that in the event that you have an impact per acre, we're offsetting that 5-to-1. That will pass muster with almost any court if they come in and say, well, what have you done? If all you do is you take an acre and you put it back, that's a net zero. So we can actually show what they call lift, or we can show what they call additionality. That's very important. And we just selected a standard 5-to-1. There are numerous metrics out there that calculate this, habitat analyses and others. Those arrive at numbers all over the board. They may be 2-to-1, they may be 65-to-1. We selected the 5-to-1 to be uniform so that people knew what they were getting into.
One other follow-up. And Mr. Budd, did we ever sort out, once that sage-grouse core area has been reclaimed, if there's a mechanism to sell back or how that will operate?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, we did not. Partly because the ecosystem that we're working in, it takes decades for that to happen. Ostensibly, and I think that may be an open-ended thing down the road, probably not for me to resolve, but if you were able to come back in and completely rehabilitate an area, you had it occupied by birds, you had suitable habitat, I think there's a valid argument that someone could come back and say, okay, I want to either be given a credit for that. We do allow that in the statute and the rules. There are restoration credits. They have to be developed before the impact takes place. So I think where you're going is, could that become ultimately a restoration credit? Yes, I believe it could. Now, there's a long timeline in there, but yes, I think that opportunity still exists.
Thanks. Further questions? Further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Budd. So, members of the board, your pleasure.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move that the board certify the mitigation habitat bank.
Thank you. It's been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Do we have?
The superintendent or the secretary is a no.
Mr. Chairman, is there any discussion available?
Oh, we can do a discussion.
Sorry,
Sure.
just wanted
Sorry, I
to
just
offer
moved too
short-
quickly. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I just a comment to say that, as Mr. Budd alluded to, have been very involved with sage grouse, and my previous employer has spent millions of dollars on mitigation. And so just want to make the comment that I have always been inherently opposed to the concept of mitigation banks. You know, I think it can be utilized as extortion and just gets to be very difficult when you're relying on a permit to have to purchase one of these. That said, the alternative is that if we don't move forward with banks such as these, activity won't occur. We'll be worse off. And the one thing that the mineral industry needs right now is predictability and the ability to move forward. And so, and in this issue, I did reach out to my previous colleagues in the Petroleum Association and the second largest gas producer in the state, and they are supportive of this certification because they want to move forward and they want to start production. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Madam Director, related to this, just a quick question. I think Mr. Budd mentioned that there were 3 other banks in the works, and I know you had indicated to us, I think in our briefings, that things just hadn't quite gotten there. I just wanted to kind of understand how the process was working, if we're going to see other banks coming on relatively soon.
Mr. Chairman, that's a difficult question to answer. It seems like most of these sort of start, stop. So we'll be going along for a while, and the proponent provides information, and we distribute the information to the CMOG. And of course, it takes time to review, and it takes time for the CMOG members, including the federal partners, to comment on that, and then to have the bank proponents talk to everybody about their comments, and then the CMOG meet. It's just a laborious process, I think. And I think also some of the proponents, and feel free to chime in here, Jason, they've kind of wondered if it's worth it at this point, if it's ever going to come to fruition, if it's ever going to amount to anything positive financially for them, because I mean, it's definitely a lot of work, and they want to do it right, so that they have the protections in place, should the bird be listed.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And one of my concerns is that the rules not be inverted for green energy projects, we hold the same standard, so development is fair across all forms of development. So, just as a comment. Anything else on this topic? We're getting close to the end, and we aren't even in the evening hours yet.
Wow. Mr. Chairman, the next item for the board's consideration on the agenda is I-1, which is to consider some trust land preservation and enhancement account projects related to forestry. I think interim forester Kelly Norris is here. Kelly, can you kind of come up and provide some color on this?
Good to see you, interim forester. Are you enjoying your first meeting of the Slib? We're treating you just like we did Bill Crapser.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Do you want me to talk about the projects in particular? Is that the question, or just in regards to the process and with the utilization of the TP&E funds?
Mr. Chairman.
Sure,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I didn't remove it for any opposition, but I just wasn't recalling a ton of discussion in our briefing. It's probably my fault. It was the last thing there, and so maybe I'm just not remembering, but I don't know, just would appreciate kind of a narrative here, but I guess we kind of got that in the discussion, so.
Well, and I can talk directly to Geis and West Beaver if you're interested. The Geis parcel is near Aladdin. The parcel has really good history of management. In the late 1860s, forestry implemented terracing on portions of this. This particular area has oak on it, and so we are mitigating the oak in this area due to the storm atlas to promote oak regeneration. This unique stand has periodically produced logs for decking and has potential of producing logs for barrels. So that's just a little background into why we want to manage this particular area. And then with West Beaver, that was logged in 2018. After the harvest, our inmate program thinned about 20 to 40 acres of this harvested area. And so the lessees have been very vocal about wanting it to be thinned. And so we are moving forward with trying to have that happen with the utilization of these funds. And we take TP&E funds and we match it with some of our federal funds to leverage. And so we received bill money that we are using in regards to this to match with our TP&E funds.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Treasurer?
How long are both these projects going to be done this summer, or do they extend?
Great question, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman. I would say the reason we're going at this timeline is because we would like to move quickly on them due to the IPs. So there's a certain time period when we are managing and doing thinning projects in the spring, specifically in the Black Hills. And so by moving forward with this, we can get these out to bid and move forward as quickly as possible and getting them implemented.
Thanks. Mr. Secretary.
Can I make a motion?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll move the director's recommendation.
Been moved by the secretary and seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Great. Kelly, I wanted to ask you about the permit sales, and just nothing in particular, just how are those going? And I see Joe's doing one of them. And
He is, Mr. Chairman. The permit sales are important for many reasons. It allows us some flexibility. In particular, that sale is to help keep local industry going, right, through the winter. And so that sale has actually recently been closed up, which I'm sure they're happy about, because recent reports is we have over 5 feet of snow down Rome Hill, and Southern Bighorns is sitting with very good snow. So those sales are created and negotiated. They're obviously be below the $5,000 limit, but we utilize those with our local contractors in many ways in this in particular during the winter seasons to keep our industry going.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And one last question. Have you
Yes.
had a chance to engage in the exciting world of Black Hills forest fight?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I actually had an excellent conversation with State Forester Marcus Warnke from South Dakota this morning in regards to the Black Hills. We are working together on making sure we're all on the same page, as well as how this is going to move forward as the plan continues. As well as with the railing project that's going to be continuing to occur in the coming months. So State Forestry has been looking at how we can help protect our forests while also promote the management that needs to be done.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Great.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam-
I'm not sure if she has a forestry and fire report to give on top of that, or?
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, and yes, I do. It's February, and there's a lot of snow. And that is excellent when it comes to wildland fire. We've been seeing more snow than we've seen in the past 2 winters. And with that, that means we've been able to really take care of quite a few fuels projects in regards to pile burning safely. So it's been an excellent year on that end. In regards to some fire updates, we, both our state helicopter and our seats, which are single engine air tankers, that's the lingo, contracts have been finalized. So they were awarded to our previous vendors. Outside of that, in our fire world, we are busy fire billing, and that's our 537 account. So we are asking for reimbursements from our federal partners as we have paid our county volunteers out. And behind that, even though we had a below average fire season, we are in the midst of training. So with that, we have the Southeast Wyoming Wildland Fire Academy going on here in Cheyenne. And our conservation program, as well as many of our fire staff, are here helping either teach or be a part of the training. We're going to continue that throughout the state, working with both our federal and county cooperators. There'll be one in the coming months, I believe, up in Buffalo, the Northern Wyoming one. And so this is fire training, and we're busy at it. Outside of that, we've also been working with the RMCG. We've been working with the coordinating of getting all of our teams in place across the Rocky Mountain region, as well as with our interagency dispatch centers. I've also brought, hot off the press, our 2022 annual report to share with you. And I just want to take a few moments to highlight a few things out of our report. So last year, State Forestry sold 8 million board feet of timber off of state lands, and it was about 1,800 acres of state lands. What does 8 million board feet mean? So if you were to take a truck, a log truck, and a pup, right, that is about 200 full truckloads is equal 1 million board feet. So we actually sold 1,600 truckloads off of our state trust lands in fiscal year 2022. We also had a revenue of $290,000 brought in from actually the timber being hauled off and the collection of it. The state trust land and preservation enhancement account, we completed 464 acres of thinning, and we've contracted out an additional 113 acres in fiscal year 2022. I also want to just highlight real quickly the Good Neighbor Authority project. That the projects and what we've been doing have truly expanded in 2022. The reason for that is we had additional hires in both G&A and our Black Hills in the Bridger Teton, and we had the Medbo route, as well as the Bighorns at a seasonal G&A. From those, we now have 6 national forests across Wyoming that have agreements, project agreements occurring. And we sold 11 million board feet of federal timber in fiscal year 2022 from that. And that means we sold 2,200 truckloads of federal timber off of 4 national forests. So if you were to combine those two, it's almost 4,000 truckloads. So we had a pretty excellent year from state forestry standpoint. Outside of that, we also do service contracting through our G&A program, and we did about 1,200 acres of aspen enhancement and just thinning work, just like what we do on our trust land and preservation funding. In this last month, we have also been able to refill our Black Hills G&A Forester and a Medicine Bow Route G&A Forester. And so we're sitting with just only needing to fill our Bighorn National Forest seasonal. Also that I included in here is just another report that we have to give to our federal partners. It's called the State and Private Forestry Fact Sheet for 2023. And that really focuses on our assistance forestry. And so both assistance fire as well as all of our co-op programs that we implement. And it gives you a really great synopsis of everything we did in the last year. Outside of that, I do want to highlight one thing. State Forestry was able to add 91,000 acres of private forested lands under forest management. And that's pretty significant. And that means that we currently have for forested lands, private landowners, over 350,000 acres under current forest plans, which is, it's a big deal. We coordinate quite a bit with our private landowners. And with that, we also hosted our first Landowner of the Year award. And Saddleback Ranch from Douglas, Wyoming, Tim and Don Pexton who were given the award this year on behalf of State Forestry for their dedication to forestry and forest management. So with that, I hope you all enjoy your reports. And I'd open it up for any questions.
Are there any questions?
I'm just wondering what our price of lumber, I looked at it and it's $290,000 for 8 million board feet. That's about 3.625 cents per board foot.
So Mr. Treasurer, great question in regards to that. What we call revenue is after the timber actually gets hauled off. What we account as sold is based on actually the sale of the wood. So some of that 8 million board feet has not, when we sold it in fiscal year 2022, it has not actually been harvested and hauled off where we were able to collect that revenue.
Okay, all right, yeah, because that seemed really cheap. It's like at $700 a thousand board foot, that would be like a markup of 19 times. And I'm going, man, people are making money in the lumber business. But it'd be nice to try to figure out what that, you know, how we compare to other forests and what that, you know, try to determine the health of the lumber or the sawmill industry from the standpoint of what their actually input costs are to their output costs. And I was trying to get it, you know, but there's some factors that are missing in there, like it's not all delivered yet, and yeah.
Correct, and I would expect our revenue numbers, since we sold higher this past fiscal year, to be even higher
next year.
Next year, correct. And that's actually in the report this year. We put in a graph to showcase the last 5 years our revenue in timber, because it is something we do want to continue to track into the future.
Yeah. Well, good work selling more and more and more and more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By any chance, could we have a physical copy?
Oh, I brought
Okay.
as many as you would like. Yes, of
Mr.
course.
Chairman, she would be offended if you didn't take one.
That's right, Mrs. Auditor.
Very good. Further questions, comments? Hearing none, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners today.
Wonderful. Well, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved, and it's been seconded. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Kelly, with
Very good.
enthusiasm. Yeah. Love it.